Okay, the stream is online. Stream is online. I will be beginning. Stream is online. I'm going to testing out some things here. See how I am in frame. Going to check the sound test. I'm doing a sound test. Check the sound test. I'm doing a sound test. Check. Check the sound test. I'm doing a sound test. Check. Check the sound test. Pretty good sound. Pretty good sound. Okay, we'll take that. Latency is pretty good. Okay, starting soon in 10 minutes. I'll be right back. So I'll do that. Okay, I'm back. Nobody's watching. Not like I expected anybody to be watching, but I need a coaster. Okay, got this. Okay. We're starting in about 5 minutes. See, right now it's going to be 4 minutes. It's the calm before the storm right here. I should be sitting down for this if I'm being honest. Here, I'll even move this chessboard. I just dropped my phone. That's crazy. That's actually so crazy. Oh my god, the screen is absolutely destroyed, guys. Just kidding, it's fine. That's why you get a case. That's why you get a case. And also you hold on to your phone as tight as you can. have to say I'm a bit nervous. Not that it matters to the 0 people watching, but I suppose I need some way to preserve this, and a live stream is actually a very solid way of preserving it. And my laptop is not heating up, which is good. That's a very good sign. I have a hardwood floor there. I'm very excited. We're starting very soon. I need to go over my checklist. Oranges, cashew, water, notebook. I think I should get some more water, just as a precaution. Chapstick. Okay. Speaking at 8:40. I'll speak until 7:40. I got this. I got this. Trash, wipies, napkins, chess, stalemate, fish. 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm about to rise. I'm about to rise to the floor. I'm about to take the floor. Doing one last sound check and then I'll go. One last sound check. One last sound check, and I'm going to go ahead and start. Check, check, sound. Check, check, sound. Check, check, sound. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, sound. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, that's a good sound. I can always go back and check, but I should keep YouTube open. Start time. Mr. President, I rise today to begin to speak my piece on an issue which has dominated a lot of my time very recently in the past year. I will speak until I can no longer speak. I will speak as long as it takes until I have set the record straight on the filibuster and I have said all that I have wanted to say with regards to my opinion on this issue. I want to start with an introduction. First of all, this will be an 11-hour challenge. I have begun speaking at 8:41 a.m. Central Standard Time. I will speak for 11 hours, which means I will remain here in this spot, standing on my 2 feet, until 7:41 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I will continue to speak. I will have no relief. I'm wearing a suit and I have my shoes here. I regret that I wore an undershirt. It's going to get quite hot in here, but I can always, perhaps I can always do something a little bit different. Allergy season is around. Pardon me, senators, members. So anyway, I'm here today to begin to take some time to set the record straight on the filibuster and finally lay to rest the issue of the filibuster as far as this channel goes. About a year ago, I began working on a video about a certain Bill Meyer and his 43-hour filibuster that he did in 1977. He stood up and he spoke out against the bill for 43 hours. Started on Monday, continued through Tuesday, and ended Wednesday morning. There is so much that I could continue to talk about when it comes to the filibuster on this channel, but rather than continuing the story and going over and over the same formula of content, I think it would be more healthy for me just to lay it to rest now and lay out all of my thoughts in one final video. And I'm doing this in live stream format because obviously I'm not going to record 11 hours. I'd rather have it live. Hopefully YouTube can go through the process of saving it. Anyway, I'm laying my position out here all at once in one go. All of the extra thoughts that I've had on the filibuster, I'm going to attempt to lay them out here in this speech. I have all the time in the world. I have all day. I literally have all day. And in doing so, I intend to wipe my hands clean of the filibuster. I have bugged my family, some friends, some professors about it. I even emailed some others about it. And frankly, I think there's only so much that can be discussed about the filibuster before it starts to become too much. So, if nothing else, a major goal of mine with this was to simply see if I was capable of pulling this off in the way that other senators do. You know, I've always, in the time that I've been fascinated with the filibuster, I've always been fascinated by the way these senators can just get up and they can talk and talk and talk. And when I saw that, I always wondered whether I was capable of doing something like that. It's this curiosity in the back of your head where if you stood up and spoke, how long could you go for? Because standing up and speaking, that's something we all do in our own time. Can you tell I'm nervous? Anyway, this is all something we do on our own time. So there is nothing inherently difficult about doing a talking filibuster, but there's only so long you can do it. Sustaining anything for any amount of time is extraordinarily difficult, and as a distance runner, I can tell you, I know that all too well. I'm not going to call myself a runner. The furthest I've done is a few 10Ks, but that's long enough to know what it feels like to sustain effort for an unignorable amount of time. Liquid keeps dripping on top of my notes. So anyway, I always wanted to see how long I could go. But rather than torturing myself and trying to just go for an indefinite period of time, I figured that was a bit dangerous, trying to go for 24 plus hours, trying to speak into the overnight hours. As thrilling as that would be, there are some limitations regarding my circumstances, namely the fact that I am currently alone, and if something were to happen to me physically, medically, there would be no one around to help me, and so that's one concern I have. Another concern I have was simply finding a good time for this, finding a good spot for this. To be able to occupy an area for this amount of time without bothering other people is the main thing. I don't know. I've always been someone who didn't really want to bother other people. And so rather than trying to go indefinitely, I'm only going to go for 11 hours, mainly due to the fact that I don't know if there was something with YouTube or the 12-hour stream limit, like it wouldn't save if the stream was longer than 12 hours. And so I'm keeping it at 11 hours of speaking time so that I can have some buffer before and some buffer after, but the whole speech is saved. So that was one of my main curiosities in doing this. And I intend to go all 11 hours. I have made the necessary preparations. If I could change one more thing, I would not be wearing a suit. But if senators do this, then I have to do this. I need to match the circumstances as close as I can. The main difference between me and a senator is that I will not attempt to lean on something. You see senators, the way they do this. They have a podium and they grip that podium with an iron grip. They lean on it. They shift their weight. And the main source of relief is yielding to questions from other senators who will speak at length and give them a good break. I'm not doing that. I'm alone and I must remain standing. I'm alone and I must remain standing. So that's kind of the main part of the challenge. But anyway, my main thesis that I am going to attempt to go over the course of these 11 hours is simply this, and I'm going to read it aloud as is as we begin. The filibuster is being misused and abused. But instead of abolishing the filibuster, as many people seem to advocate for at various points in time, we should instead implement a reform that changes the nature of a filibuster such that 41 votes from the minority are required to continue debate rather than the existing 60, which is required from the majority. Now, that thesis is very straightforward. But over the course of this live stream of this speech, I am going to speak at length so that I can go over all of the information that is required for someone to be able to understand the words I used in the thesis. I'm going to explain everything you need to know, and I also intend to explain my arguments in favor of this thesis. I'm going to explain all of the information necessary. And after I have presented the information necessary to understand my thesis, I also intend to put forward all of my arguments in support of my thesis. And after that, I will be discussing other relevant topics depending on how much time is left and my physical bodily needs. I have more than enough material gathered with me to make it through the 11 hours. What will most likely happen is I will get through all of my substantial talking points, and after that, I will simply be trying to fill in the time. But until then, it is my goal to lengthen my substantial talking points as long as I possibly can. And so I'm going to continue to, let's see here. Okay, I'm going to do one last sound check before I actually begin my speech here on the definitions. One last sound check just to make sure that, okay, that's perfect. That's actually very wonderful. I'm not going to check the sound again because the setup has not changed. So we need to go over some definitions because the filibuster is it's a sort of niche within a niche. You have the sphere of politics, and a lot of people, they understand politics fairly well, but most of them have perhaps a general idea, but very few of them really go deep into the sort of procedural know-how, the institutional, the nitty-gritty of how the Senate works. And so I think we ought to be very careful when we use the word filibuster to refer to certain procedural actions. The general idea of a filibuster, the widest possible definition, this is what Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, the Dean of the Senate, President pro tempore, currently, he said that it pretty much refers to any action that is used to delay a vote, to delay action, to delay a decision. Anything that halts the Senate ought to be referred to as a filibuster. And so that mainly looks at the similarities of the outcome, the desired goal of a filibuster. But there are, in fact, two types of filibusters, and the mechanism of those two types could not be more different from each other. And so to refer to both of those parts with the same word and using them so interchangeably, it's understandable, but I do find something a bit wrong with it. And so I am going to go over two definitions. So first off, I'm going to head and define the talking filibuster. Now, the talking filibuster is the one that we're all familiar with. And now I just want to make sure we're clear on this. There are two parts. There's the talking filibuster, and then there's the silent filibuster, which I will go over second. I'm first going to define the talking filibuster. So this is the one we are most familiar with. It is the most popular form of filibuster. It is also the most dramatic form of the filibuster. Basically, it revolves around the fact that in the United States Senate, unlike representatives in the House of Representatives, the lower house of Congress, senators in the Senate, the upper house of Congress, are not limited in the amount of time that they have to speak on an issue. You'll often see senators, clips of senators going on for about 20 minutes, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes they go for 30 minutes. Maybe you'll see some go for an hour, but it's very, to go for any longer than that would suggest that you're not actually trying to go over the issues of a topic. You're really just trying to stall and bring the Senate's attention for longer than what may be functionally necessary. And so the idea of a talking filibuster is that because you can speak without limit on the issues, then that means that if you're trying to bring attention to your perspective and you're trying to halt a bill from going forward, you can use the fact that you can speak indefinitely to your advantage. And in fact, you can use it as a weapon to speak for as long as possible. So people call it a one-man stand. It's a talkathon. So in extreme situations, a senator will go for beyond a certain time limit. Some people try to go for maybe less than 10 hours, but some of them try to go for an overnight situation. As long as they have spoken through at least one night, that's enough drama for them. And so in many cases, they go for longer than necessary. And in the past, this was a much more common method to try to block bills or block unpopular action. Nobody can stop you until you yield the floor. So in addition to being a sort of a physical exercise, it is also a kind of a mental check that you want to be able to not yield the floor and make sure that you can use this procedure to continue speaking. Because if people take you off the floor, you can no longer speak. And if you can no longer speak, you can no longer delay the bill. And if you don't have enough serious allies who are willing to try to take the attention of the chair, then the action may very well just go through. That's only if there isn't other attempts at filibuster being done, such as a silent filibuster. And there are a couple of examples of this, some of which that you may already be familiar with. Very recently, we had Cory Booker, who in, I believe it was March 31st into April 1st, where he spoke for 25 hours and 5 minutes, breaking the previous record for the longest Senate speech in history. And technically, it was not actually a real filibuster, more so a marathon speech. This was because there was no actual action that he was trying to delay. He was just simply holding the floor and disrupting Senate business. When it comes to a real talking filibuster, which is to say an extended floor speech that actually does cause real delay in the business of the Senate, or a specific action, a specific bill. The most notable example would be the previous record for the longest Senate speech in history, in the United States Senate, of course, would be Strom Thurmond. When Strom Thurmond from South Carolina, he spoke for over 24 hours to delay the passage of the 1957 Civil Rights Act. Now, this Civil Rights Act had faced a decent amount of opposition from the Southern senators, who obviously favored segregation, a racist institution, of course. But they were able to water down that civil rights bill so much that eventually they decided that they weren't going to do the silent filibuster. And again, I will explain what the silent filibuster is later on. But because that Southern bloc as a whole was not going to continue to delay the Civil Rights Act, Strom Thurmond took it upon himself and said, well, if I don't do something, this bill is going to go through. And so he took to the floor and caused real delay for a single day, 24 hours. And there are other examples as well. The most recent talking filibuster that actually caused real delay is Rand Paul. Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, and the son of Ron Paul, the Libertarian. Rand Paul got on the floor in 2013. This was just coming into President Barack Obama's second term. He got up and he spoke for, I believe it was over 12 hours. It was just under 13 hours. And that was causing real delay, whether in something else or if it was actually the vote itself for the confirmation of John Brennan to be CIA director, who he was nominated by President Obama to fill that position. You may also know the talking filibuster from the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. See, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is a film by Frank Capra, one of the greatest directors in American history, perhaps a living embodiment of the American dream. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington features a scene where the senator, his name is Mr. Smith, Senator Jefferson Smith. The climax of the movie takes place during a filibuster. This movie came out in 1939. and basically how that filibuster came about in the movie. I hope I'm not spoiling this for anyone, but it's a 1939 film, and frankly, I think it's enjoyable enough to watch, even though you already know what's happening. So it's a kind of a dramatized version of the Senate. Basically, what happens is at the beginning of the film, uh, one of the senators from a state dies while in office. And when a seat is vacant, when a Senate seat is vacant, it is on the governor of that state to appoint a new senator until the next election can be held, in which case they have to face an election by the people. And so what happens is there is a political machine at play in that state. The state is not specified, nor is the party, likely in order to avoid offending anybody. But anyway, what happens during the movie is that the Taylor machine, Jim Taylor, he tries to put forward a couple of candidates, people that will fall in line, people that will shut up and do what they're told. And the governor wants to shut up and do what he's told as well. He's a victim. Well, he's a cog in that machine. He owes his career to Jim Taylor. And so he tries to say, well, I'll just appoint whoever they tell me to. But he can't make his mind up until his children suggest, well, why not the leader of the Boy Rangers, Jefferson Smith? He's a real patriot. He's young. He's naive. The governor sees him as a good option, and he goes ahead and he appoints him without consulting with Mr. Taylor, without Jim Taylor. And Jim Taylor is shocked about this. He's dumbfounded. He's flummoxed, as Hakeem Jeffries would say. But the governor tries to justify it to him, and eventually the senior senator from that state, Joe Payne, he says, well, no, look, I can handle him. Look, he's young, he's patriotic, I'll deal with him. And so they welcome him into the Senate, and he finally goes in, and Mr. Smith, he finds his office, and he's ready to put forward a bill. It's the dream of Senator Smith to try to do something well in Washington with the time that he has. And before I talk about that, there's actually a scene. I need to calm down with my stuttering. There's a scene in the film where before Jefferson Smith arrived to his Senate office, there's a montage where he goes sightseeing around Washington, D.C. You know, this is a city that he's idealized all his life. And now there he is. He sees the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial. He sees the Capitol Dome and how shiny it is. And it's just, someone go so far as to call it propaganda, but it's actually propaganda for an idealized America rather than America itself, because this film is actually kind of a critique of contemporary America. It's sort of anti-propaganda. It's America as advertised versus America as it truly is right now. What with the corruption and the Taylor machine going on. I'm just checking my viewers' goose egg. Anyway. But yeah, so anyway, I kind of resonated with that scene a lot because clearly I'm someone who is very interested in politics. And I did go to Washington, D.C. on a trip. This was back in high school, senior year. We went to Washington, D.C., and it was kind of a similar thing for me. I mean, seeing the Capitol, the White House, all of these things that represent the federal government, the center of power, the highest layer of government of our country. I felt just like him, wide-eyed, just seeing everything. I'm like, my goodness. And he was even more fun getting to meet a congressman, Joaquin Castro, Democrat from a district that is centered inside of San Antonio. But anyway, I resonated with that scene a lot. So take this guy, Jefferson Smith. It's a dream come true for him. Someone who is so enamored with these American ideals. And he finally gets up to hold one of the highest offices in our country. And then something takes a turn for the worse. So what happens is Jefferson Smith intends to introduce at least one bill to introduce a boys' camp. And this boys' camp will be situated in an area called Willet Creek. And it's going to be funded by the government, but it's going to be a loan. It'll be paid back. It's all good. And so he chooses Willet Creek, not knowing that that very same Willet Creek, the land that he intends to put that boys' camp on, is also the same land where a dam is going to be constructed in accordance with a deficiency bill that is moving its way through the Congress. Now, at the time of making the bill for the boys' camp, Jefferson Smith did not know this, but his secretary, Clarissa Saunders, is aware of this. And she kind of takes a neutral approach. She's like, oh, this is going to be good. But anyway, on the day the bill is read, Joe Payne finds out that Mr. Smith intends to build this boys' camp in the same place that the dam is going to be constructed. Now, this dam, which is a part of the deficiency bill, is a personal desire of Jim Taylor, the head of the Taylor political machine. And that dam is held on land which is secretly owned by Jim Taylor. So this dam is a personal benefit for him. He personally benefits from this dam. It's not just a matter of, oh, this dam can benefit the state. No, this is something he wants for himself. Anyway, the day after Senator Smith reads aloud his bill for the boys' camp is the day that is set for the reading of the deficiency bill. And so Joe Payne realizes, well, we need to make sure, well, Joe Payne and the Taylor machine, they realize that they need to make sure that Senator Smith is not present for the day and time where the deficiency bill is going to be read, namely Section 40 of the bill, where they want to build a dam. And so Senator Smith goes out on a date with Susan Payne, the daughter of Joe Payne. They have a good time, and then Clarissa Saunders, fed up with her job in Washington, decides that she has had enough and that she is going to quit. But before she quits, she says, I want to do this right. And she reveals to Senator Smith that the dam is going to be built in the same place as his boys' camp, and that it's personal graft for the Taylor machine. And Mr. Smith, someone who is so honest, so decent, so willing to uphold the American ideal, he's appalled by this, as you can imagine. He is outraged by it. And so he goes up and tries to confront the Taylor machine. But when he does, he regrets it. Because what happens is that the moment he starts trying to speak out on the floor of the Senate against that section of the bill, Joe Payne and the Taylor machine move into action. They put forward all of this nonsense about how Jefferson Smith owns the land where the boys' camp is going to be, and that the boys' camp is a personal benefit for him. And start accusing him of being unfit to be a member of the Senate. And they put him on trial before the Committee on Privileges and Elections. and start putting in motion an attempt to expel him from the Senate, as a matter of fact. Let me check the time. Currently, it is 9:10. I've been speaking for about half an hour. I've actually been instructed by ChatGPT to take a small sip of water every half hour. Only a small sip. That sip might have killed me. The purpose is, of course, so I don't have to take a trip to the bathroom. Too much information, I'm sorry. But it's very nice to get the logistics of a filibuster. Anyway, as I was saying, so this Taylor machine, they put forward an effort to try to expel him from the Senate. And after Jefferson Smith has seen all of this, he has become a victim of the corruption in Washington, the corruption in Congress, in the Senate, the high chamber of the legislative branch has fallen into the hands of the wealthy few. And he's destitute. He goes to visit the Lincoln Memorial one last time as a final goodbye to his personal hero, Abraham Lincoln, the President of the United States during the Civil War. Honest Abe, as he is known. And there, Clarissa Saunders, who had already intended to quit, finds Jefferson Smith. And by this point, she has already been moved by Mr. Smith's convictions. And so she coaches him on how exactly he can go about confronting the Taylor machine, despite the odds being stacked against him. And he does so with a talking filibuster. Clarissa Saunders coaches him off screen. And so when they get into the floor, Senator Smith rises up and he says, "Mr. President." And he finally gets recognized by the chair, and he begins speaking his piece on the Taylor machine. And he uses other procedural tactics to make sure that people are really trying to understand this. For example, the entire Senate walks out in protest, to which Senator Smith responds, with the advice of Clarissa Saunders, to invoke the quorum rule, that you must have a quorum of senators present, otherwise they must adjourn. So they call the quorum, so that way the senators can come in and they can actually hear what Mr. Smith is having to say. And that's very important, because it's one thing if you're just going to stand up and do a sort of talking filibuster that you're just speaking, but you don't want to be speaking to a brick wall. You want to make sure you have an audience. Otherwise, you're spending all of this effort on your part for absolutely nothing. So it's very important. Anyway, the movie continues. There's a lot of craziness happens. And ultimately, Senator Smith speaks for, I don't know if he crosses the 24-hour mark, but he gets very close. I think he gets at least 23 hours. I don't remember. But that scene is very dramatic, and he reads the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and he tries to really rally the people and try to get the word out about how we need to defeat the Taylor machine, that this country belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to a bunch of wealthy folks. It doesn't belong to the James Taylors. It belongs to you and me. Anyway, so that's Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And it's a very nice introduction, not only to the politics, because in it you get a lot of exposition about, oh, here's a tour of the Senate, here's how a bill gets passed, and you're also introduced to the mechanisms of the filibuster, the talking filibuster. Pardon me, my nose is itchy. It's allergy season. Anyway, so that's the talking filibuster. That's the fun filibuster. That's the filibuster we're used to. This is what the talking filibuster is. The first thing that comes to mind when you not only when you think of the filibuster, but also when you learn about the filibuster for the very first time. When I first learned that there was such a thing called a filibuster, I only knew of it in terms of the talking filibuster. Because this other part of the filibuster, the second type of filibuster, is a lot more technical. And it's not something that you can really expect younger folks to understand. Maybe people who are just learning about government for the first time. I actually think that when explained correctly, anybody can understand it. Anybody can understand anything when you explain it correctly. But I think it's very important to understand how the silent filibuster works, because it's a bit more of a modern invention. It's something that we see more often nowadays. So the silent filibuster goes by a couple of different names. Some people call it the modern filibuster. The silent filibuster is kind of the a name given to it by opponents for its nature, and I'll go over why. Personally, I like to refer to it as the procedural filibuster, because rather than someone talking and physically holding the floor and delaying things, what they actually do is that a block of a unified minority says, hold the line, don't allow debate to end, and they prevent action. So how does it work? Well, I think it can best be explained by the rules of the Senate themselves. And so I'm going to go ahead and begin to read the rules of the Senate, not all of them. I want to make this as coherent as possible. I'm going to read you Rule 22 of the United States Senate, which deals with cloture. Now, this rule is kind of what is people consider to be the root of the problem when it comes to the silent filibuster. So I'm going to go ahead and try to get this rule here. We go the rules of the Senate. I'm reading this on my phone. I didn't want to write it down or print anything. I didn't want to waste any paper. So let's see here. We're going to go down to Rule 22 of the United States Senate, Precedence of Motions. All right. So this is going to be Rule 22, Section 2 of the United States Senate. Notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 2 or Rule 4 or any other rule of the Senate. Oh, wait, this is something that I'm going to do over the course of this. Anytime I read from something, I'm going to make sure to tell you what I'm reading, so that way people aren't confused. So this is going to be Rule 22 of the U.S. Senate. Anytime I read a new document, I'm going to make sure to read it. To have it there, that way we know what's going on. Rule 22 of the Senate. Anyway, pardon me. Notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 2 or Rule 4 or any other rule of the Senate, at any time a motion signed by 16 senators to bring to a close the debate upon any measure, motion, or other matter pending before the Senate, or the unfinished business, is presented to the Senate, the presiding officer, or clerk at the direction of the presiding officer, shall at once state the motion to the Senate, and 1 hour after the Senate meets on the following calendar day, but one, he shall lay the motion before the Senate, and direct that the clerk call the roll, and upon the ascertainment that a quorum is present, the presiding officer shall, without debate, submit to the Senate by a yea and nay vote the question: is it the sense of the Senate that the debate shall be brought to a close, and if that question shall be decided in the affirmative by 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn, except on a measure or motion to amend the Senate rules, in which case the necessary affirmative vote shall be 2/3 of the senators present and voting. Then said measure, motion, or other matter pending before the Senate, or the unfinished business, shall be the unfinished business to the exclusion of all other business until disposed of. Thereafter, no senator shall be entitled to speak in all more than 1 hour on the measure, motion, or other matter pending before the Senate, or the unfinished business, the amendments thereto, and motions affecting the same. And it shall be the duty of the presiding officer to keep the time of each senator who speaks. Except by unanimous consent, no amendment shall be proposed after the vote to bring the debate to a close, unless it had been submitted in writing to the journal clerk by 1:00 p.m. on the day following the filing of the cloture motion if an amendment in the first degree, and unless it had been so submitted at least 1 hour prior to the beginning of the cloture vote, if an amendment in the second degree. No dilatory motion or dilatory amendment or amendment not germane shall be in order. Points of order, including questions of relevancy, and appeals from the decision and of the presiding officer, shall be decided without debate. After no more than 30 hours of consideration of the measure, motion, or other matter on which cloture has been invoked, the Senate shall proceed, without any further debate on any question, to vote on the final disposition thereof, to the exclusion of all amendments not then actually pending before the Senate at that time, and to the exclusion of all motions, except a motion to table, or to reconsider one quorum call on demand to establish the presence of a quorum, and motions required to establish a quorum, immediately before the final vote begins. The 30 hours may be increased by the adoption of a motion, decided without debate by a 3/5 affirmative vote of the senators duly chosen and sworn. And any such time, thus agreed upon, shall be equally divided between and controlled by the majority and minority leaders or their designees. However, only one motion to extend time, specified above, may be made in any one calendar day. If for any reason a measure or matter is reprinted after cloture has been invoked, amendments which were in order prior to the reprinting of the measure or matter will continue to be in order and may be confirmed and reprinted at the request of the amendment sponsor. The conforming changes must be limited to lineation and pagination. I haven't read that word before. No senator shall call up more than 2 amendments until every other senator shall have had the opportunity to do likewise. Notwithstanding other provisions of this rule, a senator may yield all or part of his 1 hour to the majority or minority floor managers of the measure, motion, or matter to the majority or minority leader. But each senator specified shall not have more than 2 hours so yielded to him, and may in turn yield such time to other senators. Notwithstanding any other provision of this rule, any senator who has not used or yielded at least 10 minutes is, if he seeks recognition, guaranteed up to 10 minutes inclusive to speak only. After cloture is invoked, the reading of any amendment, including House amendments, shall be dispensed with when the proposed amendment has been identified and has been available in printed form at the desk of the members for not less than 24 hours. If a cloture motion on a motion to proceed to a measure or matter is presented in accordance with this rule and is signed by 16 senators, including the majority leader, the minority leader, 7 additional senators not affiliated with the majority, and 7 additional senators not affiliated with the minority, 1 hour after the Senate meets on the following calendar day, the presiding officer or the clerk at the direction of the presiding officer shall lay the motion before the Senate. If cloture is then invoked on the motion to proceed, the question shall be on the motion to proceed without further debate. So that was sections 2 and 3 of the 22nd rule of the United States Senate. So that was a decently long read, and I want to make sure we really understand this. So what happens is that in order for a vote to begin, a senator says, you got to do a motion to proceed to the vote, and that requires unanimous consent. Now, typically we get that, but let's say one senator rejects, they vote against it. They reject unanimous consent. That means debate continues, and debate must continue. And now that we're in a position of continuing debate, we must file a cloture motion in order to bring an end to the debate before we can begin to proceed to the final vote on the measure, on the action. But the problem is, in order to end debate, you must require 60 votes. They said 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn. This means that if there are 41 senators who do not want the bill to pass, they can recognize that there requires 60 votes to end debate. They can simply say, well, if we don't want this bill to pass very much, we will simply make it so that debate never ends. They can stop cloture. So even if a bill only needs 51 votes to pass the Senate, that's a simple majority. It's 50% plus 1. Even if the majority has 51 votes and we know that the bill would pass under normal circumstances with a vote, if there are 41 senators who oppose it enough, they can still block it anyway. So if an action has majority support, it's not guaranteed to go through. And therein lies the effectiveness of the silent filibuster. That is the primary difference. But it's not just that. Keep in mind, we have a two-track system in the Senate, where if we're not done with one measure, we can move along to a separate one. We can set the bill aside and move on to other business. So what the 41 senators, 41 or more senators in the minority can do is that they can block a measure. They can actually block a measure and keep it blocked and move on to other business. And every time that the majority tries to return to the one bill they're trying to pass, well, they truly shouldn't, because they know they don't have the 60 votes to invoke cloture. And so it just gets delayed and delayed. It should also be noted that if cloture was to be invoked, then there are 30 hours, up to 30 hours of additional debate time. And so the reason that they call it the silent filibuster is because the senators who reject cloture, who prevent cloture, don't need to be there. Remember, as I said, the fact that a quorum consists of a simple majority, right? But a cloture motion requires 60 votes. So what this means is that even if the Senate has enough members to do business, and the Senate has enough members in the majority to pass this measure, those 41 senators can simply not show up. And if those 41 senators do not show up, not only can the Senate still do business, but they are also capable of preventing the majority from having those 60 votes to end debate. And so the measure never passes. With no debate, by the way. So a long time ago, it did used to be that the Senate would mark the end of debate if the floor was left vacant. If no one else was signing up to speak, if no one else was going to go up and speak their piece, then the Senate would decide, well, looks like we've got nobody here to speak. Debate is over. Let's move on to the vote. But now we have a situation where debate can only end with a cloture motion if unanimous consent is rejected. And because it's a 60 vote requirement from the majority to end debate, that puts the burden on the majority, and the minority doesn't even have to do anything. They can show up, they don't need to debate, and that's why it's called the silent filibuster by critics of its use. And certainly it is a bit problematic. Let me move this around. So it certainly is problematic in that sense. But I still think that it should be referred to as the procedural filibuster. And I'll go over that why. But anyway, now that I've explained to you the mechanics of the talking filibuster versus the silent filibuster, you understand that these are two very, very different things. Even if they serve the same technical goal, they still have different mechanisms. The talking filibuster requires tremendous effort from one or more people. The silent filibuster requires very little effort, if at all, across a wide number of people. And it is very important to understand this distinction, because when someone says, oh, they're filibustering the bill, now someone who only knows about the talking filibuster will be like, oh my God, they're filibustering. I get to hear people talk and talk and talk. And then they go on to C-SPAN and then they look at it and nothing's happening. They're just sitting there and they take a vote and they say the yays and the nays, and the yays are below. They have like 58 or something. They don't have 60, and now they can't do anything. And you're like, wait, that's a filibuster? Yes, it is. Believe it or not, it is. And before I actually understood this, I knew about the cloture requirement at some point. This is a while ago, back before I knew better. I was having a conversation with Copilot Bing, just trying to get a grasp on the exact mechanics of the silent filibuster. You see, I understood, I had this misconception about how the Senate worked, that you always had to have somebody talking, that that senators could continue trying to hold the floor, da 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 da, and then you needed 60 votes to end debate. But before that cloture motion was invoked, I thought that people were holding the floor. So I tried to ask Copilot, what's this deal about the silent filibuster? Why can't we just call their bluff? What do you mean they're threatening to filibuster? See, I didn't realize that threatening to filibuster just meant they're not going to give you the 60 votes that you need. When I heard the phrase threaten to filibuster, I thought it meant that they were actually going to go up and talk at length. And so I said, well, I said to Copilot, well, why can't they just call the bluff? Why can't they force them to do a talking filibuster if they're so adamant about it? And because of the two different definitions of the filibuster, Copilot just kept using the word filibuster for both situations, and I just couldn't understand it. I couldn't wrap my head around it until I asked the question, wait, am I to understand that the Senate can continue to operate and debate on a bill even if nobody is actually holding the floor and debating? And once I asked that question, Bing, Copilot came through and said, yes, that's how it works. And there I began to understand why there was so much debate about the filibuster in modern times. But thankfully, I have done a lot of research over the course of my making these videos, namely the senators ranking. I did a tier list of all 100 senators, and it was during that research for that video that I found out just how ugly the silent filibuster was turning out to be. And I realized not only how shameless it was, but also how easy it was. Because all you have to do is not show up. You can block any measure you want, and you don't even have to hold up your end of the argument. And that goes into what my main body of text is going to be, which is understanding just what the deal is with the filibuster, because we've gone over the definitions now. And so I'm actually going to go ahead and use another bit of reading material that I have. And so I mentioned before in my thesis at the start that the filibuster is being misused and abused. Now, when I say the filibuster, I am specifically referring to the silent filibuster, because the talking filibuster already requires a lot of effort. I think it's very rare that you'll find someone who says we shouldn't be able to hold the floor and say whatever you want. The delay caused by a talking filibuster is negligible compared to what is present in the silent filibuster, which can delay action for days at minimum, and in some cases indefinitely. They can kill it outright. Now, of course, a talking filibuster can kill the bill outright as well if it's being talked to death before a legislative deadline. If there's a bill you're trying to pass and it's being debated on, and there's a adjournment, you sign a deed by midnight, you can just talk until midnight and the bill is dead. That's what Wendy Davis tried to do in the Texas Senate. So anyway, we know the filibuster is being misused and abused. This is a fact. The number of cloture motions that have had to be filed in the last 20 or so years has been increasing every year. Not every year, but increasing with each presidency, I should say. With each Congress, we're using more and more of the silent filibuster, which means that in more and more cases, we're blocking something with very little effort, in some cases with little to no debate, and we're filibustering more and more things. And this could mean one of two things. Either one, that both parties are getting too polarized, too radical, and so you reach a point where if the two parties are drifting further apart, then they're both going to see the other party's policy agenda. I have a pop-up here. Okay, never mind. That they're going to see each other's policies as being radical. Because the parties are getting more polarized, they will be more likely to filibuster each other's bills with very little effort. And so the rate at which action is taking place slows down. And so that's why people have started to say, well, we started filibustering for more and more things that are not as controversial. We're using it so often now that the Senate is being broken by this silent filibuster. And I mentioned in my ranking video, where I ranked all 100 senators of the 119th Congress, that Dick Durbin of Illinois, the current minority whip who's set to retire next Congress, he talked about how, this was during the Obama administration, how the rise in these silent filibusters was perhaps a sign of things to come, that it meant that we had to revisit the rules. He was right. All of those filibusters that were occurring late into the Bush administration, into the into the Obama administration, were very much a sign that our Senate, our Congress, was going to get more gridlocked in the future. It would only get worse. It would only get more polarized. And so it's interesting to see the types of complaints that people have had about polarization and about gridlock earlier on in the mid 2010s or even the 2000s. Because if we think that our current political division is troubling, sorry, yeah, I'm thinking about Todd Young, Republican from Indiana. If we're so concerned that polarization is such a big topic now, we are very much deep in the waters in that case, because we were complaining about this back in the day, back during the Obama administration. Case in point, what I'm trying to lead into is an essay written by Democratic Senator from New Hampshire, Jeanne Shaheen. I mentioned this essay that she wrote about the need for filibuster reform back when I was doing my ranking of all 100 United States senators. It's called I think it's called Gridlock Rules. Why we need filibuster reform in the Senate. So I'm just going to write Gridlock Rules by Jeanne Shaheen. And I think I didn't read all of it. I read some of it, and I realized this is actually a very good piece of work. And I want you to read it. We're going to read it together. I'm going to read it aloud. Democrat from, I think that's NH is the abbreviation for New Hampshire. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that down. Why it's turn to move. Oh, that was a bad move. Well, whatever. Right, so we're going to go ahead and read this essay by Jeanne Shaheen called Gridlock Rules. Why we need filibuster reform in the Senate. It's very important to me that this essay be read because I think it does a decent job at lining out the history of the filibuster, the modern history of the filibuster, and the ways in which it is being misused and abused. So here it is in full. I'm going to read it out, and we're just going to do some commentary about her talking points. And I have to say, she did a very good job with this. But I haven't read all of it, but we're about to. Essay. Gridlock Rules. Why we need filibuster reform in the U.S. Senate. Senator Jeanne Shaheen. The increasing use of the filibuster in recent decades has led to numerous proposals to redesign the procedural rules of the Senate. In this article, Senator Jeanne Shaheen draws on her experience with procedural delays and participation in continuing reform efforts to articulate a vision for practical, effective filibuster reform. The existence of the filibuster is explained through the history of Senate procedure, and factors contributing to the rising use of the tactic are examined. Senator Shaheen evaluates several possible procedural changes proposed in recent years and concludes that shifting the burden of continuing a filibuster to the minority by requiring 41 votes to defeat a cloture motion would be the single most effective step. Right? 1. Introduction. I was proud when President Obama nominated Susan B. Carvin, a district court judge in my home state of New Hampshire, to be the director of the Office on Violence Against Women in the Department of Justice. As governor of New Hampshire, I had nominated Susan Carbon to a full-time district court judgeship and had worked with her for years on state domestic violence issues. I was honored to introduce her and testify on her behalf at her confirmation hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Judge Carbon was eminently qualified, and her nomination was unanimously recommended by the Judiciary Committee on December 3, 2009. Judge Carbon was a recognized national leader on domestic violence issues and nominated to lead an office that enjoys strong bipartisan support. Domestic violence remains a significant problem in the United States. Every 52 seconds, a woman is victimized by a spouse or partner. These crimes devastate victims' lives. They shatter families. The Office on Violence Against Women provides assistance to communities across the country that are working to end domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Nevertheless, Carbon's confirmation was held up for over 2 months when one Republican senator took advantage of Senate rules to delay all executive branch nominations because of issues wholly unrelated to the respective nominees. Carbon was finally confirmed on February 11, 2010, by unanimous consent. During those 2 months, I found myself in the position of explaining to a nonpartisan, earnest public servant eager to assume a new position of national leadership on an important issue that her confirmation was being blocked because a senator wanted a defense contract awarded to a certain company in his state. My experience with the Carbon nomination made it clear to me that the filibuster process in the Senate needs to be reformed. In this essay, I will use the term filibustering for any use of the dilatory or obstructive tactics to block a measure from coming to a vote. This essay will describe the relevant Senate rules, why they don't work well in today's hyper-partisan and less collegial Senate, and which reforms I believe make the most sense. Based on what I have witnessed on the Senate floor over the last 4 years and my work with other senators to attempt to reform the rules in 2011, I believe the most effective change we could make would be to shift the burden to filibustering senators to produce 41 votes to continue debate. 2. The Senate rules. The Senate was designed by the Founding Fathers to be the slower, more deliberative body. Thomas Jefferson asked George Washington why he had accepted the idea of a Senate. Washington responded, "Why did you pour that coffee into your saucer?" Jefferson answered, "To cool it." Washington replied, "Even so, we put legislation Even so, we put legislation into the senatorial saucer to cool it." The Senate rules over time were designed to reflect that intention. Under the rules, there is an opportunity for extensive floor debate and for individual senators to offer amendments to pending legislation, thereby slowing down the passage of legislation. In contrast, the House of Representatives floor debate is generally limited to 1 hour. The majority of Republicans on the House Committee on Rules aptly describe the difference between how the Senate and House operate. Quote, "While the main rule in the House is whoever has 218 votes wins, the rule in the Senate is different. There's nothing you can do without 60 votes." End quote. While the House is designed as a majoritarian institution, the Senate is structurally designed to protect the rights of the minority. Because of its rules allowing extensive debate and amendments of legislation, the United States Senate has long been described as the world's greatest deliberative body. The possibility of unlimited debate in the Senate derives from Rule 22, which requires 3/5 vote of the Senate to end debate, and Rule 19, which prohibits a senator from interrupting another senator in debate without his consent. Combined with the fact that the Senate rules lack a previous question motion, it should be noted that the original Senate rules did have a previous question motion, but it was eliminated in 1806. Vice President Aaron Burr suggested its elimination as part of a more general argument that the Senate should have more simple rules. Attempts to reinstate the previous question motion in the late 19th and early 20th century failed. Pursuant to Rule 22, the objection of just one senator to a bill proceeding triggers a filibuster, and to end a filibuster, there must be 3/5 vote of the Senate members, a cloture vote. Rule 22 also establishes the amount of time spent on a cloture vote. It requires that a cloture vote not be held until 2 calendar days after a motion for cloture is filed. And it provides that if cloture is obtained, there can be up to 30 hours of debate post-cloture. Between 1806 and 1917, there was no rule to limit debate. In 1917, Rule 22 was adopted. The impetus for this change was: at the outset of World War I, Republican senators successfully had filibustered President Wilson's proposal to arm merchant ships. He demanded that the Senate create a cloture rule. The press dubbed the rule a war measure, and the public burned senators in effigy around the country. Adoption of Rule 22 occurred because Wilson and the Democrats framed that rule as a matter of national security. They fused procedure with a policy, and they used the bully pulpit to shame senators into reform. While there is always a resistance to changing the filibuster process, Rule 22 has been revised a number of times since 1917. Successful attempts at rules reform are usually the result of compromise when it appears that there may be the votes for a more far-reaching reform. In 1949, it was amended to clarify that cloture may be applied to end debate on procedural motions, such as the motion to proceed. In 1959, the Senate changed the threshold required for cloture from 2/3 of senators duly chosen and sworn, 67 when 100 seats are filled, to 2/3 of senators present and voting. The impetus for this rules change was the repeated and successful filibustering of civil rights legislation. In 1975, the threshold for cloture was changed to 3/5 of senators duly chosen and sworn, except for measures that changed Senate rules, for which the threshold at 2/3 of senators present and voting was kept. The 1975 thresholds remain in place. The 1975 effort was led by then-Senator Walter Mondale, Democrat from Minnesota. He and other proponents of reform wanted the threshold to be 3/5 of those present and voting. The Senate Majority Leader, Michael Mansfield, Democrat from Montana, negotiated a compromise. He persuaded conservative Democrats to accept a threshold of 3/5 of senators duly chosen and sworn, 60 if 100 or 99 seats are filled, for most legislation, and in order that the conservatives would not have to fear additional reform in the foreseeable future, persuaded liberal Democrats to accept retention of the old threshold of 2/3 of senators present and voting for measures changing the Senate rules. In 1985, the amount of post-cloture debate time was reduced from up to 100 hours to up to 30 hours. Multiple filibusters can occur on one bill. On just one piece of legislation, there can be a filibuster on a motion to proceed, a substitute amendment, final passage of the bill, and the appointment of a conference committee to work out differences with the House version of the bill. In fact, there can be 3 potential cloture votes on getting to a committee of conference with the House. 1 on the motion to disagree with the House, 2 on the motion to request a conference with the House, and 3 on the motion to request that the chair of the committee with jurisdiction over the bill shall be authorized to appoint conferees. One way the Senate can end debate on a question, even though there may be senators who still want to speak on it, is to move to table the pending question. The motion is not debatable and requires only a simple majority vote to be adopted. Because the adoption of a motion to table effectively kills the measure being debated, a tabling motion is not useful to a majority trying to pass legislation or to confirm a nomination. Its chief use is to end debate on dilatory amendments. Senate procedure is governed not only by the standing rules of the Senate, but also by standing and special orders, and precedent formed by past rulings on procedural questions. For example, in 1980, the Majority Leader, Robert Byrd, Democrat from West Virginia, established a precedent that there was no debate on motions to proceed to nominations. It has become common for the Majority Leader to file cloture on motions to proceed preemptively because he has been informed that at least one senator may object to the motion to proceed, or because he anticipates that many amendments to the bill may be filed. Because a successful cloture vote precludes non-germane amendments, filing cloture gives the Majority Leader leverage to negotiate which amendments will be taken up and how long the debate will be on each. The Majority Leader generally wants to avoid votes on non-germane amendments. Some senators offer non-germane amendments for the purpose of obtaining roll call votes on controversial issues, or because an amendment is the only opportunity to address an issue that will otherwise not be brought to the floor. Under the Senate rules, amendments only have to be germane if cloture has been invoked or in 3 other limited scenarios. To bolster his negotiating leverage on which amendments will be considered, the Majority Leader sometimes fills the amendment tree. By precedent, the first senator recognized by the presiding officer is the Majority Leader. Under Senate procedures, a senator may offer amendments to a pending bill in the order in which he or she is recognized. Because the Majority Leader is recognized first, he is able to offer a certain number of amendments to the legislation up to the maximum possible. This creates what is called the amendment tree. Once the maximum number of amendments has been offered by the Majority Leader, no more are allowed, and the tree is considered filled. The successful negotiation of a unanimous consent agreement allows the Senate Majority Leader to bring a bill to the floor in an orderly, structured manner. These agreements can limit debate time, structure the amendment process, and waive points of order against specific provisions or amendments. The agreements are negotiated by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Minority Leader, committee chairman, and interested senators. These negotiations are conducted in private meetings or less frequently on the Senate floor. A unanimous consent agreement must be accepted by all senators on the floor when the Majority Leader or his designee formally offers the agreement. The objection of one senator prevents the agreement from taking effect. An individual senator can then request the leadership to modify the unanimous consent agreement to accommodate his or her concerns. A unanimous consent agreement has the same authority as a standing rule and is enforceable on the Senate floor. Consent agreements have the effect of changing all Senate rules and precedents that are contrary to the terms of the agreement. Now, before I read Section 3, which is titled, "The Rules Do Not Work Well in Today's Senate," which is a great name, I need to take some water. It's been over an hour since I started. Small sips only. And it's got a correspondence from the senator from California that is currently about to reach 8 a.m. there. And okay, time free after 2 p.m. All right, so in about 4 hours, I'll be able to yield for questions from the senator from California. In the meantime, I will continue reading. So this is the third section. The rules do not work well in today's Senate. Because there is the possibility of unlimited debate, and the fact that the Senate operates smoothly only if most issues are resolved by unanimous consent, the current rules only work if there is a sense of comity and responsibility among all senators for the functioning of the Senate. There must also be a political will to work cooperatively with members of both parties. For a number of reasons, comity has dissipated among senators, and there are now those who not only lack a sense of responsibility for making the Senate function well, but who also use the rules to make sure the Senate does not function well. Working with colleagues across the political aisle has become the exception, and members risk attacks from the base of their own party if they engage in bipartisan legislative efforts. Senators no longer socialize as they did in the past. The two parties have become more polarized. The 24-hour news cycle and electronic media motivate senators to think in the short term. And there are a handful of senators who simply do not care if their obstruction of the Senate engenders resentment from other senators, including those in their party. Unfortunately, I don't think these conditions are likely to change. Senators no longer spend enough time in Washington to get to know each other outside of the Senate. For much of our history, lawmakers lived in Washington for uninterrupted weeks at a time. Democrats and Republicans moved their families to Washington and socialized at card games or Georgetown saloons or salons. These interactions made rivals less likely to demonize each other in their official business and more likely to reach agreement. It's harder to give somebody a real hard time when you were out with them and their spouse the night before. That's a quote from former Majority Leader Trent Reasons. Now lawmakers disparage such clubby ways. They've given themselves virtually unlimited travel allowances so they can leave their families in their home states and fly to Washington 3-day work weeks that leave no time to create personal bonds. It's no coincidence that this change brought along with it stalemate and division over the nation's wars and finances. My former colleague from New Hampshire, Judd Gregg, Republican, attributed part of the polarization to the rising number of senators, now nearly 50, who come from the House. Rather than from governorships or other positions where bipartisan cooperation is still permissible. A lot of senators don't understand the history or tradition of the institution, Gregg said. Substantive, thoughtful, moderate discussion is pushed aside. The lack of collaboration in today's Senate is perhaps best illustrated by the blocking of afternoon Senate hearings that occurred in my second year in the Senate while blocking the majority party was trying to complete action on health care reform. Rule 26 archaically requires unanimous consent for committee hearings to be held after 2 in the afternoon when the Senate is in session. Because they were so upset about the imminent passage of healthcare reform, anonymous Republican senators objected to allowing the Armed Services Committee and the Subcommittee for Contracting Oversight of the Homeland Security Committee to hold afternoon hearings. Despite the fact high-ranking U.S. military officials had flown in from overseas to testify. The majority and minority leadership both assume the other party will manipulate the rules and act accordingly. In today's Senate, each party assumes that the other party will fully exploit its procedural options. The majority party assumes that the minority party will obstruct legislation, and the minority assumes that the majority will restrict its opportunities. Leaders are expected to fully exploit the rules in the interests of their parties. The minority is quick to obstruct, and the majority is quick to restrict. Stephen S. Smith, a professor at Washington University, who has worked on Capitol Hill, described in his testimony at a hearing of the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration in 2010 how filibustering today stifles open debate and transparency. Just consider what these minority strategies and the majority responses have contributed to. They have moved many policy decisions from committee rooms to party leadership offices as leaders try to bargain over cloture. It has led to the demise of standard amending opportunities on the Senate floor. It has elevated packaging strategies and the use of omnibus bills. It has contributed to aging strategies. It has contributed to the demise of the appropriations process as majority leaders do not dare bring most appropriation bills to the Senate floor. It has led to the avoidance of conferences on a wide range of important legislation. Individual senators are willing to obstruct the Senate to advance their own agenda and do not care if it angers other senators. For example, in September 2012, Senator Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, held up the passage of a bill to keep the federal government funded on a temporary basis until he got a vote on his bill to end foreign aid to Libya, Egypt, and Pakistan. When the vote was taken, only 10 senators voted for Senator Paul's bill. Sorry, I'm allergic to when people criticize Rand Paul. Senator Paul boasted of his intention to filibuster all legislation until he got a vote on his measure to end foreign aid to these three countries. Nor does mounting a filibuster require a senator to sacrifice his or her time in the way it once did. While most people imagine a filibuster to be a senator talking for hours, like Jimmy Stewart's character in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, the fact is that a senator no longer needs to be on the floor to maintain a filibuster. A procedural change made in 1975 allows other measures to move forward by unanimous consent while a filibuster is underway. This has had the unintended consequence of making senators pay less of a price for filibustering and therefore be more willing to engage in the practice. By 1975, the Senate had implemented a two-track system for considering legislation, which allowed the Senate to continue to work on all other legislation on one track, while a filibuster against a particular piece of legislation was theoretically in progress on the other track. Before this, all Senate legislation moved on one track, so that filibustering senators had to hold the floor virtually without interruption and without rest, and had to risk blame for making all Senate business grind to a complete halt. Thus, under the two-track system, it is possible in the Senate to act on non-controversial legislation and nominations while a non-talking filibuster is underway on another bill. Blocking passage of a bill with a filibuster used to be rare and generally only used for controversial legislation, such as civil rights legislation in the 1950s and early 1960s. Today, non-controversial bills and nominees routinely face filibusters. My partner on a number of measures to reduce wasteful spending, Senator Tom Coburn, Republican from Oklahoma, has placed hundreds of holds since 2005. According to his communications director, John Hart, from 1917, when the Senate first adopted cloture rules for ending debate, to 1971, when there was an average of one cloture motion filed each year. From 1971 to 1993, there was an average of 13.5 cloture votes per year. From 1993 to 2007, that number increased to an average of 24 cloture votes per year. From 2007 through 2010, there was an average of 50 cloture votes per year. Interestingly, in the current 112th Congress, 2011 to 2012, there has been a decrease in the number of cloture votes taken. In a year and a half, there have been a total of 58 cloture votes. This drop-off is likely attributable to the significant decrease in cloture motions filed by the majority leader after the number of senators in the Democratic caucus fell to 53 from 60 following the 2010 election, which meant that the chances of obtaining cloture were unlikely. The fact that filibusters often have nothing to do with the merits of the underlying measure is underscored by the attempt to extend unemployment compensation benefits in September 2009. While the passage of the bill was held up for a month by a filibuster threat, the legislation eventually passed by a vote of 98-0. In the fall of 2009, Republican senators engaged in a strategy of prolonging debate over legislation they supported, such as the unemployment benefits extension and funding for veterans' health care, in order to delay floor action on health care reform. There is limited time in any given year to take up measures on the floor. Certain bills must be passed, like the National Defense Authorization Act, appropriations bills to keep the government running, authorizations for existing programs that will otherwise expire. The majority leader must make tough decisions on which bills and nominations deserve this finite floor time. In principle, a truly determined minority of senators, even one too small to prevent cloture, usually can delay for as much as 2 weeks, the time at which the Senate finally votes to pass a bill that most senators support. For example, pursuant to Rule 22, one senator can trigger cloture votes on both a motion to proceed and a motion for passage of the bill, each necessitating a 2 calendar day delay on the cloture votes and then a 30-hour period of session time before the votes on the motions themselves can be taken. There are 12 appropriations bills produced by the Senate Appropriations Committee. If each one was taken up separately on the floor, and 2 weeks was used on each one, it would take up 24 weeks of floor time. This has led to omnibus appropriations bills, combining most or all of the appropriations bills into one measure, which denies senators and the public a full and open debate on each spending bill. If just one senator indicates he or she will object to the proceeding to a bill or nomination by unanimous consent, the majority leader is less likely to bring it to the floor, even if he is confident of obtaining cloture, because of the amount of time it will take up. Moreover, routine filibustering makes it difficult for the public to know who to hold accountable for the lack of progress on issues. People know the Senate is not functioning well, but often don't know which senators or which party is responsible. Voters elect a majority of senators from one party, and then are frustrated that the majority party cannot pass its agenda. For example, the Disclose Act, a response to the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision, won the vote of 59 senators, but could not become law because it was only one vote shy of the 60 needed for cloture on a motion to proceed to the bill. As the chair of Committee on Rules and Administration, Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, said at one of his committee's hearings on filibuster reform, "The Senate is supposed to be the saucer that cools the drink, but to me, it sometimes feels like an icebox where reasonable pieces of legislation get put in a permanent deep freeze." That being said, there were significant accomplishments in 2009 and 2010, when the Democratic majority either held 59 seats in the Senate and only needed one Republican to end a filibuster, or briefly held 60 seats. The stimulus bill to boost economic growth, the Affordable Care Act, Wall Street reform, and the confirmation of 2 Supreme Court justices are a few examples of successful action during these 2 years. Those who wrote our Constitution would be surprised to find that in today's Senate, it routinely requires a supermajority to pass legislation. There is ample evidence that the framers preferred majority rather than supermajority voting rules. The framers knew full well the difficulties posed by supermajority rules, given their experiences in the Confederation Congress under the Articles of Confederation, which required a supermajority vote to pass measures on the most important matters. A common result was stalemate. Legislators frequently found themselves unable to muster support from a supermajority of the states for essential matters of governing. Alexander Hamilton, writing in the Federalist Papers on the experience with the Articles of Confederation supermajority requirement, stated its real operation was to embarrass the administration, to destroy the energy of the government, and to substitute the pleasure of an insignificant, turbulent, or corrupt faction for the regular deliberations and decisions of a respectable majority. Nor is there any evidence that the framers intended for filibusters to occur. There is no question that the framers intended the Senate to be a deliberative body, but they sought to achieve that goal through structural features of the chamber intended to facilitate deliberation, such as the Senate's smaller size, longer and staggered terms, and older members. There is no historical evidence that the framers anticipated the Senate would adopt rules allowing for a filibuster. In fact, the first House and the first Senate had nearly identical rule books. That's very interesting. Up next is section 4, which is effort to reform the filibuster. I need some water. And yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and make another move. I forgot whose move it was. White moved, black. White has made 2 moves, black has made 2 moves. It's white's turn to move again. Let's go ahead and take this pawn. Oop, sorry.
This is very important to the filibuster, by the way.
I'll have to clean that up later. Anyway, I'm going to be speaking. So Section 4, 2010 to 2011, Effort to Reform the Filibuster. In September 2010, a group of senators began meeting at the suggestion of longtime reform proponent Senator Tom Harkin, Democrat from Iowa, to devise a strategy for amending the filibuster rules at the beginning of the 2011 session. Senators first elected in 2006 and 2008 who participated included Michael Bennet, Democrat from Colorado, Al Franken, Democrat from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, Democrat from Minnesota, Jeff Merkley, Democrat from Oregon, Tom Udall, Democrat from New Mexico, and myself. Veteran senators, in addition to Senator Harkin, who joined the effort, were Dick Durbin, Democrat from Illinois, Frank Lautenberg, Democrat from New Jersey, Barbara Mikulski, Democrat from MD. What is that? Uh, what is that? Michigan, Minnesota, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Maine. From Maryland, Democrat from Maryland, and Chuck Schumer. As we got closer to the beginning of the next Congress in 2011, Senator Carl Levin, Democrat from Michigan, began attempting to raise constructive concerns about various proposals. A. Proposals for reform. A number of possible rule changes to reduce the gridlock in the Senate were discussed by this group, including the following. 1. Eliminate the filibuster on motions to proceed. Filibustering a motion to proceed is in effect a method to prevent debate of an issue, not a way of preserving the right to debate and amend. I do not believe a minority of senators should be able to block a bill from even being considered on the Senate floor. Those who oppose this idea argue that it is at the point of a motion to proceed that both sides have the most incentive to negotiate a unanimous consent agreement on what the amendment process will be. Unfortunately, in today's environment, this theoretical incentive rarely leads to successful negotiations. 2. Limit filibuster to one per bill. As discussed previously, today on one bill there can be filibusters on the motion to proceed, passage of a substitute amendment, final passage of the bill, and 3 on formation of a committee of conference. If the purpose of filibustering is to preserve the right to debate and amend, one filibuster per bill should be sufficient. 3. Reduce the cloture threshold. Reducing the cloture threshold from 3/5 of the membership to 3/5 of those present and voting would make it slightly easier to obtain cloture and would put pressure on those supporting the filibuster to show up and vote. One problem with basing the threshold on the number of members of the Senate is that those who want a measure to move forward must produce 60 votes for cloture. The number of votes cast opposing the cloture is irrelevant. 4. Shift burden to filibustering senators. Requiring 41 votes to continue a filibuster rather than 60 to end one would shift the burden to filibustering senators. And I just want to pause right there. That is the reform that I agree with the most. Anyway, 5. Reduce post-cloture debate time. Reducing the amount of post-cloture debate time on all or some cloture votes from 30 hours would open up floor time for the consideration of more bills. This would make particular sense for confirming nominations, since amendments are not offered to nominations. There were no cloture votes on judicial nominations until 1968, and none on executive nominations until 1980. As a former governor, I know how important it is for the chief executive to get her team in place as soon as possible. 6. Require a talking filibuster. Following a failed cloture vote, filibustering senators would be required to stay on the floor and speak indefinitely, instead of holding the current silent filibusters. If they failed to do so, the filibuster would end. As discussed previously, silent filibusters impose no cost on filibustering senators. They don't need to be on the floor and can be doing other business. Real quick, want to do just real fast. I wanted to do a sound check. But we've heard from Senator Shaheen a couple of these filibuster proposals for reforming the filibuster, and she stated that the 41 vote requirement would be desirable, but she also is lining out some other ones. Now, keep in mind that she is not proposing these proposals that we're reading out don't come from Senator Shaheen herself. These are various proposals that her colleagues have been proposing, and she's just compiling a list. Anyway, back to the proposals. So 7, only require a simple majority to invoke cloture. Senator Tom Harkin has been proposing for 20 years, both when he's been in the minority and the majority, to decrease the number of senators needed, eventually down to a simple majority, on successive cloture votes on the same legislation. While this would address the ability of the minority to block majority will, it would not address what I think is the most serious problem with filibusters, the using up of floor time. Indeed, it would exacerbate that problem. 8, require more than one senator to object to proceeding by unanimous consent. This would address the problem of the rogue senator whose filibuster is not even supported by his or her party leadership. 9, guarantee consideration of the amendments. In order to garner enough votes for filibuster reform, any significant change to the filibuster process would require some reasonable protection of the rights of minority senators to offer amendments. B, implementing reforms. Again, sorry. I'm allergic to bad filibuster proposals because the 8th one that she said, requiring more than one senator to object to proceeding by unanimous consent. There is a problem of a rogue senator, but what if that rogue senator does genuinely intend to speak their piece? Now, that's not always the case. You can't have a rule that covers all cases in the most perfect scenario. But if you needed more than one senator to reject unanimous consent, then that's not unanimous consent. Unanimous consent means 100%. All right? Once you minus one, that's no longer unanimous. Anyway, Section B, implementing reforms. I believe the most effective rules changes would be eliminating the filibuster on motions to proceed, reducing the amount of post-cloture debate below 30 hours, requiring a talking filibuster, and the shifting the burden to filibustering senators to produce 41 votes to continue debate. If we do make a significant reform to the filibuster rules, I also think it is critical to guarantee the minority the right to offer some number of non-dilatory amendments. Of these, I believe shifting the burden to filibustering senators to produce 41 votes to continue a filibuster would be the single most effective change we could make. The burden should be on those who want to delay action to show up and vote. With the burden, as it is now, on those who want to pass a bill or confirm a nomination to produce 60 votes to end a filibuster. Senators who support a filibuster do not even need to vote to prevail. All they need is for one senator on the floor to object to any attempt to move a bill forward by unanimous consent. Testifying before the Senate Rules and Administration Committee in 2010, Senator Gregg, who generally opposed changes to the filibuster process, acknowledged shifting the burden to filibustering senators would make sense. Over the course of the summer and fall of 2010, the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration held 6 hearings on filibuster reform. Perhaps more controversial than any proposed substantive change to the rules was what the process would be. While Rule 22 expressly states that it takes 2/3 of those present and voting to change the rules, Senator Tom Udall was a strong proponent of the argument at the beginning of a new Congress. It only takes a simple majority to amend the rules. A long-standing constitutional principle upheld in the Supreme Court holds that one legislature cannot bind its successors. Moreover, vice presidents of both parties, sitting as president of the Senate, have made advisory rulings that at the beginning of a Congress, the Senate is not bound by the rules of its predecessors and has the constitutional right to adopt its rules of procedure by a simple majority vote. Proponents of the idea that a simple majority vote at the beginning of a new Congress can change the rules call it the constitutional option. Those who contend that the Senate standing rules carry over to a new Congress unless changed according to the process set forth in the rules argue that the Senate is a continuing body because only one-third argue that the Senate, or because only one-third of the membership is up for re-election every 2 years. This rationale is undercut by the fact that legislation never receives a vote by the end of a congressional session, does not get carried over to a new Congress. I'll repeat that line again. This rationale is undercut by the fact that legislation that never receives a floor vote by the end of a congressional session does not get carried over to a new Congress. It has to go through the same procedure all over again. The threat of making a rules change by a simple majority has sometimes been what is necessary to reach a compromise on rules change. Each time the Senate rules have been amended, the body has followed the rules change procedures set forth in the rules themselves. Yet, on at least 4 occasions, those changes were forced by attempts to use the constitutional option. In 1917, 1959, 1975, and 1979, amendments to the Senate debate rules passed that might well not have happened but for the threat that okay, that was 2 sneezes. That's a new allergy. Because she talks about the constitutional option. I don't know if she's talking about the nuclear option. I'll go over that later. Anyway, I might have to go over this paragraph again. Yes, the threat of making a rules change by a simple majority. So in this essay, she's calling it the constitutional option, but I'm going to explain sometime later, and that opponents of this rule call it the nuclear option because it's a much more brazen way of changing the rules of the Senate in a way that is not outlined by the Constitution. So each time the Senate rules have been amended, the body has followed the rules change procedures set forth in the rules themselves. Yet on at least 4 occasions, those changes were forced by attempts to use the constitutional option. 1917, 1959, 1975, and 1979 amendments to the Senate debate rules passed that might well not have happened but for the threat that the constitutional option might be exercised. Employing the constitutional option was a procedure many senators thought would permanently poison relationships in the Senate. Indeed, when then Majority Leader Bill Frist, Republican from Tennessee, became frustrated in the spring of 2005 by the minority's delaying of confirmation of President Bush's judicial nominees, he proposed changing Rule 22 by a simple majority vote. The minority promised to retaliate by going nuclear, making the Senate ungovernable by obstructing nearly all Senate action. When a group of 7 Democratic senators and 7 Republican senators announced they both would oppose changing the rules by a majority vote and support confirmation of the bloc nominees, Senator Frist abandoned his attempt to change the rules. The 2/3 majority requirement for changing the rules is a very high threshold to meet. Since the adoption of Rule 22 in 1917, the majority party in only 5 Congresses has had more than 2/3 of the Senate membership. As we approached the beginning of the next Congress, it became increasingly clear that most members of even the majority party would not support significant filibuster reform, and without the threat that the majority would make a significant change, the minority party had no incentive to agree to any compromise on rules reform. Nevertheless,
Two changes were made at the beginning of 2011. A resolution sponsored by Mark Udall, Democrat from Colorado, creating a standing order that the reading of amendments is waived by a non-debatable motion if the amendment has been submitted at least 72 hours before the motion and is available in printed or electronic form, was adopted in an 81-15 vote. Secret holds were eliminated by the adoption in a 92-4 vote of a resolution introduced by Senator Ron Wyden, Democrat from Oregon, which I co-sponsored. Under the Wyden resolution, a standing order was established prohibiting one senator from objecting to a unanimous consent request on behalf of another senator, unless the name of the senator with the objection is disclosed. Three other resolutions to change the rules failed. Senator Harkin's proposal, which I co-sponsored, to amend Rule 22 to have successive votes lowering the threshold for cloture, only garnered 12 votes. Senator Tom Udall's comprehensive package to revise Rule 22, which I co-sponsored, failed in a 44-51 vote. The Udall resolution would have eliminated the cloture vote on motions to proceed, guaranteed the minority the right to offer germane amendments, required talking filibusters on cloture motions on passage, and limited post-cloture debate on nominations to 2 hours. A resolution introduced by Senator Jeff Merkley required talking filibusters on all matters, failed in a 46-49 vote. Despite my strong belief that the filibuster requires further reform, I would be remiss not to acknowledge that the possibility of filibuster reform, often does lead to compromise, and the consensus needed to pass major legislation. That is why I do not support a complete elimination of the filibuster in the Senate. I believe it should be possible to further streamline the process to make the Senate more productive while still protecting the right of individual senators to debate and offer amendments to legislation. 5. Conclusion. There may be growing support for changing the filibuster process at the beginning of the next Congress. Majority Leader Harry Reid, Democrat from Nevada, who opposed the reform efforts in 2011, stated in July 2012 that he would push for rules changes if Democrats retained a majority after the 2012 election. President Obama also has expressed his support for filibuster reform, stating, "I will say that as just an observer of our political process, that if we do not fix how the filibuster is used in the Senate, then it is going to be very difficult for us over the long term to compete in a very fast-moving global environment." End quote. But it may well take the obstruction of the passage of popular legislation despite majority support in the Senate. I don't know why I sneezed that time. Anyway, but it may well take the obstruction of the passage of popular legislation despite majority support in the Senate, something akin to the events at the onset of World War I that led to the adoption of Rule 22. To make the fundamental change I think is necessary to reflect the current realities of the U.S. Senate. And that's the end of the essay. So, very well laid out, I have to say. And I'm very glad that I read that because it was a very useful item. And she brought up a lot of things that I was actually going to go over later on. Like the past, like the nuclear option. And also talking about the Senate majority leaders in the past, as well as in 2005 with the Gang of 14. And I'm going to go ahead and remove this now because I'm done reading. You'd think that I wouldn't be sniffling and sneezing because I'm indoors, but I don't know. Sometimes the pollen works its way in, I guess. Anyway, that was a good deviation. So yeah, we understand that reforming the filibuster is long overdue. And in fact, it's something that needs to happen. Otherwise, the Senate will cease to function as it normally should. And I need to make sure that these magnetic chess pieces don't mess anything else up. So we know what the problem is. No reasonable observer of American politics is against the notion that the filibuster is being misused and abused. Nobody is arguing against that. Even I, as someone who favors preserving the filibuster in some form, even the procedural filibuster, even I understand that the way it's being used now, the way it exists now, the way it's being treated now is completely abhorrent. It is being misused and abused. And Senator Jian Shaheen laid that out very, very well. So anyway, we know what the problem is. But as she said, the main debate is how should we go about solving that problem? How should we go about reform? Because she laid out a list of a lot of different proposals, many of which would result in some different consequences. And so my own stance is clear. I stated in my thesis that I believe the best version of filibuster reform was to make it so that rather than requiring the majority to muster 60 votes to invoke cloture to end debate, you would instead require 41 votes from the minority to continue debate, because this would still allow the exact same number of senators to block a bill they don't like. But rather than forcing the majority to fight a battle they would otherwise have won, it puts the burden on the minority party to get up on that Senate floor, make speeches, to show up so we can see them live on C-SPAN, live on the Senate floor, YouTube, wherever it's being live streamed. We can see which senators are showing up to block a popular piece of legislation or any piece of legislation. And again, we want to remind you that any rules change you implement now that benefits you now, if you're in the majority party and you say we need to limit the power of the minority, that'll help you in the short run, but it will also damage you in the long run. And so what you need is not something that you can use to weaponize the system against your opponent, but rather to make the playing field more fair, more productive, and more functional. And so that's why I very much appreciate the fact that Senator Shaheen supports a version of reform that would include a 41 vote requirement to continue debate rather than 60 votes to end debate. And the main issues with the filibuster as it exists right now is that it's secret. Nobody is held accountable. The senator who rejects unanimous consent, or the senators who leave to vote. I mean, what you could do is keep track of which senators are there and voting in favor of cloture, and then looking at the ones who aren't there and process of elimination. But really, there's no accountability there. And also encouraging debate. Another part of that filibuster reform that Senator Shaheen mentioned was the fact that you could filibuster certain parts, like the motion to proceed to debate. If you're filibustering a motion to proceed to debate, at that point you can no longer argue that you are fighting for the rights of the minority, fighting for the right to debate, because what you're doing is you're preventing debate. That is pure obstruction. It makes no sense why you should be able to block a motion to begin debate if you're going to argue that the filibuster is a tool for enhancing Senate debate. And that's why I will also probably should have outlined this in my thesis as well. That's a very good point to have. and other Republicans have agreed with this as well. People on both sides. If you'll remember, Senator James Langford from Oklahoma also argued that, while the filibuster is very important, of course he does, because it's what brings us together and forces us to talk together, even if we're on opposite sides of the aisle. But a motion to proceed to begin debate should not be subject to a filibuster. We should only be allowing filibusters until debate has begun, after which we can extend it as long as there is still arguments to be made. And of course, this version of reform would also preserve the uniqueness of the Senate. Keep in mind, the House of Representatives has 435 members, and a simple majority would be 218. So as long as you have those 218 votes, it's majority rules, quick and done, it just goes straight through. But the Senate is not like that. The Senate is a body, it's the world's greatest deliberative body. And if we want to make that true, we need to make sure that we maintain the uniqueness, which is we allow the minority to make their case, that a 51 vote simple majority is not a guarantee. It is merely just a state of affairs. And so to preserve the ability of 41 or more senators to block debate, or sorry, not block debate, but to block the cloture vote, to block the end of debate. If we're going to put the burden on the 41 votes for the minority, then that should be able to satisfy institutional conservatives like myself, who do not want to see the uniqueness of the Senate blown away. Now, there have been other proposals for how we should reform the silent filibuster, the procedural filibuster. For instance, you have the idea of, I think she mentioned this, was that instead of it being 3/5 of the senators, which is 60 out of 100, it should be 3/5 of senators who are present and voting, because that puts more pressure on the minority to continue to be showing up, because it changes with how many are present. And I apologize, I'm going to have to. I cannot continue while this is happening. I'm still speaking, by the way. I just have to take a necessary interruption because my nose is preventing me from speaking with ease. Still continuing to speak. And I'm not moving. I have the tissues here in case I need to use them, but I am not moving from this spot. I will remain here for all 11 hours. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, the other proposals. And so it's not just Senator Shaheen, and this is not some filibuster reform proposal that was lost to history. This is something that we continue to advocate for. That 41 vote requirement. There's a lot of proposals that get floated around, but I think that we need to really do a good job at bringing greater attention to that version of reform, that 41 vote requirement. It's not perfect, but I do think that it solves most of the concerns that people have, that I have, with the filibuster in the way that it exists right now. And so to support this, there's also an opinion piece that was written by Senator Michael Bennet, Democrat from Colorado. He submitted an opinion piece to the Colorado Sun that I would like to share with you if I can pull it up. Let's see here. because some of his points, this was more recently, this was, I believe, during the Biden administration. And it's the same points, whether we're under Biden in the 2020s or under Obama in the 2010s. We've seen people make the same type of proposals. And this opinion piece that he wrote is called Reform the Senate Filibuster to Revive the Senate and Democracy. So I'm just going to shorten the title a little bit. Reform the, it's lowercase. I shouldn't have used my finger for that. But anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up, this is an article that came up during my research for the ranking video. And it really fascinated me. It invited me to look at the exact stance for reform of every single senator. Filibuster, and I'm sorry if I keep stalling, but I just need to make sure I get the title right. Filibuster to revive the Senate and democracy. Okay, I wrote out the full title. And democracy. And so this was actually written in, let's see, December 19th, 2021. So this was during the first half of Joe Biden's presidency. Let's see here. By Michael Bennett, Democrat from Colorado. So there it is. There's the title of that. I might bring this a little bit closer if it's getting harder to read. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started with reading that. But I need to make sure it's good to make a couple of moves here. Let's see. Or let's put them in check. Okay, so here goes. Michael Bennett, reform the filibuster to revive the Senate and democracy. The majority cannot govern, which means the nation cannot act. Let's go ahead and begin reading. Again, I have made some measures in place to ensure that this goes as smoothly as possible. And I'm not going to have a successful filibuster if I don't begin to utilize these preparations for the sake of my ability to remain standing and remain healthy throughout all of this. So I'm going to enjoy a nice orange slice while I read this article to help with my thirst and also keep my stomach full because I am getting hungry. I ate a banana. I ate one banana for breakfast and I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. So, confined to bed and forced to watch television coverage of the Senate for a week, an American citizen wouldn't see anything resembling the old Schoolhouse Rock cartoon about how a bill becomes a law. Committees don't draft careful legislation after weeks of deliberation. Senators don't debate the pros and cons of that legislation on the floor. Instead, we cram everything we can into an overstuffed budget bill passed at the stroke of midnight to keep the government's lights on. Today, more than half of young Americans believe our democracy is failing or in trouble. One think tank recently labeled America a backsliding democracy. The Senate does not bear all of the blame, but it deserves a lot. The founders warned the Senate to make its decisions after careful consideration and debate. Now the Senate never debates and almost never decides. That's because current Senate rules, commonly misdescribed as the filibuster, require a supermajority of 60 votes to advance legislation to a final vote. These rules, which exist nowhere in the Constitution, empower 41 senators, who often represent as little as 24% of Americans, to block debate and decisions about broadly supported legislation, from voting rights to gun safety. Until this century, senators rarely used the 60-vote threshold to pass legislation, and almost always to block civil rights and enforce segregation. Now, members invoke it daily, forcing both parties to jam their priorities through reconciliation, a mutant parliamentary workaround that allows certain budget-related bills to pass with a simple majority. What am I, allergic to oranges? The result is a crisis of American democracy. The majority cannot govern, which means the nation cannot act. Our sclerosis discredits our system of self-government at the very moment authoritarian governments like Russia and China argue that democracy cannot meet the challenges of the 21st century. For our democracy to compete, we have to restore the Senate. And there's no way to do that without reforming rules that a minority of craven lawmakers are abusing to grind the body to a standstill. Let's be more specific about what needs to happen. Flip the burden of delay by making the minority party produce 41 votes to continue debate instead of requiring the majority to produce 60 votes to end it. Guarantee a real voice for the minority party by ensuring votes on a minimum number of amendments for both sides whenever legislation is brought to the floor. Require those who continue debate to actually hold the floor and talk, like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, instead of phoning it in from their office as they do today. And once both parties have made their case on the floor and had votes on their amendments, the Senate must be able to pass legislation with 51 votes. I know that Republicans and their allies in the conservative media will argue that the filibuster is a vital part of American politics, that any change would be nothing more than a partisan power grab. But let's be clear, this isn't the first time that the Senate has impeded American progress, and it wouldn't be the first time that Senate rules have changed in response. Before the Civil War, the Senate sheltered the minority interests of slaveholders. After the war, it enables monopolists, robber barons, and isolationists to profit from the misery of the conflict and its aftermath. Each time, crises forced the Senate to fundamentally change how it went about its business, and each change led to meaningful progress. Goodness, I'm allergic to people arguing for a simple majority rule. And each change led to meaningful progress, including clearing the way for the passage of the 14th and 15th Amendments to emancipate and enfranchise former slaves, sweeping antitrust reforms, and long-delayed legislation to promote civil rights, to protect civil rights. The bottom line is that Senate rules are not suspended in amber. They can and have changed with the times. No one knew this better than the late Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia. More than once, Byrd reformed the Senate to better serve the nation. In 1975, he even led the effort to reduce the votes required to end debate and proceed to a final vote from 67 to 60, where it stands today. One second, I gotta check something. I made a good choice with this. It was very good. I'm eating oranges because Bill Meyer, in his 43-hour filibuster, his 43-hour filibuster, he ate lemon wedges. He sucked on lemon wedges to keep up his hydration. And I will say, this one orange slice has done more for keeping my mouth feeling hydrated, way more than that water ever did. And I don't know whether the water or the orange slice will give me a greater urge to use the bathroom, but I hope that this is the superior option. In any case, we will continue to read from Michael Bennett's op-ed. As we consider reforms, we should reject the choice between making the Senate more like the House, where the majority runs roughshod over the minority, or accepting the procedural straitjacket of our own design. If we change the rules, we should also be prepared to live under them, whether we are in the majority or not. Our goal is not to secure an immediate partisan advantage. It is to make the Senate work again and refine the engine of American democracy for our nation and for the world. And that's the end. So again, similar talking points to Senator Shaheen. Very similar talking points. And let's see here. You'll notice that again, he advocates for that 41 vote requirement. There was also a Politico article from 2022 that I kind of wanted to read, but a lot of their proposals that are outlined in that article are they're kind of the same. I think I should go over this because it's very important actually to understand the kind of situation that we've been facing with regards to this debate. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up that article from 2022 if I can find it. I need to be able to find it because it does do a good job at showing what exactly went on. Here it is. So this article is called, let's see here. It's called The Fate of the Filibuster, Your Guide to the Changes Dems Really Want. And I'm going to go ahead and erase this here because we're done reading the op-ed for Michael Bennett. And we're going to move on to, now, instead of something that was written by a congressperson or a lawmaker or another office holder, this is just a plain old news article. So it's called The Fate of the Filibuster. And it's by Politico. So this article was written in 2022. Throughout the entire Biden presidency, Democrats were really trying hard to push for Senate filibuster reform for a lot of reasons. There was abortion, IVF access, voting rights legislation was a really big one. There was also gun control, that was another big one. And Republicans, because for some part of the Biden presidency, the Biden administration, Democrats had, but between Democrats and Republicans, it was actually 50-50 at one point. And at this time, it was 50-50 at the time this article was written, meaning that if Democrats wanted to pass a bill or get anything done with a simple majority, it would require all members of the Democratic caucus, all 50 of them, and then the vice president at the time, Kamala Harris, would be that extra tie-breaking vote, because the rules state that when the Senate is voting on something, because there are 100 members, and if the vote is 50-50, then that means that there must be a tie-breaking vote. And that tie-breaking vote is the vice president, who is also the president of the Senate. And because it was Kamala Harris, a Democrat, that meant that anytime it came down to a 50-50 vote, it would be a Democratic victory. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start reading. And we also, again, more context for this. We must remember that at the time, this is after the 2020 election. Now, 2020 election, as you remember, was very controversial because it came at a time when specifically President Trump was arguing that the 2020 election was stolen, that it was fraudulent. He made great efforts to try to convince people that he had won the election and not Joe Biden. And Republicans also began to push for that. And it became a widely held belief among Republican officials that the 2020 election was fraudulent, despite the fact that there was no evidence, no good evidence proving that to be the case. And so, because of that, election laws became a very, very contentious issue for Republicans. So, because Democrats were trying to pass voting rights legislation, which with the stated purpose of making it easier and more accessible to vote, Republicans who were interested in election security did not take very kindly to this. And so even from the perspective of a progressive, from the perspective of a Democrat, it might have seemed like this legislation was common sense. And, personally, it is something that I was in favor of. But nevertheless, it was still a very, very deeply important issue for Republicans who made election security their number one issue. And so through them filibustering that voting rights legislation so much, the filibuster became a target of political conversation. And there was talks of reform, talks of elimination outright. And it became a wider conversation about how the Senate should be functioning in general, not just on these issues. And so that leads into the opening of this article. And I want to go ahead and change this because I want to credit the author of this, Marianne Levine. By Marianne Levine from, and she's a journalist from Politico. That's better. I want to make sure I credit the source there. Okay. So here we go. I'll begin reading. You might think Senate Democrats are trying to axe the filibuster to pass election reform. It's not quite true. President Joe Biden's party is trying for something narrower, discussing a menu of potential Senate rules changes that might help pass elections and voting rights legislation without outright eliminating the 60-vote threshold that's now required to pass most bills. And the smaller scale ideas Democrats are now debating may not fully overcome the GOP's staunch opposition to the elections bill. Not to mention that it's unclear whether Democrats have the votes to chip away at minority party power in the Senate, given public resistance from Senators Joe Manchin, Democrat from West Virginia, and Kyrsten Sinema, Democrat from Arizona. Those two centrists support the election reform measure, but are dug in against changing the 60-vote threshold and have yet to signal they're on board with making any rules changes at all. Different people have various differing ideas about what kind of reform there should be, said Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat from Connecticut. We're trying to come to a consensus. Given that the Senate is evenly divided, Democrats will need all 50 of their caucus members to support any tweaks along party lines, a process known as going nuclear. The matter is expected to come to a head as soon as this week, but it won't be as dramatic as the term nuclear would suggest. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has vowed that he will take up and vote on changes to the chamber's rules by Monday, the holiday in honor of civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. If Republicans once again block Democrats' elections reforms bill, which they plan to do, should Schumer follow through, it's possible the party gets Manchin's vote for small piece of reform. If Manchin and Sinema can be persuaded, to vote along party lines for any rules change that allows the elections bill to pass, that small reform would look historically massive in an instant. That's a big if, however. Three of Manchin's fellow caucus centrists, Senators Tim Kaine of Virginia, John Tester of Montana, and Angus King of Maine, have been meeting with Manchin to try to sway him. But until the party coalesces around a single proposal or set proposals, it's hard to know what Manchin and Sinema will be pushed to vote yes on. Here are some of the options Democrats are discussing. The talking filibuster. Under current Senate rules, senators need 60 votes to end debate on most bills. Final passage still takes a simple majority, but senators first need to vote to stop debating. A return to the so-called talking filibuster, which the chamber essentially dropped in the 1970s, requires a senator from the minority party to be speaking for as long as he or she wants to block a bill. As long as the senator keeps talking, the debate can't end. Yes, this is a Mr. Smith Goes to Washington style filibuster for those who have seen the classic 1939 Jimmy Stewart film. Under a talking filibuster, 60 senators can vote to end debate at any time. If that doesn't happen, the debate continues until the minority party leaves a vacancy on the floor, at which point the majority party can move to a final passage of the bill, requiring only a simple majority vote. Republicans argue that going to a talking filibuster would hurt the rights of the minority. It still doesn't really accomplish the recent tradition of the filibuster to protect the rights of the minority. It just lengthens the process, said Senator Kevin Cramer, a Republican from North Dakota. And I'm just going to pause there. So this reform to both include the cloture option for 60 votes in favor, but also allowing the debate to end on a measure once there's a vacancy on the floor, is interesting because this is actually the original form of the Senate rules. Remember when Vice President Aaron Burr got rid of the previous question motion requirement, allowing debate to go on indefinitely. Or, hold on. Well, yeah, that was a motion for previous question. But keep in mind, it also used to be in the Senate after that point, where if a vacancy was left on the floor, then debate would end automatically. And so if you're trying to be an institutional conservative and you're trying to preserve history, that would actually be a sort of, I mean, that would kind of be what you want, because you are going to the original design of the Senate. But that would also require you to make the argument that the rules of the Senate should never have changed in the first place at all. And that would go against what you're currently arguing, which is that the Senate rules ought to change. And so what actually happens is you contradict yourself. Right. So I accidentally scrolled down. Okay. So that was the talking filibuster proposal. And the next proposal was titled Clearing the Way to Debate. Current Senate rules require 60 votes to even start to debate a bill, which allows a minority of senators to stop legislation from getting any floor consideration. Democrats are considering a proposal that would reduce the votes needed to start debate from 60 to 50, with a move that could potentially be paired with the talking filibuster. Schumer has repeatedly said the Senate should have a floor debate on elections reform legislation, a signal that this step might be one Democrats press forward on. Under one version of this proposal, Democrats would pair their change with a guarantee that both sides would get an equal number of germane or relevant amendments once debate begins. That doesn't mean amendments would be limited. Proponents of making it easier to start debate say Guaranteeing a certain number of amendments to both sides would soften the blow for the minority. But the GOP is sure to see the blow as huge no matter what. Remember, voting rights legislation or election security was their number one issue. Carving out voting rights. Democrats have also discussed the possibility of a so-called carve-out from the filibuster for reform rights and election reform. Under this idea, Democrats could change the Senate rules for a one-time exception to pass the party's high-priority legislation with a simple majority threshold. But this is perhaps the least likely option for Democrats. Manchin and Sinema have both said they don't support a carve-out. And I'm going to have to move this over because I want you to see the chessboard that's here. Yeah, it's fine. Other ideas. Democrats are also looking at whether to change the number of senators needed to end a filibuster. Current rules require 60 senators, regardless of how many are actually voting that day. But some Democrats want to change that number to 3/5 of senators actually present for a vote. That's one that I'm kind of neutral on. In other words, if 80 senators show up for a specific vote, the Senate would only need 48 members to vote to end a filibuster instead of 60. Another option Democrats are discussing would require the minority party to provide 41 votes to keep filibustering. This pitch would automatically end debate if 41 members of the minority don't show up on the floor. Until Senate Democrats choose which of their options to pursue, it's hard for even members of the caucus to gauge how close they are to support. And more minor rules changes won't necessarily guarantee passage of the Elections and Voting Rights Bill. Senator Jeff Merkley, Democrat from Oregon. Oh, goodness. The display messed up. Okay. Right. Pardon me. Senator Jeff Merkley, Democrat from Oregon, who has long advocated for rules changes, is making the case in private presentations to his colleagues. I just missed it again. Right, I mentioned in my senator ranking video how Senator Jeff Merkley was becoming a sort of filibuster specialist, and he was talking with a lot of his colleagues. Anyway, Senator Chris Coons, Democrat from Delaware, said this week will be critical for the party to choose its course. Adding to that, earlier Monday, he met with his staff to ask, what exactly is it we're voting for? We're voting on? What's the language? What's the proposal? In order to make any rules changes once they decide on some, Democrats would have to vote along party lines to enact them. That's where the word nuclear comes in, although it refers to the political and interpersonal effect of the change, not the level of fireworks on the floor. In fact, the actual process is low-key. Now, I want you to pay attention to this because this is how the nuclear option works, which I'm about to discuss after I finish reading this. Goodness. Here's how it works. After a failed vote, the majority leader makes what's known as a point of order, essentially saying that a rule of the Senate is being violated. The senator sitting in the chair weighs in on that point of order, citing current rules. Then the majority leader can appeal to the chair to change the chamber's rules, and the Senate votes on that appeal with a simple majority required for passage. The Senate went nuclear in 2013, when then Majority Leader Harry Reid, Democrat from Nevada, changed the rules to allow Senate confirmation of the executive branch and judicial nominees, with the exception of the Supreme Court, by a simple majority vote. Mitch McConnell, then Majority Leader, followed in 2017 by going nuclear to allow Supreme Court nominees to be approved by a simple majority. He pushed through another rules change along party lines in 2019, reducing the debate time required to confirm certain non-cabinet level nominees. But regardless of the rules change Democrats pick, it won't be easy to convince Manchin and Sinema to go nuclear. Manchin has voted against every rule change along party lines since he came to the Senate in 2010. And that is the end of that article. So there was a talk of the nuclear option. There was talks of Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin ended his career in the Senate, his tenure in the Senate in 2024. So, if I understand it correctly, this is actually the first Congress that does not feature Joe Manchin since he took office. And yeah, so both when Democrats and Republicans were trying to use the nuclear option, Joe Manchin was the only one to consistently vote against all three of those times. In 2013, 2017, and 2019, Joe Manchin was the only one to, or at least the only Democrat, to vote against all three rules changes. And honestly, I would have to respect him for that. Because it's not easy to stand up to your party. And he was punished. He was punished for doing so. It's White's turn to move after that. Anyway, so those are the filibuster reform proposals that we have exhaustively gone over. And yeah, so now that we've gone over some of those reform proposals, it's good to know how exactly we go about that reform. And one of those ideas for reform, which has caused major some major changes to the filibuster by brute force, the nuclear option, which proponents refer to this as the constitutional option, but frankly, I kind of like the idea of calling it the nuclear option. Sounds a bit more dramatic. It's only been, let's see, what time is it? It is 11:18. I started speaking at 8:41, so it's been, what, it'll be 9, 11:10, so it's been about 2.5 hours since I started. I was hoping I would have been further along in the speech by now, but I suppose talking for 2 hours is, I mean, imagine speaking about anything for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I mean, that's the length of what, like the Titanic movie, the James Cameron. Imagine instead of watching Titanic, like you have Titanic on one screen, and someone says, okay, you have to stand and speak for the entire length of that movie. That's what I've done. Anyway, so the way the nuclear option works, this was explained in the Politico article, but I'll go ahead and go over it again. So what happens is there are the rules of the Senate and how they work, right? And so what will happen is the party that wants to change the rules will intentionally break them, right? They'll intentionally say that the rules are one way when they're actually the other. So, for instance, let's go over how in 2017 or 2013, or let's keep it simple. 2017, when Mitch McConnell, who at the time was the majority leader in the Senate, wanted to eliminate the filibuster for Supreme Court nominations. So the way it worked was typically, in order to end debate, you would need 60 votes. That's the standing rule for cloture. And so what Mitch McConnell would do is he would say, point of order. Actually, you only need 51 votes to end debate for a judicial nomination. Now, that, of course, is incorrect. And so the chair or the parliamentarian will say, actually, the rule is that it's 60 votes in favor of ending debate. After which the majority leader who made the point of order will appeal the ruling of the chair to change the rule. And in order to change the rule, you only need a 51 vote majority vote, right? So basically what's happening is you see the limit, of 60 votes, but if you only have 51 votes, you can brute force it. You can change the rule to only allow 51 votes to end debate with a 51 vote to change the rule, right? So it's actually very doable if you have a unified enough caucus, whether if it's the Democrats or Republicans, being unified enough to say, you know what, let's go through with the rule change. This is something we want. More often than not, you will see that whichever party does that rule change, that nuclear option, comes to regret it. For example, in 2013, when Democrats changed the filibuster rule so that you only need a simple majority to end the debate on executive nominees, that worked well in President Obama's favor because he was able to get his nominees all confirmed, no problem. But then eventually, 2016 election, Donald Trump wins the election, he becomes president, and there's a vacancy in the Supreme, or no, this is a separate issue. But Donald Trump, he puts his own nominees that Democrats don't like. But because Democrats under Obama had changed the rule so that executive nominees could pass with a simple majority, that meant that Donald Trump's nominees could no longer be filibustered and that they could go in with a simple majority. And when interviewed about this, Senator Chris Coons from Delaware said that he did actually regret changing the rule because there was no longer the emergency brake for nominees that are extremely unpopular, such as the ones put forward by Donald Trump. And so that's why I do support the usage of the term nuclear option, because it really helps people grasp the types of consequences that will happen as a result of this. Because at any point, if you have a unified caucus, you can change the rules. But with great power comes great responsibility. And I feel that the way that Senate majority leaders have treated the nuclear option, that they have been very irresponsible. So, anyway, what's next? And we've even had this very recently. For example, in 2025, what happened was a carve out. So, in the Politico article, we mentioned a carve out. See, usually you'll see more often that majority leaders who seek to use the nuclear option don't do it in a way that kills the filibuster for legislation in general, because that would be total abolition, which is considered to be a bit radical. So what instead they'll do is they'll go for a smaller push, something that will say, okay, we'll leave the filibuster intact for everything else, but for this specific issue, we want it to be subject to simple majority, and so we'll carve it out of the 60 vote requirement. And that usually tends to be more palatable to members of the party. So that's why it's kind of a one at a time thing. And slowly by slowly, we've begun to chip away at the effectiveness of the filibuster. So we can no longer do it for executive nominees when it was killed under Obama. Then under Trump, we killed it for judicial nominees. And so it kind of becomes a sidestep. It's a sidestep of the existing procedure. And the reason, this is kind of becoming a bit of a problem, because a carve out is seen as a more viable option, but it really isn't, because what it actually does is that it just sets a precedent where you can continue. And we have this precedent already. That's why we've done it. The precedent is, well, if there's an issue you care about, just carve it out and keep going. You know, just keep crossing the bridge when you get there, rather than being a smart long-term thinker, as you should be as a senator, and introduce a smarter reform that will carry with you some better productiveness in the Senate going forward. But instead, they think like a House member. They think short term, and they just try to do a carve out. And this keeps happening. So even someone like John Thune, Republican from South Dakota, who is the current majority leader. When President Trump won the election, 2024 election, and we were coming into this new Congress with a Republican-controlled House and a Republican-controlled Senate, the question came up of, well, are you going to kill the filibuster in order to be able to pass President Trump's agenda easier? And John Thune said, no, 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 no. In fact, many Republicans, remember Senator Tommy Tuberville, a Republican from Alabama, he said, no, 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 we need to keep the filibuster. And John Thune was the same. He said, as long as I'm the Senate Majority Leader, we're going to continue to protect the filibuster. But then, as is always the case, the majority was encountered with an issue that they care deeply about, that the minority party was filibustering, and they just could not wrap their head around it. They were frustrated. That always happens with these senators. They say they're going to protect the filibuster until something comes up and say, well, this issue is important. This is a special issue. Yes, the filibuster is important, but this is special. That's why we're going to carve it out just for this. And this is what John Thune did in 2025. So what had happened was California was, so basically the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has certain guidelines for car emissions, the emissions from your car, environmental concerns. And California was trying to waive those guidelines and introduce their own set of guidelines that were more stricter than the federal ones. And they implemented that. And John Thune attempted to use the Congressional Review Act to try to overturn those changes made by the state of California. But the parliamentarian, the Senate parliamentarian, who is sort of the keeper of the rules, said that actually it's not subject to the Congressional Review Act. It's actually subject to a filibuster, just like everything else. And John Thune said, well, this is important. We want to sidestep this. And so what he did was he invoked the nuclear option. He said, actually, point of order, this is not subject to a filibuster. We only need 51 votes. We're going to bypass the parliamentarian, overrule them, and the rules change was made. So we see that no matter who it is, whether they're Republican or a Democrat, whether they want reform or whether they are a staunch preservationist, we're all human, and we've all been met with challenges that we get frustrated over, that we just want to get through it the easy way. The simplest, easiest way, the path of least resistance, brute force, and it happens immediately. But every time this happens, we're going to see that the consequences of those actions usually always come back to bite them. And so that the crazy thing is they understand this. The people who do the carve-outs, they understand very well the consequences. That's why they only do a carve-out. If they had the guts to actually gut the filibuster entirely, to eliminate it for all legislation, and turn the Senate into a glorified House, they understand that that would make the Senate completely change. To eliminate the filibuster would render the Senate unrecognizable, indistinguishable from the House. It would be like if you added one electron to every atom in the universe. It would change reality as we know it. The changes in the charge, you couldn't even begin to wrap your head around how dramatic of a change that would make. And so to avoid that is the best possible option. So part of because of the existence of the nuclear option, that goes into why the public tends to be so frustrated with the nuclear option. I have some cashews here. So yeah, part of the public's frustration is the fact that, well, if we have this a simple majority nuclear option, then why don't we just do that? Why don't we just end the filibuster and allow the Senate to be able to function normally? You know, to many people, it feels like a very basic common sense thing that the Senate should be able to operate with a simple majority rather than leaving things subject to this strange filibuster requirement. But again, every Senate leader that we've had has understood this. Thune said, we're not going to carve it out for legislation, but these California waivers are annoying, so we're going to sidestep the filibuster for that. Chuck Schumer says, well, okay, I understand we don't want to eliminate the filibuster, and Manchin and Sinema, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to vote in favor of reform, but I want to have them on the record. And so he tries to sidestep the filibuster for voting rights legislation. And mind you, he did that with a 50-50 Senate. So basically, the Senate was perfectly down the middle. There's this idea of an electoral mandate, wherein if you have the majority, if you win an election, that means the people have spoken and they want you to take action, and therefore you should have the legitimacy, the right to be able to govern how you see fit because the people elected you. That's the idea. So if you have a 50-50 Senate, what does that tell you? You didn't win the majority. You did not. Right? That's a 50-50 Senate. That still has some Republicans left over. Right? Which means that your mandate is not all that special. You have no mandate. Neither party has a mandate. Now, I'm not saying that a 50-50 Senate means they voted for gridlock. In fact, it's the opposite. They voted for bipartisan action. Mitch McConnell said we're going to keep the filibuster. In fact, prior to the Supreme Court thing, there was talks of eliminating the filibuster for legislation as a whole, so that President Trump, in his first term, could pass his agenda. But Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, and some other people spoke and said, well, look, this is the kind of thing that people do emotionally, which is correct. And we need to keep our heads cool. We need to stay level-headed. And we need to understand the filibuster is important. But President Trump needs to get his judicial nomination through, and Democrats are being so pushy about it. So let's sidestep and use a nuclear option. Harry Reid originally started as a preservationist of the filibuster. But as he saw the rise of the polarization, the partisanship, and how excessive the filibuster began to be used, what did he do? Did he push forward a nuclear option that would reform the filibuster such that 41 votes are required to continue debate rather than 60 votes from the majority? No, he said, well, the filibuster is important, but the Republicans are filibustering Obama's nominations. Let's go ahead and sidestep that with a nuclear option. You have got to be kidding me with this. Every time we have a Senate majority leader who understands, who says that they understand the filibuster, is a complete liar. Because every time something comes up, any issue, any procedural action, any piece of legislation that comes by that pushes them over the edge, they just want to sidestep it. What that shows me is that it was never about filibuster reform. It was about getting their agenda passed without giving a damn what the other party thinks, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat. This is why I have tremendous respect for people who earnestly try to be bipartisan. For example, in 2005, this was before the 2013 rules change. There was this event called the Gang of 14. This was in 2005 when President Bush was trying to get through judicial nominations. And Democrats didn't like some of the choices that Republicans had made, so they began to filibuster. And this frustrated the Senate Majority Leader at the time, the guy from Tennessee, I think his name was Frist. He began floating around the proposal for a nuclear option to eliminate the filibuster for judicial nominees. Now, this was 2005. So although there was complaints of increasing polarization, perhaps it was not quite as bad as it was today. And this type of filibuster reform would have been unprecedented at the time. And so this was still a good opportunity for some real bipartisan action, which did end up happening. So what ended up happening was that a group of 14 senators from members of both parties, it was 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats, they got together and it was called the Gang of 14. And the way it worked was that they understood the problem of the filibuster, but they did not want to be so quick, so brazen as to destroy the filibuster and to blow it up and to eliminate it for judicial nominations. And so they came to an agreement. And we're just going to go ahead and read the text of that agreement and see the type of real bipartisan work that can take place. So I'm going to write here, Gang of 14 agreement. The way they went about this was very smart. So it was a temporary measure. It was a temporary fix to a long-term problem, but it was not a permanent solution, right? It was just a way of saying, okay, the way this is going right now, it's a bit extreme. So let's just hit the brakes. Let's calm down, and we'll put something together for now, and then maybe in the future we can introduce some reform. So what did the Gang of 14 do? So it was this group. I'll go ahead and teach you the members. So these, so the members of this so-called Gang of 14 was, let me see. So the members were Robert Byrd, Democrat from West Virginia; Lincoln Chafee, Republican from Rhode Island; Susan Collins, Republican from Maine; Mike DeWine, Republican from Ohio; Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina; Daniel Inouye, Democrat from Hawaii; Mary Landrieu, Democrat from Louisiana; Joe Lieberman, Democrat from Connecticut; John McCain, Republican from Arizona; Ben Nelson, Democrat from Nebraska; Mark Pryor, Democrat from Arkansas; Ken Salazar, Democrat from Colorado; Olympia Snowe, Republican from Maine, I think. Yeah, from Maine. And John Warner, Republican from Virginia. So the text of the agreement is as follows. Memorandum of Understanding on Judicial Nominations. We respect the diligent, conscientious efforts to date rendered to the Senate by Majority Leader Frist and Democratic Leader Reed. This memorandum confirms an understanding among the signatories based on mutual trust and confidence related to pending and future judicial nominees in the 109th Congress. This memorandum is in 2 parts. Part 1 relates to the currently pending judicial nominees. Part 2 relates to the subsequent individual nominations to be made by the President and to be acted upon by the Senate Judiciary Committee. We have agreed to the following. Part 1. Commitments on pending judicial nominations. Votes for certain nominees. We will vote to invoke cloture on the following judicial nominees: Janice Rogers Brown, D.C. Circuit; William Pryor, 11th Circuit; and Priscilla Owen, 5th Circuit. Status of other nominees. Signatories make no commitment to vote for or against cloture on the following judicial nominees: William Myers, 9th Circuit; and Henry Saad, 6th Circuit. Part 2. Commitments for future nominations. Future nominations. Signatories will exercise their responsibilities under the advice and consent clause of the United States Constitution in good faith. Nominees should be filibustered only under extraordinary circumstances, and each signatory must use his or her own discretion and judgment in determining whether such circumstances exist. I'm going to repeat this. Por si acaso no le ha quedado claro a alguien, lo voy a repetir. Nominees should be filibustered only under extraordinary circumstances, and each signatory must use his or her own discretion and judgment in determining whether such circumstances exist. Rules changes. In light of the spirit and continuing commitments made in this agreement, we commit to oppose the rules changes in the 109th Congress, which we understand to be any amendment to or interpretation of the rules of the Senate that would force a vote on a judicial nomination by means other than a unanimous consent or Rule 22. We believe that under Article 2, Section 2 of the United States Constitution, the word advice speaks to consultation between the Senate and the President with regard to the use of the President's power to make nominations. We encourage the executive branch of government to consult with members of the Senate, both Democratic and Republican, prior to submitting a judicial nomination to the Senate for consideration. Such a return to the early practices of our government may well serve to reduce the rancor that unfortunately accompanies the advice and consent process in the Senate. We firmly believe this agreement is consistent with the traditions of the United States Senate that we as senators seek to uphold. So that's the text of that agreement. And you'll notice what they did. So what happened was, I'll break it down. So what happened was these judges that were trying to be pushed through, the 7 Democrats. So let me put it like this. You need a simple majority to either put forward a, let's see here. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the 109th Congress. So the party membership of the 109th Congress is very important to understand what exactly it looked like. So the party summary, there were 44 Democrats and 1 independent caucusing with Democrats. So the Democratic caucus held 45 seats, right? And the Republican caucus held 55 seats in the Senate. So this means that this gang of 14 of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans could, if they've all voted the same way, those 14 had the power to decide the outcome of the situation. Because think about it. If you need at least 41 senators to reject cloture, and you have 45 members of your caucus, that means that if 7 Democrats agreed not to filibuster, that would bring you down to 38, which means that cloture can be invoked. On the Republican side, they had 55 seats, which means that if those 7 Republicans voted together as a bloc, that meant that would bring their majority down to 48, which means that they could no longer vote to implement that rules change. So those 7 Democrats could decide as a bloc whether they will filibuster or not filibuster this judicial nominee. And the Republicans, who are, remember, those 7 Republicans who are in the Gang of 14, they alone as a bloc could decide whether we should or should not implement a rules change. And so that agreement said that the 7 Republicans will agree to withhold their vote. They will not use the nuclear option. They will not change the rules. And the 7 Democrats agreed that say, okay, we're going to allow some of these judges to go through, but for these other ones who perhaps are a bit more extreme, maybe we don't like these ones, we'll go ahead and filibuster those because these are extraordinary circumstances, and we're going to provide our own reasoning for why we want to continue filibustering those. And it speaks to the true purpose of the filibuster, which is you only use it in the most extreme cases. You don't use the filibuster just because you don't like something. Because at this point, Republicans did have the mandate under George Bush's administration. So I'm going to close out on that. Currently, it's 11:46, which means I have been going for 3 hours. I have been speaking continuously for 3 hours. We should celebrate. I should celebrate by drinking water, but not too much water. You know what? I'll celebrate the 3-hour mark by making a move. This is a magnet. By making a move. I forgot who was supposed to go. Right, white to move. Here. How should white move? I think we should get this knight out. And black is going to take the knight. And because black takes the knight so aggressively, they're going to get this pawn taken from them, which opens up this file, which allows black to take white's queen. And they're going to do a queen trade. So the king takes the black queen there. And so now it's black to move. Black to move is we're gonna move over this bishop there, and it's white to move next time. So anyway, now that we've discussed the Gang of 14, we know that we are capable of having Democrats and Republicans come together to come to an agreement that actually comes into effect, an agreement that actually does work. It's a very, very beautiful thing. And it brings me to my next point, that you kind of see that the filibuster is simultaneously the most partisan and nonpartisan issue at the same time. Because it's not like gun control or voting rights or abortion or the economy or healthcare. Those are the types of issues that people typically put a partisan spin on. You know, Democrats and Republicans are going to clash ideas on those issues. But when it comes to the filibuster, we do see that bipartisanship is very doable, but also partisanship is also very common. Because what will usually happen is that whichever party currently has the Senate majority will make the filibuster an issue, right? They don't talk about the filibuster when they're in the minority, but once they go into the majority, they're like, wait. I thought we could just govern just because we got elected. What's this filibuster? Now I got to deal with all this nonsense? Well, and now they try to sidestep it, so they get frustrated. And this is kind of why healthy reform kind of fails, because it's partisan in the moment, but it's actually nonpartisan in general. But because we get so caught up in the moment, we make it about party. We make it about, oh, you're trying to change the rules. You're just trying to do a power grab. You want to count out the other party. And that usually happens when you do a carve out, when you're trying to kill the filibuster for certain issues, when, again, what we should be doing is having long-term functional reform that has an even playing field for both parties. And it's not just a sidestep that chips away at the filibuster, making it more likely for more radical policies to keep being implemented back and forth. When we get this switch between Democrat and Republican presidents, you have Obamacare under Obama, then Trump tries to repeal it, then Biden tries to put it back, and Trump tries to do something else. You know, that's only one issue. But imagine as the polarization gets increasingly worse and the parties are continuing to drift further apart. If we kill the filibuster, we are going to see radical policies coming from both sides. And not that I consider both parties to be radical right now. I don't want to be so quick to accuse either of the parties of being crazy. But I'm just saying there is a trend that we all know is happening. We all recognize what's happening. And the more we pretend that it's not a problem, the more likely it is that we're going to end up with some real bad lawmakers, some real bad presidents. Where am I going with this? Oh, yeah. Partisan in the moment, nonpartisan in truth. We need to make this a wider conversation. Stop trying to make the filibuster only an issue of, well, we're in the minority, so we need to leave the filibuster intact. Oh, now we're in the majority. The filibuster sucks. We got to get rid of it. No, 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 no. We need to stick to our guns. We need to stick to what we've actually been proposing. These very same people who have brought forward some proposals, when it comes time to be in the majority, to implement it, it's radio silence. So this brings me to my next set of talking points, is that why do we even have the filibuster in the first place? So a common complaint you'll see is that, well, look, if you have a legislature, you have a Congress in any country that is democratic, that has representation, should have it where if a majority of members of the Congress vote a certain way, that should be the law. That's just how it works. Those are the rules. And so some people are intrigued by the Senate. You have this House of Representatives, which says, yeah, if you have the majority, you rule. But why is it that in the Senate, even if you have 51 members of a party, that they can't always get their way? Why is it that in a country that calls itself a democracy, that bills are not able to pass despite the fact that 51 or more senators are there to vote in favor of it? People find that to be very strange, or at least opponents of the filibuster or opponents of the Senate, as it was outlined in the Constitution, find it odd. They find it unconstitutional. Well, because the Senate is designed in the way that it is, according to the Constitution, they consider the Senate they consider the Senate to be undemocratic, which means by extension, they consider the Constitution to be undemocratic, which is another conversation that I think is very fascinating. And I wish I could find like a very good article that would outline this for me. I do have one that I'm going to read very soon that expresses that counter argument for why the Senate and the way it works just doesn't make any sense in the context of how different countries' legislatures ought to operate, and that the nature of the Senate and the Constitution is undemocratic. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this article. It's like an opinion article. It's a critique of the filibuster, a critique of the Senate. Now, this article is called, let's see here, it's called The Case of the Disappearing Filibuster. Now, this is not an article that exists as an opinion piece on a major mainstream news outlet. It's on this blog that it's on Substack. And yeah, it's called The Case of the Disappearing Filibuster. And the author of this article, so this article came out in September of 2024. I don't know who the author is, if I'm being honest, but I think they present a number of arguments against my viewpoint that I think we ought to look over. So let's look here. It's called The Case of the Disappearing Filibuster. The Case of the Disappearing Filibuster. That's the name of the article. And again, I wish I could show you who the author was, but I just don't know. Before I start to read this article, I want to make another move here. I think it's white to move. White to move. How about we bring out the bishop? Bring out the bishop here. Yeah. Or yeah, bring out the bishop. Threatened there. There's a magnet gone. Okay. So the case of the disappearing filibuster. So I just want to make it very clear that I do not agree with what is being said in this article, obviously. But and this is not the best case. This is not the best representation of the counter argument. But I'm reading this because I just did not have the time to prepare. And this was an article that I came across that spoke out against the design of the Senate. And I think I owe it to that side of the argument to at least show some kind of representation of them. So, anyway, with that said, here is The Case of the Disappearing Filibuster by Luke Pickrell. There is the author. Luke Pickrell. That was his name. By Luke Pickrell. And so we're just going to go ahead and start reading. Okay, here it is. The Case of the Disappearing Filibuster, or How to Make the Senate Look Normal. Here's how 4 sources reported Wednesday's filibustering of a bill that would have expanded access to in vitro fertilization, or IVF. The New York Times said, Senate Republicans on Tuesday blocked an election season bid by Democrats to advance legislation that would guarantee federal protections and insurance coverage for in vitro fertilization treatments. The second time in 3 months that the GOP has thwarted the broadly popular measure. NPR said, the procedural vote required 60 votes to advance the bill, but it failed 51 to 44. ABC said, the Senate failed for a second time on Tuesday to advance an in vitro fertilization, or IVF, protection bill by a vote of 51 to 44. The legislation needed 60 votes to advance. Rolling Stone said, this is the second time the GOP Senate has dodged the widely popular legislation. So the article continues, if you're not careful, quipped Malcolm X, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Wise words. I'd only add that if you're not careful, the newspapers will make you think the Senate is normal. It's not. Many countries have unicameral legislatures. Few holdout nations with bicameral legislatures have upper houses as malapportioned as ours. Thanks to population shifts and the Great Compromise that gave each state 2 senators, regardless of the population, a rule that cannot be amended through Article 5, states representing less than 20% of the population could produce a Senate majority. And of that handful of countries with a malapportioned Senate, no country gives their upper house a veto except the US, where 41 senators, representing as little as 11% of the population, can kill any bill they don't like, including those providing access to IVF. Suddenly, a 60-vote threshold seems worth discussing. How the Senate in general is worth talking about. No wonder a growing number of people, including UC Berkeley Law Dean Erwin Chemerinsky, wants the Senate gone. It's an undemocratic abomination. Yet, not a peep from the media. Why does legislation need 60 votes to advance? Why is 51 to 44 a failure? A question that anyone with basic math skills might ask. What institutional rules allowed the Senate to dodge a widely popular bill? How many people are represented by each senator? What happened the last time this bill was proposed? Who cares? What did the Democratic Party have to say about the vote? A bunch of silly quips about Trump's intelligence. I doubt that Donald Trump even knows what the acronym IVF stands for, voiced Senator Tammy Duckworth. A lot of finger pointing at, you guessed it, Donald Trump. Despite the incoherent, delusional, and frankly embarrassing ramblings that came out of his mouth last week, he is the reason that IVF is at risk in the first place, continued Duckworth. For the millionth time, the Democrats did not question how a popular bill could win a majority of votes and still fail. If an IVF bill can't get through the Senate despite being supported by most Americans, then shocker, the Senate is clearly the most significant threat to IVF. It's not rocket science. However, those who respect the Constitution and think America is a democracy will never be able to put two and two together. I'll repeat myself. If the Democrats were interested in democracy, they would discuss the Constitution and its most undemocratic component, the Senate. Healthcare, global warming, wages, the electoral colleges, guns, the police, name any critical issue. If the Democrats don't mention the Senate, they aren't doing justice to the problem. Worse, they're serving as a fig leaf for the undemocratic Constitution. On Wednesday, I attended an online event hosted by the Debt Collective. When asked about an ideal world, I said it would contain democratic institutions capable of materializing the policies most Americans want, including debt abolition. I used IVF filibustering as an example of how undemocratic institutions impede popular policies. And at least one person nodded when I called out the Senate. These are small moments, but ones I think are important. So the main point that this person is making in this article is that it's very simple, that the Senate as a whole, in fact, ought to be done away with because it's undemocratic. Because the idea is that because the Senate gives 2 senators from all 50 states to form 100, regardless of population, right? So, for example, Texas and California, the most populous states, they have 2 senators each, and then so does New Hampshire or North Dakota, very low population states. They also get 2 senators, and so even if and so no matter what the result of the elections are, they want to argue that no matter what the composition of the Senate is, most likely it will not be representative of the actual population of the country, and it will not be representative of the will of the people. And that's kind of the main point, because when it comes to the filibuster, which is a tool for the minority in the Senate, which is a chamber that already favors the minority on account of equal representation per state, they get very frustrated with that. But I guess I would have to. Okay, so the grounds for which I disagree with this are a bit interesting, because I'm going to go ahead and erase this because I'm done reading. The grounds on which I disagree with this, I have to be very careful with how I say this, which is difficult to do in a situation where I'm kind of just going off of the top of my head. But basically, the ideal world is that whatever the people voted for, that's what always happens, right? Majority rules. Whoever has 50% plus 1 of the votes should always be able to pass all of the parts of their agenda all of the time. Because that's democratic, that's democracy, and that's preferable. That implies that democratic equals good. That if something is democratic, that if a government is a democracy, that automatically makes it a good thing, right? Now, I'm not saying I don't enjoy democracy. Believe me, I very much agree with the idea that, democracy is not perfect, but it is the most preferable system of government that I would like to live under. I'm not at all complaining about that. But it also comes into the idea of the imperfections of democracy. You're going to have some way to deal with that. And in those ways, the United States Senate is a bit unique in how it tries to answer those questions, right? because the will of the people, and again, I hate to say this, and I don't like the way this makes me sound, but the majority of people don't always make a good decision. And I think Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, again, I want to take a moment to talk about Rand Paul. So, should be very clear by now that I am progressive, though I don't consider myself to be a Democrat. More often than not, or pretty much all the time, I'll find myself voting for Democrats in a general election. And I am currently canvassing for a Democratic candidate anyway. So, with that in mind, it's kind of a beautiful irony to learn that my favorite senator currently serving is Rand Paul, a Republican. You might expect someone like me to be like, oh, I love Bernie Sanders and I love all the progressives, and I do like Bernie Sanders, but my favorite senator is Rand Paul. I think he is the most interesting. That someone who obviously is very, very ideologically distant from where I'm at, but I do think he is just so interesting in how he stands up for his principles, even against the interests of his own party. And every senator has their own problems. Rand Paul has made decisions and does believe in some things that I really, really do not agree with. But when I listened to his filibuster, he brought up something that I think perfectly sums up why it's important to always, always check ourselves when we praise a certain form of government, right? It is possible, and this is me quoting something he said, it is possible that one day we do elect someone who is very evil, right? And it's not an accusation of any current president or any member of Congress. It's a point to be made historically that occasionally even a democracy gets it wrong. Right? And I'll go over some other things he said later. But I just wanted to go off on that little tangent. I have plenty of time for tangents anyway. It's 12:08. So, wow, it's noon already. I still have lots to go. I'm not even halfway there. So anyway, we've gone over all this whole conversation about whether a system of government that is democratic should always reflect the will of the people. And again, I know it sounds very strange to say, well, the will of the people shouldn't always be guaranteed to go through. And so I'm going to go ahead and begin to open up about why our current system, namely that of the US Senate, the checks and balances, I think is perhaps, again, not perfect, but I think it's worth giving it benefit of the doubt. It's worth arguing in favor of. So I've already laid out my own vision for filibuster reform. But there's a reason that I'm not so quick to abandon a key tool for checking the majority and checking the government power. Right? Because again, I understand the filibuster has blocked a lot of bills that had it been up to me, I would have allowed those bills to go through. And it is deeply frustrating that we just couldn't get it because the filibuster was being misused and abused. But I am not so quick to say let's get rid of it altogether because it's undemocratic. I say, well, we need some kind of check. That's why I am in favor of reform. 41 votes to continue. Eliminate the filibuster for procedure to begin debate, among other things, right? Among other aspects of that proposal. So let's go ahead and go to history. Basic civics, United States civics, the kinds of stuff that you learn in K-12, when you're in elementary school and middle school, and you're just now learning for the first time what the heck a government is and how does the government of the United States work. So there's this idea of checks and balances. The idea that we have these separate branches, right? We have a separation of powers. You got the judicial branch, the executive branch, and the legislative branch. And none of these branches, although they all form the government, none of them are completely to overtake the power of another. They all have some kind of checking power over the other branch. And the most powerful of these branches is the legislative branch. That's Congress. Why? Because they are the ones who represent every state. They represent subdivisions of every state with the House districts and having 2 members per Senate. There is so much representation in there compared to the judicial branch, the Supreme Court, whose members are appointed by a president who is elected by the country as a whole every 4 years, whereas Congress faces elections every 2 years. The entire House is elected at once, and the Senate has 1/3 of its members elected every 2 years. And because they represent the highest form of representation, the members of the Congress, and because they are the ones tasked with the power to make laws, they are remember how we said that, okay, the legislative branch makes laws, the judicial branch interprets laws, and the executive branch enforces laws. That's kind of the basic thing that we teach children when we teach them about the basics of our government. But from the beginning, our founders knew, our framers knew, that the legislative branch was the most powerful branch. That's why Congress was split into 2 houses, the House of Representatives and the Senate. But don't take it from me. Let's take it from their words specifically. I'm going to go over a collection of essays called the Federalist Papers. So this was in 1787 that these were submitted. And just to give you some context for what was happening. So what happens is the United States, they have their war against Great Britain to declare an independent country, right? United States, they declare independence in 1776. The war goes on, and it isn't until, was it 1781 or 1783? Oh my goodness, this is making me look very dumb, right? That I don't know the exact year that their war ended. But anyway, in the early 1780s, the United States was recognized as the victor of that war. And they decided, well, now that the United States is an independent country, we need to form some kind of government. And so the first constitution that the United States put into effect was known as the Articles of Confederation. Now, this was a very strange system because the federal government, the central government, had very little power. It was more of like you have all the states, and the state governments would have most of the power to control what happened within their own borders. And anytime there was a dispute between states, the federal government could not do a very good job. In fact, they had a lot of trouble collecting taxes. And so this failure kind of culminated in an event called Shays' Rebellion. There was this group of farmers led by Daniel Shays. And what happened was whenever there's a rebellion that occurs or an inside threat, you would have to call in some kind of military to keep order. But because the federal government was so weak, there was no real military unit that could come in and put it down. I think it was up to like the state militia. again, I'm going off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I've looked at like the basics of. I mean, this is like AP US history, but anyway, the long and short of it is that the articles that this whole the Shays Rebellion showed that the government of the United States under the Articles of Confederation was inefficient, it was ineffective, they were powerless, they were penniless. The country could not continue under that current system. So the people got these foundational members got together for the Constitutional Convention and decided that, you know what, we need a different form of government, one that does give the federal government much more power, but they were still wary of, because they had just declared independence from a monarch, Great Britain. So somewhere in the middle, they had to strike that balance between a federal government that is strong enough to actually carry out the duties, but not too strong that it could be tyrannical. So therein came our modern United States Constitution. And before it came to be ratified by all of the states, this group of thinkers, they call themselves the Federalists. They submitted a collection of essays, and those essays that they published are known as the Federalist Papers. It included James Madison and Alexander Hamilton, and a third figure who I cannot remember. And they published these essays under some pen names. The ones I'll be looking over, they published under the name Publius. So I'm going to go ahead and go over how exactly our current system of government came to be. And so I first want to look over the one that does a decent job at explaining the separation of powers and the checks and balances and why we have two chambers in our legislature, in our Congress. So the first one I'll be going over is Federalist number 51. Now these essays are quite dense, and I'll be honest, I might not be able to fully understand them myself, but these are foundational documents, and they are important for this conversation. So we'll go ahead and write this out. Federalist number 51. This is the first one that I will read. I will be reading some other essays that are part of the Federalist Papers. And we're just going to go very slowly on them. Who is it? Oh, I think isn't it black to move? Here, let's take the knight, to which white responds by grabbing it with a pawn. And it's black to move still. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up Federalist number 51. Now, Federalist number 51, as I said before, has to do with separation of powers, the checks and balances, and the splitting of Congress into two houses, because we know that the Congress was always going to be the most powerful branch of the United States government. And so, see if I can find Federalist number 51. So here it is here. So Federalist number 51 was written by, let's see here. So it was written by, of course, the people who supported the Constitution, either James Madison or Alexander Hamilton. So the thing is, sometimes we're not certain of the exact author because they published under a chosen pen name. And this Federalist number 51 was published under the name Publius. Now, Publius was chosen as a reference to a Roman aristocrat, Publius Valerius Publicola. So Rome began as a kingdom. It was the Roman kingdom. And as they expanded, it became clear that, well, we shouldn't really give so much power to one person. It's not a good idea for power to be concentrated in such a small entity. And so began the transition to abolish the monarchy and transition into a republic. And it was where we got the Roman Republic. So Publius represents the transition to a republic, and that's part of the reason why they chose to write the Federalist Papers under these Roman names. Because what these people were doing, these Madison and Hamilton, these Federalist thinkers, they weren't just trying to establish a democracy. They were establishing a state that is governed by a republican system. They were establishing a republic where it's not just power in the hands of the people, it's power in the hands of the people and their elected representatives. And so this is where we give, where we, this is where we begin to read Federalist number 51. And before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and take another orange. Very good. So here goes. This is the Federalist paper number 51 from the 6th of February, 1788. To the people of the state of New York, to what expedients then shall we finally resort for maintaining in practice the necessary partition of power among the several departments as laid down in the Constitution? The only answer that can be given is that as all these exterior provisions are found to be inadequate, the defect must be supplied by so contriving the interior structure of the government as that its several constituent parts may, by their mutual relations, be the means of keeping each other in their proper places. Without presuming to undertake a full development of this important idea, I will hazard a few general observations, which may perhaps place it in a clearer light, and enable us to form a more correct judgment of the principles and structure of the government planned by the Convention. In order to lay a due foundation for that separate and distinct exercise of the different powers of government, which to a certain extent is admitted on all hands to be essential to the preservation of liberty, it is evident that each department should have a will of its own, and consequently should be so constituted that the members of each should have as little agency as possible in the appointment of the members of the others. Were this principle rigorously adhered to, it would require that all the appointments for the supreme executive, legislative, and judiciary magistracies should be drawn from the same fountain of authority, the people, through channels having no communication whatever with one another. Perhaps such a plan of constructing the several departments would be less difficult in practice than it may in contemplation appear. Some difficulties, however, and some additional expense would attend the execution of it. Some deviations, therefore, from the principle must be admitted. In the constitution of the Judiciary Department, in particular, it might be inexpedient to insist rigorously on the principle. First, because peculiar qualifications being essential in the members, the primary consideration ought to be to select that mode of choice which best secures these qualifications. Secondly, because the permanent treasure by which the appointments are held in that department, because the permanent tenure by which the appointments are held in that department must soon destroy all sense of dependence on the authority conferring them. It is equally evident that the members of each department should be as little dependent as possible on those of the others. For the emoluments annexed to their offices, were the executive magistrate or the judges not independent of the legislature in this particular, their independence in every other would be merely nominal. I lost my place here. Would be merely nominal. But the great security against a gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department consists in giving to those who administer each department the necessary constitutional means and personal motives to resist encroachments of the necessary constitutional means, and personal motives to resist encroachments of the others. The provisions for defense must in this, as in all other cases, be made commensurate to the danger of attack. Ambition must be made to counteract ambition. The interests of the man must be connected with the constitutional rights of the place. It may be a reflection on human nature that such devices should be necessary to control the abuses of government. But what is the government itself but the greatest of all but the greatest but what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. A dependence on the people is no doubt the primary control on the government, but experience has taught mankind the necessity of auxiliary precautions. This policy of supplying by opposite and rival interests the defect of better motives might be traced through the whole system of human affairs, private as well as public. We see it particularly displayed in all the subordinate distributions of power, where the constant aim is to divide and arrange the several offices in such a manner as that each may be a check on the other, that the private interests of every individual may be a sentinel over the public rights. These inventions of prudence cannot be less requisite in the distribution of the supreme powers of the state. But it is not possible to give to each department an equal power of self-defense. In republican government, the legislative authority necessarily predominates. The remedy for this inconveniency is to divide the legislature into different branches, and to render them by different modes of election and different principles of action, as little connected with each other as the nature of their common functions and their common dependence on society will admit it. It may even be necessary to guard against dangerous encroachments by still further precautions. As the weight of the legislative authority requires that it should be thus divided, the weakness of the executive may require, on the other hand, that it should be fortified. An absolute negative on the legislature appears at first view to be the natural defense with which the executive magistrate should be armed. But perhaps it would be neither altogether safe nor alone sufficient. On ordinary occasions, it might not be exerted with the requisite firmness, and on extraordinary occasions, it might be perfidiously abused. May not this effect of an absolute negative be supplied by some qualified connection between this weaker department and the weaker branch of the stronger department, by which the latter may be led to support the constitutional rights of the former without being too much detached from the rights of its own department. If the principles on which these observations are founded be just, as I persuade myself there are, and they be applied as a criterion to the several state constitutions and to the federal constitution, it will be found that if the latter does not perfectly correspond with them, the former are infinitely less able to bear such a test. There are, moreover, two considerations particularly applicable to the federal system of America, which place that system in a very interesting point of view. First, in a single republic, all the power surrendered by the people is submitted to the administration of a single government, and usurpations are guarded against by a division of the government into distinct and separate departments. In the compound Republic of America, the power surrendered by the people is first divided between two distinct governments, and then the portion allotted to each, subdivided among distinct and separate departments. Hence, a double security arises to the rights of the people. The different governments will control each other, and at the same time that each will be controlled by itself. Second, it is of great importance in a republic not only to guard the society against the oppression of its rulers, but to guard one part of the society against the injustice of the other part. Different interests necessarily exist in different classes of citizens. If a majority be united by a common interest, the rights of the minority will be insecure. There are but two methods of providing against this evil. The one by creating a will in the community independent of the majority, that is, of the society itself. The other by comprehending in the society so many separate descriptions of citizens as will render an unjust combination of a majority of the whole very improbable, if not impracticable. The first method prevails in all governments possessing an hereditary or self-appointed authority. This, at best, is but a precarious security, because a power independent of the society may as well espouse the unjust views of the major as the rightful interests of the minor party, and may possibly be turned against both parties. The second method will be exemplified in the Federal Republic of the United States. Whilst all authority in it will be derived from and dependent on the society itself will be broken into so many parts, interests, and classes of citizens that the rights of individuals or of the minority will be in little danger from interested combinations of the majority. In a free government, the security for civil rights must be the same for religious rights. It consists in the one case in the multiplicity of interests, and in the other in the multiplicity of sects. The degree of security in both cases will depend on the number of interests and sects, and this may be presumed to depend on the extent of country and number of people comprehended under the same government. This view of the subject must particularly recommend a proper federal system to all the sincere and considerate friends of republican government, since it shews that in exact proportion as the territory of the Union may be formed into more circumscribed confederacies or states, territory of the Union may be formed, oppressive combinations of the majority will be facilitated. The best security under the Republican form for the rights of every class of citizens will be diminished, and consequently, the stability and independence of some member of the government, the only other security, must be proportionally increased. Justice is the end of government. It is the end of civil society. It ever has been and ever will be pursued until it be obtained, or until liberty be lost in the pursuit. In a society under the forms of which the stronger faction can readily unite and oppress the weaker, anarchy may as truly be said to reign as in a state of nature, where the weaker individual is not secured against the violence of the stronger, and as in the latter state, even the stronger individuals are prompted by the uncertainty of their condition to submit to a government which may protect the weak as well as themselves. So in the former state, will the more powerful factions or parties be gradually induced by a like motive to wish for a government which will protect all parties, the weaker as well as the more powerful. It can be little doubted that if the state of Rhode Island was separated from the Confederacy and left to itself, the insecurity of rights under the popular form of government within such narrow limits would be displayed by such reiterated oppression of factious majorities, that some power altogether independent of the people would soon be called for by the voice of very factions whose misrule had proved the necessity of it. In the extended Republic of the United States, and among the great variety of interests, parties, and sects which it embraces, a coalition of a majority of the whole society could seldom take place on any other principles than those of justice and the general good. And there being thus system of it, in the extended Republic of the United States, and among the great variety of interests, parties, and sects which it embraces, a coalition of majority of a whole society could seldom take place on any other principles than those of justice and the general good. And there being thus less danger to a minor from the will of the major party, there must be less pretext also to provide for the security of the former by introducing into the government a will not dependent on the latter. Or, in other words, a will independent of the society itself. It is no less certain than it is important, notwithstanding the contrary opinions which have been entertained, that the larger the society, provided it lie within a practicable sphere, been entertained, that the larger the it is no less certain than it is important, notwithstanding the contrary opinions which have been entertained, that the larger the society, provided it lie within a practicable sphere, the more duly capable it will be of self-government. And happily for the Republican cause, the practicable sphere may be carried to a very great extent by a judicious modification and mixture of the federal principle. Publius. So that's Federalist number 51. And you'll notice that they speak about there being a will independent of the society itself. Now, you might consider it to be very strange. Why would you want a government that has built into its system the idea that there should be a will that does not reflect the will of the majority, the will of society? Because again, they connect it back to the idea of the state of nature. The state of nature, as was described by thinkers like Hobbes and goodness, I forget their names. But basically, in the state of nature, it describes a state of affairs where there is no government in place. It's just humans existing as is. And in political science, we represent this using game theory. Game theory is the study of choices, given the ability of different actors in the system to make choices that will result in a certain outcome, a certain payoff for different participants in the game. So the way the game of nature works, or the game of the state of nature, is that you have 4 quadrants, right? So the idea is that when there is no government, there is no higher authority, there is no official accountability, it's anarchy. Anybody could take from the other person whatever they wanted. And so you have those 4 quadrants in the state of nature game. You have the highest payout and the lowest payout. And so you have a situation where you have let's say you have 2 actors, you have 2 players of the game. And these players can choose to either to steal or to refrain. So, if you're trying to gather resources, it'd be easy to just go over to your neighbor and steal their food, steal their supplies, whatever it is, to benefit your own self. And so, what will usually happen in this game is that both players will end up trying to steal. Because the way that this game works is that you will approach what's called a Nash equilibrium. Now, in game theory, a Nash equilibrium describes a state where both players will remain using the same strategy. Because if one of them changes their strategy, it might result in a negative outcome for them. It would only be wise if you could be certain that both players change their strategy. But because you cannot be sure of what the other person is going to do, you yourself do not want to be the one to risk harm to yourself by changing your strategy. So how does this apply to the game of nature? Well, so the four quadrants, right? You have player A, you have player B. And I think it might be better if I actually draw this out. We're not talking about Federalist 51 anymore. We're talking about the game of nature. And I'm going to describe this in the best way that I can. Very, very basic. It's just two choices, two players. You have player A, player B. I think it should be the other way, but so you have steal and refrain. You have steal and refrain. And I should try to color code this so as to make it a bit easier to understand. Thankfully, I have three colors with me. So player A is going to be represented with the green. And player B represented by the red. Now, I don't know the exact numerical values of the outcomes, but basically you have two players in the state of nature when there is no government. And the way the payout goes is I need to finish this, actually. So here we go. So it's going to be, let's see here. One, and then going to be steals 0, 3. You have steal refrain 2. Okay. And I apologize if I'm taking a long time to set this up, but it's very important that I create a visual for you to understand the game of nature. Yeah. Refrain. All right. So here is a potentially flawed representation of the game of nature. So I don't know if the camera can pick this up. So the way the game of nature works is you have player A and you have player B. Now, neither player can be certain of what the other player is going to do because these are two strangers. There's no government. There's no police. You just see them and you're like, I don't know if they're going to attack me or if they're just trying to move along. And these numbers represent a payout or resources that you have. So player A can choose to steal the other person's resources or they can refrain, they can back off. And player B can choose to steal or they can back off, they can refrain. So if player A steals and player B steals, they steal from each other and the payout is 1-1. They both lose something and they both gain something. So Neither of them have 0. They both walk away with something, but it's, it's not what it could be. Then you have, what if player A refrains, but player B steals? This first column represents what happens if player B steals. So you have player A who refrains. So A backs off and B steals. So what happens? A is left with 0. They're left with nothing, whereas B is left with a payout of 2 because they keep what they had and then they stole what happened from A. So A has 0 and B has 2. And the inverse of that is if B, so now we're looking at the column 2 where player B is refraining. So if player B refrains, A steals, then player B loses the game. And A has 2. They have the one that they had at the beginning, and then they have the other one that they stole from B. And so B has a 0 payout, and A has a 2 payout. Now, the ideal is if both player A and player B refrain. If both of them back off and they leave themselves vulnerable, that's peace, that's peaceful. And so they actually both end out with a payoff of 3 because they have what they started with, and because they're both refraining, they're able to develop their own selves naturally without being attacked by the other, and so that results in the highest payout, 3-3. Now you'll notice that let's see, I think it was 3 or 4 that, but anyway, I think these all have the same, okay, sorry. But anyway, if you look at both players' state of affairs, you can see that if player A refrains, they risk having a 0 payout. But if player A steals, in both cases, they will win something, right? And player B also understands that if they refrain, they risk having a 0, and B, they will always gain something, right? But you'll notice, if player B steals, they're either tied or they win. They never lose if they steal. And if player A steals, they either tie or sorry. If player B steals, they either tie or they win, right? Because it's either 1-1 or 0-2, and B has 0 and B has 2 and A has 0. So if player B steals, they either tie or win. You don't lose if you steal. If player A chooses to steal, then they either tie or they win against B. So it is impossible for A to lose the game if they steal, and it is impossible for B to lose the game if they steal. As a result, it will be the natural inclination for both players in the state of nature to want to steal, which results in a common payout of 1-1, which adds up to 2. But if you'll notice, the highest payout from the game actually comes from over here, 3-3, if both players refrain from violence against the other player. So it's kind of counterfactual, right? Because look, you'd think that both players would want the highest possible payout, which is peace, which results in both of them getting 3. But instead, it is in their interests to want to both steal and have a lower payout. It is the natural inclination of the players in this game to be worse off because of the fact that when you view their choices as a whole, it is better for both players' interests to want to steal. And so we use that to explain the state of nature. which is that it is humans' natural inclination to attack each other, which is a net negative for everyone. And so the reason we have government is to bring us, the reason we have government is to bring us to the greater payout. Because in nature we are violent, we need some kind of higher force, some higher power to bring us towards peace, towards order, so that we can have a higher payout for everyone involved. That is the function of government. So that way we don't have a result where someone who wants to be peaceful ends up losing because the other player was violent. And how does this relate to the Federalist Papers? Well, as in the state of nature, when there is no government, the weak lose. But even when there is a government, the weak may still lose because the majority of the society that controls the power has the ability to impose whatever laws they want on the minority because they are weaker. And so if you have a form of government where the majority power can do whatever they want, you've essentially gone back to the state of nature. You've gone back to a game where the weak will always lose. And that's why we have these controls in place to control the effects of government. Because if you allow democracy to go through always 100% of the time, no checks on the power of the government, that means that if someday you elect someone who is going to be evil, yes, they win the election, they have the right to impose their own agenda, that's called an electoral mandate, but even though they have the power to govern, there still ought to be some control, some protection, something that the members of the minority can do to at least check the power of the majority. And therein is the purpose of the Senate, and as follows, the power of the filibuster. When the filibuster is done right, it can be a productive tool for the minority to exercise their rights. So after that, it's what time is it? 12:53. It's almost 1. Nice. So that's Federalist 51. And yeah, they also make the point that Congress, the legislative branch, is the most powerful branch. Very important to remember, because what you'll sometimes also have is the president of the United States. They're the head of the executive. They enforce laws, but it is Congress who makes the laws. And so if you have a president who goes to the Congress and says, here's what I want to do, you do what I say, you're serving the president and perhaps not the interest of your constituents that you're representing as a congressman. Because it is Congress ultimately who is tasked with making these laws. And if Congress does not do their part to check the power of the executive branch, then we have failed as a republic. We have failed to uphold the Constitution that both the president and Congress people take an oath to defend. So the next Federalist paper that I wanted to read was Federalist number 10. Federalist number 10 was written by James Madison, again under the pen name Publius. Federalist number 10 deals with the tyranny of the majority, which is a similar point to what I was going over with the state of nature game. But I think it's important to just go over what exactly the framers said, because I don't want to get too carried away in what I've been saying. And in fact, behooves me to stay humble, and not act like I know everything, because I'm clearly not. I'm reading off of other people's words, and I'm giving commentary, and I am just one person. But anyway, we're going to go to Federalist number 10. The tyranny of the majority is discussed at length in this document. And the tyranny of the majority is kind of the main term that people use, defending the filibuster. That it's not that the majority should have a hard time governing. It's that they shouldn't have an extremely easy time governing. It should be easier for them because they won the mandate, but there needs to be some controls. I'll go over all of it. Here is Federalist number 10. I should make a move first. Is it black to move? I think so. Let's see here. What should I do? Let's get this knight here. Let's get the bishop takes the pawn. Bishop takes pawn. King takes bishop. Now it's white to move. King has not moved yet, actually. So I'm going to castle. Castle, and now the rook's on this side, which allows the knight to move, and we're going to move to defend the to defend that pawn by having a reveal check, and it'll be black to move next time. Okay, Federalist number 10. Let's begin. It's almost one. I'm almost due for a sip of water. I might as well take it now before I read. I filled up this glass before I started. This is all I've drank. I'm very careful with it. Okay, the Federalist number 10. November 22nd, 1787. Among the numerous advantages promised by a well-constructed union, none deserves to be more accurately developed than its tendency to break and control the violence of faction. The friend of popular governments never finds himself so much alarmed for their character and fate as when he contemplates their prosperity to this dangerous vice. He will not fail, therefore, to set a due value on any plan which, without violating the principles to which he is attached, provides a proper cure for it. The instability, injustice, and confusion introduced into the public councils have in truth been the mortal diseases under which popular governments have everywhere perished. As they continue to be the favorite and fruitful topics from which the adversaries to liberty derive their most specious declamations, the valuable improvements made by the American constitutions on the popular models, both antient and modern, cannot certainly be too much admired, but it would be an unwarrantable partiality to contend that they have as effectually obviated the danger on this side as was wished and expected. Complaints are everywhere heard from our most considerate and virtuous citizens, equally the friends of public and private faith, and of public and personal liberty, that our governments are too unstable, that the public good is disregarded in the conflicts of rival parties, and that measures are too often decided not according to the rules of justice and the rights of the minor party, but by the superior force of an interested and overbearing majority. However anxiously we may wish that these complaints had no foundation, the evidence of known facts will not permit us to deny that they are in some degree true. It will be found indeed, on a candid review of our situation, that some of the distresses under which we labor have been erroneously charged on the operation of our governments, but it will be found at the same time that other causes will not alone account for many of our heaviest misfortunes, and particularly for that prevailing and increasing distrust of public engagements, and alarm for private rights, which are echoed from one end of the continent to the other. These must be chiefly, if not wholly, effects of the unsteadiness and injustice with which a factious spirit has tainted our public administration. By a faction, I understand the number of citizens, whether amounting to a majority or minority of the whole, who are united and actuated by some common impulse of passion or of interest adverse to the rights of other citizens, or to the permanent and aggregate interests of the community. There are two methods of curing the mischiefs of faction: the one by removing its causes, the other by controlling its effects. There are again two methods of removing the causes of faction: the one by destroying the liberty which is essential to its existence, the other by giving to every citizen the same opinions, the same passions, and the same interests. It could never be more truly said than of the first remedy, that it is worse than the disease. Liberty is to faction what air is to fire, an aliment without which it instantly expires. But it could not be less a folly to abolish liberty. But it could not be a less folly to abolish liberty, which is essential to political life, because it nourishes faction, than it would be to wish the annihilation of air, which is essential to animal life, because it imparts to fire its destructive agency. The second expedient is as impracticable as the first would be unwise. As long as the reason of man continues fallible, and he is at liberty to exercise it, different opinions will be formed. As long as the connection subsists between his reason and his self-love, his opinions and his passions will have a reciprocal influence on each other, and the former will be objects to which the latter will attach themselves. The diversity in the faculties of men, from which the rights of property originate, is not less an insuperable obstacle to an uniformity of interests. The protection of these faculties is the first object of government. From the protection of different and unequal faculties of acquiring property, the possession of different degrees and kinds of property immediately results, and from the influence of these on the sentiments and views of the respective proprietors ensues the division of the society into different interests and parties. The latent causes of faction are thus sown in the nature of man, and we see them everywhere brought into different degrees of activity. According to the different circumstances of civil society, a zeal for different opinions concerning religion, concerning government, and many other points, as well of speculation as of practice, an attachment to different leaders ambitiously contending for preeminence and power, or to persons of other descriptions, whose fortunes have been interesting to the human passions, have in turn divided mankind into parties, inflamed them with mutual animosity, and rendered them much more disposed to vex and oppress each other than to cooperate for their common good. So strong is this propensity of mankind to fall into mutual animosities that where no substantial occasion presents itself, the most frivolous and fanciful distinctions have been sufficient to kindle their unfriendly passions and excite their most violent conflicts. That still rings so true today. I'm going to repeat that line if I can find it. So strong is this propensity of mankind to fall into mutual animosities, that where no substantial occasion presents itself, the most frivolous and fanciful distinctions have been sufficient to kindle their unfriendly passions and excite their most violent conflicts. That right there is very true. You know, the more you divide a society, the more politically polarized we are. We find the littlest things to hate each other over. It makes no sense. But the most common and durable source of factions has been the various and unequal distribution of property. Those who hold and those who are without property have ever formed distinct interests in society. Those who are creditors and those who are debtors fall under a like discrimination. A landed interest, a manufacturing interest, a mercantile interest, a moneyed interest with many lesser interests grow up of necessity in civilized interest or in civilized nations and divide them into different classes, actuated by different sentiments and views. The regulation of these various and interfering interests forms the principal task of modern legislation and involves the spirit of party and faction and the necessary and ordinary operations of government. No man is allowed to be a judge in his own cause, because his interest would certainly bias his judgment and, not improbably, corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, with greater reason, a body of men are unfit to be both judges and parties at the same time. Yet, what are many of the most important acts of legislation but so many judicial determinations, not indeed concerning the rights of single persons, but concerning the rights of large bodies of citizens? And what are the different classes of legislators but advocates and parties to the causes which they determine? Is a law proposed concerning private debts? It is a question to which the creditors are parties on one side and the debtors on the other. Justice ought to hold the balance between them, yet the parties are and must be themselves the judges, and the most numerous party, or in other words, the most powerful faction, must be expected to prevail. Shall domestic manufacturers be encouraged, and in what degree, by restrictions on foreign manufactures? Are questions which would be differently decided by the landed and the manufacturing classes, and probably by the various descriptions of property, is an act which seems to require the most exact impartiality, yet there is perhaps no legislative act in which greater opportunity and temptation are given to a predominant party to trample on the rules of justice. Every shilling with which they overburden the inferior number is a shilling saved to their own pockets. It is vain to say that enlightened statesmen will be able to adjust these clashing interests and render them all subservient to the public good. Enlightened statesmen will not always be at the helm, nor in many cases can such an adjustment be made at all, without taking into view indirect and remote considerations, which will rarely prevail over the immediate interest which one party may find in disregarding the rights of another or the good of the whole. The inference to which we are brought is that the causes of faction cannot be removed, and that relief is only to be sought in the means of controlling its effects. If a faction consists of less than a majority, relief is supplied by the Republican principle, which enables the majority to defeat its sinister views by regular vote. It may clog the administration, it may convulse the society, but it will be unable to execute and mask its violence under the forms of the Constitution. When a majority is included in a faction, the form of popular government, on the other hand, enables it to sacrifice to its ruling passion or interests both the public good and the rights of other citizens. To secure the public good and private rights against the danger of such a faction, and at the same time to preserve the spirit and the form of popular government, is then the great object to which our inquiries are directed. Let me add that it is the great desideratum by which alone this form of government can be rescued from the opprobrium under which it has so long labored, and be recommended to the esteem and adoption of mankind. By what means is this object attainable? Evidently, by one of two only. Either the existence of the same passion or interest in majority at the same time must be prevented, or the majority, having such coexistent passion or interest, must be rendered, by their number and local situation, unable to concert and carry into effect schemes of oppression. If the impulse and the opportunity be suffered to coincide, we well know that neither moral nor religious motives can be relied on as an adequate control. They are not found to be such on the injustice and violence of individuals, and lose their efficacy in proportion to the number combined together. That is, in proportion as their efficacy becomes needful. From this view of the subject, it may be concluded that a pure democracy, by which I mean a society consisting of a small number of citizens who assemble and administer the government in person, can admit of no cure for the mischiefs of faction. A common passion or interest will, in almost every case, be felt by a majority of the whole. A communication and concert results from the form of government itself, and there is nothing to check the inducements to sacrifice the weaker party, or an obnoxious individual. Hence it is that such democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general been as short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths. Theoretic politicians who have patronized this species of government have erroneously supposed that by reducing mankind to a perfect equality in their political rights, they would, at the same time, be perfectly equalized and assimilated in their possessions, their opinions, and their passions. A republic, by which I mean a government in which the scheme of representation takes place, opens a different prospect, and promises the cure for which we are seeking. Let us examine the points in which it varies from pure democracy, and we shall comprehend both the nature of the cure and the efficacy which it must derive from the union. From the union. Where is that? Let's see here. I appear to have lost my place. Of the union, of the union, of the union. Of the union. It's very important that I make this becomes needful. Here we are. I hope you've been following along. If you'll notice, the Federalist number 10, the talking points that are being discussed in this document are actually quite similar to what I just went over, both in Federalist number 58, as well as what I talked about, the state of nature, and having to how to control the ability of the majority to exercise its will over all others. The two great points of difference between a democracy and a republic are, first, the delegation of the government, in the latter, to a small number of citizens elected by the rest. Secondly, the greater the number of citizens and greater sphere of country over which the latter may be extended. The effect of the first difference is, on the one hand, to refine and enlarge the public views by passing them through the medium of a chosen body of citizens, whose wisdom may best discern the true interest of their country, and whose patriotism and love of justice will be least likely to sacrifice it to temporary or partial considerations. Under such a regulation, it may well happen that the public voice pronounced by the representatives of the people will be more consonant to the public good than if pronounced by the people themselves convened for the purpose. On the other hand, the effect may be inverted. Men themselves, or men of factious tempers, of local prejudices, or of sinister designs, may by intrigue, by corruption, or by other means, first obtain the suffrages, and then betray the interest of the people. The question resulting is whether small or extensive republics are most favorable to the election of proper guardians of the public weal, and it is clearly decided in favor of the latter by two obvious considerations. I'm going to pause there. So it's very important. We went over the differences between a democracy and a republic, that we outlined why it's necessary to have these types of seemingly undemocratic institutions, which the case of the disappearing filibuster, who talked about how the Senate and the Constitution are fundamentally undemocratic, arguing that democracy and that the will of the people always means good. Here we're seeing why we ought to be a bit more careful in that. In the first place, it is to be remarked that however small the republic may be, the representatives must be raised to a certain number in order to guard against the cabals of the few, and that however large it may be, they must be limited to a certain number in order to guard against the confusion of a multitude. Hence the number of representatives in the two cases not being in proportion to that of the constituents, and being proportionally greatest in the small republic, it follows that if the proportion of fit characters be not less in the large than in the small republic, the former will present a greater option, and consequently a greater probability of a fit choice. In the next place, as each representative will be chosen by a greater number of citizens in the large than in the small republic, it will be more difficult for unworthy candidates to practice with success the vicious arts by which elections are too often carried, and the suffrages of the people being more free, will be more likely to center on men who possess the most attractive merit, the most effusive and established characters. Yeah, that's a tight spot. I blocked my own bishop. Suppose we got to introduce some kind of advance here, and that's hanging. White, let's see here, this is check, so we have to kind of move back like so, and it will be white to move. In the next place, as each representative will be chosen by a greater number of citizens in the large and in the small republic, it will be more difficult for unworthy candidates to practice with success the vicious arts by which elections are too often carried, and the suffrages of the people being more free will be more likely to center on men who possess the most attractive merits and the most effusive and established characters. Okay, that's the paragraph I read already. It must be confessed that in this, as in most other cases, there is a mean on both sides of which inconveniencies will be found to lie. By enlarging too much the number of electors, you render the representative too little acquainted with all their local circumstances and lesser interests, as by reducing it too much, you render him unduly attached to these, and too little fit to comprehend and pursue great and national objects. The federal constitution forms a happy combination in this respect. the great and aggregate interests being referred to the national, the local, and in particular to the state legislatures. The other point of difference is the greater the number of citizens and the extent of territory which may be brought within the compass of republican than of democratic government, and it is this circumstance principally which renders factious combinations less to be dreaded in the former than in the latter. The smaller the society, the fewer probably will be the distinct parties and interests composing it. The fewer the distinct parties and interests, the more frequently will a majority be found of the same party. And the smaller the number of individuals composing a majority, and the smaller the compass within which they are placed, the more easily they will concert and execute their plans of oppression. Extend the sphere, and you take in a greater variety of parties and interests. You make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the rights of other citizens. Or if such a common motive exists, it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength and to act in unison with each other. Besides other impediments, it may be remarked that where there is a consciousness or unjust or dishonorable purposes, the communication is always checked by distrust in proportion to the number whose concurrence is necessary. Hence it clearly appears that the same advantage which a republic has over a democracy is in controlling the effects of faction is enjoyed in a large over a small republic, is enjoyed by the union over the states composing it. Does this advantage consist in the substitution of representatives whose enlightened views and virtuous sentiments render them superior to local prejudices and to schemes of justice? It will not be denied that the representation of the Union will be most likely to possess these requisite endowments. The representation of the Union, does it consist in the greater security afforded by a greater variety of parties against the event of any one party being able to outnumber and oppress the rest? In an equal degree, does the increased variety of parties comprised within the Union increase its security? Does it, in fine, consist in the greater obstacles opposed to the concert and accomplishment of the secret wishes of an unjust and interested majority? Here, again, the extent of the Union gives it the most palpable advantage. The influence of factious leaders may kindle a flame within their particular states, but it will be unable to spread a general conflagration through the other states. A religious sect may degenerate into a political faction in a part of the Confederacy, but the variety of sects dispersed over the entire face of it must secure the national councils against any danger from that source. A rage for paper money, for an abolition of debts, for an equal division of property, or for any other improper or wicked project will be less apt to pervade the whole body of the Union than a particular member of it, in the same proportion as such a malady is more likely to taint a particular country or county or district than an entire state. In the extent and proper structure of the Union, therefore, we behold a republican remedy for the diseases most incident to republican government, and according to the degree of pleasure and pride we feel in being republicans ought to be our zeal in cherishing the spirit and supporting the character of Federalists. Publius. I have to say, that second to last paragraph, sorry, that's gross. That second to last paragraph was quite powerful. The idea of containing a malady that if you one day encounter, uh, a sort of poison in our government, that's a strong way of describing it. But if you one day encounter a situation where you find a certain politician ideas, or you find certain policies, certain laws to be abhorrent, and you wouldn't wish those policies on your worst enemy, you wouldn't wish those policies on any other state, you'd at least want to make sure that that can't spread, right? So, for instance, this idea of federalism, that each state has their own separate jurisdictions, that each can be a sort of laboratory of democracy, right? So you have the federal government, which tries to work out all the differences. But then you have the state governments, those individual state governments, who are all going to have. I got a chest movement. um, anyway, you have these. You have these laboratories of democracy that every state has its own ideological moments, these their own policies. So, for example, if I'm trying to be fair, we can compare Texas and California for no particular reason. One of them is controlled more by Democrats, the other one is controlled more by Republicans, and so everyone's going to have their own view of everyone's going to have their own view of what policy ought to be considered toxic or poisonous. You know, um, you have this idea of blue dots in a red state or a red dot in a blue state, and so you'll have people who are conservative who live in California, which is, who has been very strongly controlled by Democrats. So you'll have progressives who live in Texas, which is very well, typically traditionally very strongly controlled by conservatives. The margins have been tight, but for our example, we'll say that Texas is a solid red state. If you are one of those dots who believes you live in a state that is controlled by a toxic faction, you would not want that to creep into federal law. That's not something you want to see in the federal Congress. And so when you look at a system where a simple majority consistently has the power, you can find that in the Texas state legislature. There are talking filibusters that have been done in recent memory. You have Wendy Davis in 2013. She spoke towards the deadline against an abortion ban, a partial abortion ban. Well, I don't want to go into the specifics, but that was the issue. And then you have, of course, Carol Alvarado very recently in the 2020s, who has a talking filibuster against legislation that she believes would unfairly restrict voting options. So you do have these things, but ultimately they still become law. So we don't have that same protection in the Texas legislature as we do in the federal Congress, in the Senate. The Texas Senate and the United States Senate, they're not quite the same, because the silent filibuster, the procedural filibuster, is unique not only to the United States, but within the United States, it's unique to the federal Senate, right? And so I'm seeing all of these laws in Texas pass because you have such a unified force, because you can expect the governor, the lieutenant governor, the majority in the Senate, the majority in the House to all be a member of one party. And whenever members of the Democratic Party in Texas do something, they always have to be bipartisan. There's a certain, if in the we're about to hit some midterm elections in this year, 2026, that will take place in November, and I forget whose move it is. I think, yeah, black moves. I think it's white to move. I don't know. I'm just going to go ahead and start doing this. Here you have this, here you have that. Rook takes. It's black to move. Black is going to take the rook. White is going to attempt to make a move with respect to rook. That's going to be check. Rook moves to protect the king. Bad idea because the pawn takes. Now you only have pawns. Pawn moves forward. 2. And we're going to stop there. It's white to move. So anyway, you don't have the protections in the Texas Senate. Midterm elections, right. So one of the candidates for the United States Senate, because John Cornyn, his seat is up for re-election for the United States Senate. And you have people on the Republican primary and the Democratic primary, and that election is set to take place on March 3rd. Now, John Cornyn does have some opposition on the Republican side, but on the Democratic side, which people project to be unlikely to win, but, you know, you always try in a democracy. A republic. We've just gone over how this is a republic, not a democracy. There's this one candidate, James Tallarico, who has stated numerous times how because he is a member of the state House of Representatives, as a Democrat, serving the entirety of his political career in a body that is consistently controlled by another party, all of the accomplishments James Tallarico has had, whether it be on education or lowering the cost of insulin, he has had to work across the aisle with Republicans. That is his only option. He must work bipartisanly in order to achieve anything, which is one of the things I like about him and is why I support him for the primary. This is happening on March 3rd with early voting happening February 17th to 22nd. I started to throw that in there. But anyway, if you're a Democrat in Texas or a Republican in California, you're witnessing firsthand things that you don't like seeing, things that you don't want to see implemented in federal policy. And this is kind of what Madison discussed in Federalist Number 10, where you want to contain the malady. Whether or not it truly is a malady is up to your own ideology. But it's the ability to control the effects of something that has the potential to be bad. Not saying that everything always is bad, but when you're dealing with something as powerful as a government, you must always have some checks, some control. And so, right, that goes back to what a republic is. You divide control among as many different entities as possible. The people, the representatives, the different branches, departments. But I do want to go back and give critics of the filibuster a fair shake, or at least critics of the Senate, because it's not just me, it's the Federalists themselves. Madison and Hamilton, they had their own cautions about this. They weren't blind to any criticism. So, or any criticism of a system that favors the minority excessively. Case in point, Federalist 58. That will be the next essay I will read. Now, Federalist 58 is an important one when you're dealing with conversations about the Senate, the filibuster, or how the dynamics of the majority and the minority. Because while it is important to protect the rights of the minority, I have gone over many times that the filibuster is being misused and abused. And so while the framers, the founding fathers, the framing fathers, they anticipated a system, well, at least the proponents of the Constitution, envisioned a system where the minority does have tools to wield to have a system within the institution to protect themselves from the majority, to be able to protect their own rights. And so, but it's also as we saw with the Articles of Confederation, you can't make the government too weak. You can't make the minority too strong, because otherwise you no longer have a real government that can actually exercise the mandate that was given to them by the election, the results of the election. So we're going to begin reading Federalist number 58, written by either James Madison or Alexander Hamilton, once again under the pen name Publius. And this one I'm less familiar with, but it was still important to include in the conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and begin reading Federalist 58. So Federalist number 58, February 20th, 1788. To the people of the state of New York, the remaining charge against the House of Representatives, which I am to examine, is grounded on a supposition that the number of members will not be augmented from time to time as the progress of population may demand. It has been admitted that this objection, if well supported, would have great weight. The following observations will shew that, like most other objections against the Constitution, it can only proceed from a partial view of the subject, or from a jealousy which discolors and disfigures every object which is beheld. 1. Those who urge the objection seem not to have recollected that the federal Constitution will not suffer by a comparison with the state constitutions in the security provided for a gradual augmentation of the number of representatives. The number which is to prevail in the first instance is declared to be temporary. Its duration is limited to the short term of 3 years. Within every successive term of 10 years, a census of inhabitants is to be repeated. The unequivocal objects of these regulations are, first, to readjust from time to time the apportionment of representatives to the number of inhabitants, under the single exception that each state shall have one representative at least. Secondly, to augment the number of representatives at the same periods, under the sole limitation that the whole number shall not exceed one for every 30,000 inhabitants. If we review the constitutions of the several states, we shall find that some of them contain no determinate regulations on this subject, that others correspond pretty much on this point with the federal Constitution, and that the most effectual security in any of them is resolvable into a more directory provision. 2. As far as experience has taken place on this subject, a gradual increase of representatives under the state constitution has at least kept pace with that of the constituents, and it appears that the former have been as ready to concur in such measures as the latter have been to call for them. 3. There is a peculiarity in the federal constitution which ensures a watchful attention in a majority both of the people and of their representatives to a constitutional augmentation of the latter. The peculiarity lies in this, that one branch of the legislature is a representation of citizens. The other of the states, in the former, consequently, the larger states will have the most weight. In the latter, the advantage will be in the favor of the smaller states. From this circumstance, it may with certainty be inferred that the larger states will be strenuous advocates for increasing the number and weight of that part of the legislature in which their influence predominates, and it so happens that 4 only of the largest will have a majority of the whole votes in the House of Representatives. Should the representatives or people, therefore, of the smaller states oppose at any time a reasonable addition of members, a coalition of a very few states will be sufficient to overrule the opposition. A coalition which, notwithstanding the rivalship and local prejudices which might prevent it on ordinary occasions, would not fail to take place, when not merely prompted by common interest, but justified by equity and the principles of the Constitution. It may be alleged, perhaps, that the Senate would be prompted by like motives to an adverse coalition, and as their concurrence would be indispensable, the just and constitutional views of the other branch might be defeated. This is the difficulty which has probably created the most serious apprehensions in the jealous friends of a numerous representation. Fortunately, it is among the difficulties which, existing only in appearance, vanish on a close and accurate inspection. The following reflections will, if I mistake not, be admitted to be conclusive and satisfactory on this point. Notwithstanding the equal authority which will subsist between the two houses on all legislative subjects, except the originating of money bills, it cannot be doubted that the House composed of the greater number of members, when supported by the more powerful states, and speaking the known and determined sense of a majority of the people, will have no small advantage in a question depending on the comparative firmness of the two houses. This advantage must be increased by the consciousness felt by the same side, of being supported in its demands, by right, by reason, and by the Constitution, and the consciousness on the opposite side, of contending against the force of all these solemn considerations. It is farther to be considered that in the gradation between the smallest and largest states, there are several which, though most likely in general to arrange themselves among the former, are too little removed in extent and population from the latter to second in opposition to their just and legitimate pretensions. Hence it is by no means certain that a majority of votes, even in the Senate, would be unfriendly to proper augmentations in the number of representatives. It will not be looking too far to add that the senators from all the new states may be gained over to the just views of the House of Representatives by an expedient too obvious to be overlooked. As these states will for a great length of time advance in population with peculiar rapidity, they will be interested in frequent reapportionments of the representatives to the number of inhabitants. The large states, therefore, who will prevail in the House of Representatives will have nothing to do but to make reapportionments and augmentations mutually conditions of each other, and the senators from all the most growing states will be bound to contend for the latter, and by the interest which their states will feel in the former. So it's interesting that they talk about that reapportionment, because reapportionment is something that is very common in conversation, in political conversation. Okay, that was a quick sound check. Anyway, they talk about this reapportionment, how it's always a very careful issue to be able to decide who has the authority on that. I mean, recently in Texas, there was that whole issue of mid-decade reapportionment outside of the window, which you normally should have done, which is when you take the United States Census, and you actually have a record of the difference in population. Then and only then can you really decide that, okay, this new congressional map is a fine one. And to do so, and to try to change it, and they call it gerrymandering, but that's kind of a weaponization of reapportionment. But to do so outside of the census is just odd. But that's neither here nor there. Well, sort of. Anyway, I need to find. I always lose my place when I go off on a tangent. These considerations seem to afford ample security on this subject, and ought alone to satisfy all the doubts and fears which have been indulged with regard to it. Admitting, however, that they should all be insufficient to subdue the unjust policy of the smaller states, or their predominant influence in the councils of the Senate, a constitutional and infallible resource still remains with the larger states, by which they will be able at all times to accomplish their just purposes. The House of Representatives can not only refuse, but they alone can propose the supplies requisite for the support of government. They, in a word, hold the purse, that powerful instrument by which we behold in the history of the British Constitution an infant and humble representation of the people, gradually enlarging the sphere of its activity and importance, and finally reducing, as far as it seems to have wished, all of the overgrown prerogatives of the other branches of the government. This power over the purse may in fact be regarded as the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people, for obtaining a redress of every grievance, and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. But will not the House of Representatives be as much interested as the Senate in maintaining the government in its proper functions, and they will not therefore be unwilling to stake its existence or its reputation on the pliancy of the Senate? Or if such a trial of firmness between the two branches were hazarded, which or would not be the one as likely first to yield as the other? These questions will create no difficulty with those who reflect that in all cases the smaller the number and the more permanent and conspicuous the station of men in power, the stronger must be the interest which they will individually feel in whatever concerns the government. Those who represent the dignity of their country in the eyes of other nations will be particularly sensible to every why did I do that? To every prospect of public danger, or of a dishonorable stagnation in public affairs. Those who represent the dignity of their country in the eyes of their nations, to those causes we are to ascribe the continual triumph of the British House of Commons over the other branches of the government, whenever the engine of a money bill has been employed. An absolute inflexibility on the side of the latter, although it could not have failed to involve every department of the state in the general confusion, has neither been apprehended nor experienced. The utmost degree of firmness that can be displayed by the federal Senate or President will not be more than equal to a resistance in which they will be supported by constitutional and patriotic principles. In this review of the Constitution of the House of Representatives, I have passed over the circumstance of economy, which in the present state of foreign affairs might have had some effect in lessening the temporary number of representatives, and a disregard of which would probably have been as rich a theme of declamation against the Constitution as has been furnished by the smallness of the number proposed. Why did I say that in a Canadian accent? Proposed. Proposed, eh? I omit also any remarks on the difficulty which might be found, under present circumstances, in engaging in the federal service a large number of such characters as the people will probably elect. One observation, however, I must be permitted to add on this subject, as claiming in my judgment a very serious attention. It is that in all legislative assemblies, the greater the number composing them may be, the fewer will be the men who will in fact direct their proceedings. In the first place, the more numerous any assembly may be, of whatever characters composed, the greater is known to be the ascendancy of passion over reason. In the next place, the larger the number, the greater will be the proportion of members of limited information and of weak capacities. Now it is precisely on characters of this description that the eloquence and address of the few are known to act with all of their force. In the ancient republics, where the whole body of the people assembled in person, a single orator or an artful statesman was generally seen to rule with as complete a sway as if a scepter had been placed in his single hands. On the same principle, the more multitudinous a representative assembly may be rendered, the more it will partake of the infirmities incident to collective meetings of the people. Ignorance will be the dupe of cunning, and passion the slave of sophistry and declamation. The people can never err more than in supposing that by multiplying their representatives beyond a certain limit, they may strengthen the barrier against the government of a few. Experience will forever admonish them that, on the contrary, after securing a sufficient number for the purposes of safety, of local information, and of diffusive sympathy with the whole society, they will counteract their own views by every addition to the representatives. The countenance of the government may become more democratic, but the soul that animates it will be more oligarchic. The machine will be enlarged, but the fewer and often, the more secret will be the springs by which its motions are directed. As connected with the objection against the number of representatives, may properly be here noticed that which has been suggested against the number made component for legislative business. It has been said that more than a majority ought to have been required for a quorum, and in particular cases, if not all, more than a majority of quorum for a decision. That some advantages might have resulted from such a precaution cannot be denied. It might have been an additional shield to some particular interests, and another obstacle generally to hasty and partial measures. But these considerations are outweighed by the inconveniences in the opposite scale. In all cases where justice or the general good might require new laws to be passed or active measures to be pursued, the fundamental principle of free government would be reversed. It would be no longer the majority that would rule. The power would be transferred to the minority. Were the defensive privilege limited to particular cases, an interested minority might take advantage of it to screen themselves from equitable sacrifices to the general weal, or in particular emergencies to extort unreasonable indulgences. Lastly, it would facilitate and foster the baneful practice of secessions, a practice which has shewn itself, even in states where a majority only is required, a practice subversive of all the principles of order and regular government, a practice which leads more directly to public convulsions and the ruin of popular governments than any other which has yet been displayed among us. Publius, that's Federalist 58. So that was certainly an interesting one. I would have to say a bit more dense, a bit less straightforward than 10 and 51, but definitely still interesting. I think that last part where they spoke of right, where they say they might be able to extort. Let me see if I can find that again. Were the defensive privilege limited to particular cases, an interested minority might take advantage of it to screen themselves from equitable sacrifices to the general weal, or in particular emergencies to extort unreasonable indulgences. So, not to use the exact language there, but we have seen cases where a minority will sometimes use the circumstances to their advantage. I think an example of this recently would have been the recent shutdown Now, the situation was that the continuing resolution, which is just to keep funding the government in the same way that we've had up to that point, was being filibustered by Senate Democrats. Why? Because under the continuing resolution, under the budget that we've continued to have, uh, the premiums, the healthcare premiums of millions of people are skyrocket. The cost will become completely unreasonable. And, well, that's exactly what happened later on. And in this particular case, I was in favor of maintaining that filibuster up to continue to delay. And the Republicans, now to use the language of Federalist 58, Republicans would have considered that to be extortion. And okay, this might get confusing because we're talking about Republican with a capital R and Republican with a lowercase r. Republican with a capital R, of course, refers to the party, the GOP, the Donald Trump and the Rand Paul and the Lindsey Graham and all that, the Republican Party. But then you have Republicans, which is people who favor uh, a Republican system, lowercase r, right? But anyway, the GOP, which I should probably be saying just to avoid confusion, the GOP considered this extortion. They were saying, "Oh, you're using a shutdown, you're weaponizing a shutdown to force people to get what you want." And of course, on the progressive side, you would say, "Well, it was not completely unfounded because either people get hurt under a shutdown now, or they get hurt later very badly with the cost of healthcare." And so, yeah, if you're a member of the GOP, you would most certainly agree with this. And I'm sure you can find an example that would make my side look good. But in this case, you have an example of the minority party in the Senate, in this case, the Democrats, being able to use the fact that there was an emergency, a potential shutdown, as a way to pressure the majority to include something that they wanted in the resolution. Hopefully, I explained that well. But yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. So in that case, you would view the filibuster as a potential source of uh, extortion, and certainly this is a very, very useful viewpoint, which is all the more reason why we ought to reform the filibuster in a way such that 41 votes are required by the minority as opposed to 60 votes for the majority. Because you cannot have these minoritarian institutions be so powerful so as to override the majority. But we do need some way to protect ourselves against the tyranny of the majority. All right, what else do I have here? It's almost 2 p.m. now, which means what? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. That's 5 hours and some change. Yeah, okay. Making sure I'm on my water schedule. So yeah, that's a very important topic of discussion. Let me see here. Right. And so what you have here is not exactly an argument against a republic, but it's an argument to be in favor of a careful republic, a republic whose systems are able to actually deliver what the true idea actually is, which is to control the effects of factions. So after that, we also have a conversation to be had on the structure of the Senate, which is outlined in in another set, this is actually a pair of essays from the Federalist Papers, 62 and 63, written by Madison. Now, these were titled The Senate and The Senate Continued. So in 62 and 63, we actually have a wider conversation about the design of the Senate itself. And it's these two which present the most amount of justification for why the Senate is the way it is, why we have a republic as opposed to a pure democracy. You often have people refer to the United States as a democratic republic, and we pride ourselves on being a democracy. Well, we're not quite a democracy, are we? The president is elected by the Electoral College. Sometimes that correlates with the results of the popular vote. But in 2016, President Trump was elected by the Electoral College, even though his opponent, Hillary Clinton, the nominee on the Democratic Party, won the popular vote. So right off the bat, you have a system that is actually very patently undemocratic. But even if you want something democratic like the House of Representatives, which represents the people, and you have simple majority rule, 435 members, whoever has 218 goes through. Even then, you have that discussion from Federalist 58. They talk about the reapportionment and controlling the power of a certain proportion of people to manage the reapportionment. So I think at this point, I might just go ahead and begin my discussion on the structure of the Senate. And it's at this point that I also have to say that I somewhat might owe an apology to the House of Representatives. I'm spending most of my time talking about the Senate, but it is important that we talk about the Senate because it is the location of the filibuster. Because you can have your conversations about abolishing the Electoral College, you have your House, but it's the Senate and a good chunk of the Constitution which really puts into question the question of whether we are a republic or a democracy, a democratic republic, and why it's important to understand the difference. And so I'm going to go ahead and get into Federalist number 62, and I'm probably just going to go ahead and read 62 and 63 back to back, considering they are continuations of each other. But I'll still go ahead and read. I'll mark it one at a time. Federalist number 62. I'll be honest, I am sort of approaching towards the tail end. Well, not the tail end, but I have gone past half of my talking points that I had prepared for this discussion. The Federalist Papers were sort of towards the back end. So I'm going to have to be careful in my pacing of this. Not that I'm going to slog through, but I think more careful discussion is required, sort of in the same way that careful discussion ought to be required in the Senate, seeing as it is the world's greatest deliberative body. I need one of these. It provides relief, more so for my throat. I don't know what it is. It does it a lot better than the water. The orange really helps. It's white to move. We're going to go ahead and make the move there with the pawn. Black to move. We're going to make this pawn go here, and en passant is forced. Holy hell. And it's white to move still. They're going to keep going. And black was going to have to make a move here to take this pawn. and white is in check. They have to take the pawn, and then black moves, and they're gonna, I guess, move. Oh, they have a bishop here to take the pawn, and that bishop, or yeah, the bishop takes the pawn, and the rook takes the bishop, and now the black king is in check. So now the king must move aside, to which white will respond in due time. But until then, we're just going to go ahead and leave that game where it is. I'm going to go ahead and open up Federalist number 62 to get into this conversation about the nature of the Senate. I want to make sure I have all of this clear. Now, this was written by James Madison. So, Federalist number 62, February 27th, 1788. To the people of the state of New York. Having examined the Constitution of the House of Representatives and answered such of the objections. One moment, I do apologize. I'm making sure I haven't accidentally read the wrong one. Just making sure. Mischievous facts. Okay. Yeah. So we have that one. Having examined the Constitution of the House of Representatives and answered such of the objections against it as seemed to merit notice, I enter next on the examination of the Senate. The heads into which this member of the government may be considered are 1. The qualifications of senators, 2. The appointment of them by state legislatures, 3. The equality of representation in the Senate, 4. The number of senators and the term for which they are to be elected, 5. The powers vested in the Senate. 1. The qualifications proposed for senators, as distinguished from those of representatives, consist in a more advanced age and a longer period of citizenship. A senator must be 30 years of age at least, as a representative must be 25. And the former must have been a citizen 9 years, as 7 years are required for the latter. The propriety of these distinctions is explained by the nature of the senatorial trust, which, requiring greater extent of information and stability of character, requires at the same time that the senator should have reached a period of life most likely to supply these advantages, and which, participating immediately in transactions with foreign nations, ought to be exercised by none who are not thoroughly weaned from the prepossessions and habits incident to foreign birth and education. The term of 9 years appears to be a prudent mediocrity between a total exclusion of adopted citizens whose merits and talents may claim a share in the public confidence, and an indiscriminate and hasty admission of them, which might create a channel for foreign influence on the national councils. Seed. Pardon me. 2. It is equally unnecessary to dilate on the appointment of senators by the state legislatures. Among the various modes which might have been devised for constituting this branch of the government, that which has been proposed by the convention is probably the most congenial with the public opinion. It is recommended by the double advantage of favoring a select appointment and of giving to the state governments such an agency in the formation of the federal government as must secure the authority of the former and may form a convenient link between the two systems. I really need this. But yeah. So he discussed he discussed the differences between. I'm actually noticing the type of series in the Federalist Papers where he discussed the House of Representatives in an earlier set of papers, and now he's discussing the Senate, because it is important to note that he argued for a bicameral legislature consisting of both the House and the Senate. But again, because the Senate is quote unquote less democratic, that is the one that we find ourselves having to justify a bit more. And so I'm just trying to correspond two ways at the same time with other senators, and I apologize if I look like I'm trying to stall, which I am. And I'm just trying to make sure I continue to speak because I have not moved. And yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that, pardon me if I'm not making sense. But anyway, we must continue with this. So we discussed section 2. So number 3, the equality of representation in the Senate is another point, which, being evidently the result of compromise between the opposite pretensions of the large and the small states, does not call for much discussion, if indeed it be right that among a people thoroughly incorporated into one nation, every district ought to have a proportional share in the government, and that among independent and sovereign states bound together by a simple league, the parties, however unequal in size, ought to have an equal share in the common councils. It does not appear to be without some reason that in a compound republic, partaking both of the national and federal character, the government ought to be founded on a mixture of the principles of proportional and equal representation. But it is superfluous to try by the standards of theory a part of the Constitution which is allowed on all hands to be the result not of theory, but of a spirit of amity, and that mutual deference and a concession which the peculiarity of our political situation rendered indispensable. A common government with powers equal to its objects is called for by the voice, and still more loudly by the political situation of America. A government founded on principles more consonant to the wishes of the larger states is not likely to be obtained from the smaller states. The only option, then, for the former lies between the proposed government and the government still more objectionable. Under this alternative, the advice of prudence must be to embrace the lesser evil, and instead of indulging a fruitless anticipation of the possible mischiefs which may ensue, to contemplate rather the advantageous consequences which may qualify the sacrifice. In this spirit, it may be remarked that the equal vote allowed to each state is at once a constitutional recognition of the portion of sovereignty remaining in the individual states, and an instrument for preserving that residuary sovereignty. So far, the equality ought to be no less acceptable than to the small states, since they are not less solicitous to guard by every possible expedient against an improper consolidation of the states into one simple republic. I'm going to pause there. I think this is an important point because when we talk about a republic versus a democracy, we're looking at the difference between the population at large and the different subdivisions of the population. Because when you say, if every state gets 2 senators, then what you might result in a situation where a majority of senators could represent a minority of the population. And that is a symptom of how the Senate is designed. But we're not talking about representing people, we're talking about representing states. And I mentioned before how in federalism you have this idea of laboratories of democracy, because each state has because you have each state having its own power, its own governor, lieutenant governor, and state legislature. What we're actually seeing is you have different people groups under slightly different iterations of policy. And so when you're trying to unify all of those different states under one legislature, yes, you do need the House to represent the population at large, but the Senate is also important to make sure each laboratory is represented in the federal Congress. Okay, I'm gonna yield for a question for the senator from California who asks me, what were the other options of form of government this paper speaks of? Were they proposing a different form of government, and what would it look like? Well, of course, they were proposing the U.S. government under the Constitution, where you have the two, you have the bicameral legislature, the two houses. But I think what they were talking about in having other forms of government seems to me are representing like two different ends of certain extremes. So, for example, there are different ways of going about these. There are different ways of going about the Senate and the Republic. So, for example, in the qualifications for senators, there was the requirements for citizenship. We have people serving in our Congress who were not born in the United States. They were naturalized citizens, and they had to be so for a certain number of years before they could take office. And so now we're saying that, well, how long should someone have to be a citizen for before they can take that office? Well, in the Senate, that requirement is longer than the House. So if the requirement for citizenship is a larger number of years, you're going to have a situation where those talents and those viewpoints that come from other countries that can be very valuable are discounted entirely from having a presence in the Congress. But if the number of years is too low, and someone who was just naturalized is now capable of being a representative, not that that's necessarily a good or a bad thing, but I think what they're arguing against is it might give too much influence to foreign actors who perhaps have not had the time to live in the United States. And if they haven't lived in the United States for as long as others, then they may not have the same legitimacy of being able to represent people in the United States. As for other options for systems of government, I have to be unsure if that was proposed in the paper. I will admit might be reading this a bit absent-mindedly, but I think as far as that goes, it is important to strike a balance between how much power you give the majority versus the minority, how much leeway are you giving members of the Senate and members of the House. You can think of the framing of the Constitution as a set of sliders. You have different values and different variables that come into the government, and you want to make sure that the Constitution has the least problematic setting. And so when they speak of other options for government, I think what they're saying is, what if we had placed the value of the slider onto other areas? I think that would be my answer. 3, the equality of representation in the Senate is another point, which, being evidently the result of compromise between the opposite pretensions of the large and the small states, does not call for much discussion. If indeed it be right that among a people thoroughly incorporated into one nation, every district ought to have a proportional share in the government, and that among independent and sovereign states bound together by a simple league. Have I read this before? Oh, I see. Section 3 did speak of alternative options. All right, I do think that, again, that was the issue of the sliders. Yes, okay, I see. Yes, I think my answer still holds. But I should go to the next paragraph. In this spirit, it may be remarked that the equal vote allowed to each state is at once a constitutional recognition of the portion of sovereignty remaining in the individual states and an instrument for preserving that residuary sovereignty. So far, the equality ought to be no less acceptable to the large than to the small states, since they are not less solicitous to guard by every possible expedient against an improper consolidation of the states into one simple republic. I did read that as well, but it's good to jog my memory into what we were discussing. Another seed. Another advantage accruing from this ingredient in the Constitution of the Senate is the additional impediment it must prove against improper acts of legislation. No law or resolution can now be passed without the concurrence first of a majority of the people, and then of a majority of the states. It must be acknowledged that this complicated check on legislation may in some instances be injurious as well as beneficial, and that the peculiar defense which it involves in favor of the smaller states would otherwise be exposed to peculiar danger. But as the larger states will always be able, by their power over the supplies, to defeat unreasonable exertions of this prerogative of the lesser states, and as the facility and excess of law-making seems to be the diseases to which our governments are most liable, it is not impossible that this part of the Constitution may be more convenient in practice than it appears to many in contemplation. And it's funny that Madison writes about this, the impediment to prove against improper acts of legislation, right? Because he argues that it must pass first a majority of the people, the House, and then a majority of the states, the Senate. It's a complicated check on legislation. That sounds very similar to the filibuster. And again, I know that the framers of the Constitution did not explicitly state that we ought to have some kind of a filibuster. But we have a system in place where we interpret laws and we interpret the Constitution. And in all of my research for understanding the filibuster, I never once really saw a judicial opinion that the filibuster was unconstitutional. And again, if we go back to the case of the disappearing filibuster, that article that critiqued the Senate and the Constitution, it conflated the Senate with the filibuster with the Constitution. It's all in the same package. We're talking about the same underlying philosophy that resulted in the system that we have today. 4. The number of senators and the duration of their appointment come next to be considered in order to form an accurate judgment on both these points. It will be proper to inquire into the purposes which are to be answered by a Senate, and in order to ascertain these, it will be necessary to review the inconveniencies which a republic must suffer from the want of such an institution. First, it is a misfortune incident to republican government, though in a less degree than to the other governments, that those who administer it may forget their obligations to their constituents and prove unfaithful to their important trust. In this important view, a Senate, as a second branch of the legislative assembly, distinct from and dividing the power with a first, must be in all cases a salutary check on the government. it doubles the security to the people by requiring the concurrence of two distinct bodies in schemes of usurpation or perfidy, where the ambition or corruption of one would otherwise be sufficient. This is a precaution founded on such clear principles and now so well understood in the United States that it would be more than superfluous to enlarge on it. I will barely remark that as the improbability of sinister combinations will be in proportion to the dissimilarity and the genius of the two bodies, it must be politic to distinguish them from each other by every circumstance which will consist with a due harmony in all proper measures, and with the genuine principles of republican government. Very good. Secondly, the necessity of a Senate is not less indicated by the propensity of all single and numerous assemblies to yield to the impulse of sudden and violent passions, and to be seduced by factious leaders into intemperate and pernicious resolutions. Examples on this subject might be cited without number, and from proceedings within the United States, as well as from the history of other nations. But a position that will not be contradicted need not be proved. All that need to be remarked is that a body which is to correct this infirmity ought itself be free from it, and consequently ought to be less numerous. It ought, moreover, to possess great firmness, and consequently ought to hold its authority by a tenure of considerable duration. Thirdly, another defect to be supplied by a Senate lies in a want of due acquaintance with the objects and principles of legislation. It is not possible that an assembly of men called for the most part from the pursuits of private nature, continued in appointment for a short time, and led by no permanent motive to devote the intervals of public occupation to a study of the laws, the affairs, and the comprehensive interests of their country should, if left wholly to themselves, escape a variety of important errors in the exercise of their legislative trust. It may be affirmed, on the best grounds, that no small share of the present embarrassments of America is to be charged on the blunders of our governments, and that these have proceeded from the heads rather than the hearts of most of the authors of them. What, indeed, are all the repealing, explaining, and amending laws which fill and disgrace our voluminous codes, but so many monuments of deficient wisdom, so many impeachments exhibited by each succeeding against each preceding session, so many admonitions to the people of the value of those aids which may be expected from a well-constituted Senate. A good government implies two things. First, fidelity to the object of government, which is the happiness of the people. Secondly, a knowledge of the means by which that object can be best attained. Some governments are deficient in both these qualities. Most governments are deficient in the first. I scruple not to assert that the American government's too little attention has been paid to the last. The federal Constitution avoids this error, and what merits particular notice, it provides for the last in a mode which increases the security for the first. Fourthly, the immutability in the public councils arising from a rapid succession of new members, however qualified they may be, points out in the strongest manner the necessity of some stable institution in the government. Every new election in the states is found to change one half the representatives. From this change of men must proceed a change of opinions, and from a change of opinions, a change of measures. But a continual change, even of good measures, is inconsistent with every rule of prudence and every prospect of success. The remark is verified in private life, and becomes more just as well as more important in national transactions. To trace the mischievous efforts of a mutual government would fill a volume. I will hint a few only, each of which will be perceived to be a source of innumerable others. In the first place, it forfeits the respect and confidence of other nations, and all the advantages connected with national character. An individual who is observed to be inconsistent to his plans, or perhaps to carry on his affairs without any plan at all, is marked at once by all prudent people as a speedy victim to his own unsteadiness and folly. His more friendly neighbors may pity him, but all will decline to connect their fortunes with his, and not a few will seize the opportunity of making their fortunes out of his. One nation is to another what one individual is to another, with this melancholy distinction, perhaps, that the former, with fewer of the benevolent emotions than the latter, are under fewer restraints, also from taking undue advantage of the indiscretions of each other. Every nation, consequently, whose affairs betray a want of wisdom and stability, may calculate on every loss which can be sustained from the more systematic policy of its wiser neighbors. But the best instruction on this subject is unhappily conveyed to America by the example of her own situation. She finds that she is held in no respect by her friends, that she is the derision of her enemies, and that she is a prey to every nation which has an interest in speculating on her fluctuating counsels and embarrassed affairs. And that right there is actually, I want to stop there and consider that, because that's kind of the thing that I look for when it comes to the Senate, is this idea of policy inertia or political inertia. The sort of leftover of the previous election. So you can hear this idea about politics, that politics is self-correcting, that if we get it wrong, we will correct ourselves in the next election. But we have to wait 2 years between each correction, because at least in the case of the federal Congress, every member of the House of Representatives is up for re-election every 2 years, whereas in the Senate, it's divided into 3 classes, so that because the representatives serve 2-year terms and they have to be reelected every 2 years, but senators have 6-year terms, but the elections are staggered. So 1/3 of them, every 2 years, 1/3 of them is elected. After 2 years, the other third. After 2 years, the last third. And after the 6-year cycle, then it resets and they have that. And because only 1/3 of seats are up for election at any given election, you can only sway the margin so much. And so that's why I have this idea of inertia. You have 1/3 of it subjected to election, but the other 2/3 will remain as leftovers of the previous Congress. So that way, even if politics is self-correcting, if you have, maybe you have Democratic control one way and we realize, oh, that didn't go so well, so we're going to correct and we're going to go to the Republicans, and that Republicans might win a majority in the House. But in the Senate, you may not have a majority in the Senate of Republicans. You might still have enough Democrats left over from the previous Congress, just in case that correction in favor of Republicans was an overcorrection. So I think what we're saying here is that yes, we want politics to be self-correcting, but we don't want politics to overcorrect. And so I think that the way that the Senate is designed is a protection against an overcorrection, whether that be if we overcorrect to the left or we overcorrect to the right. There is such thing as too much. And this is not without frustration to the members of the House, by the way. and especially the president as well. Because if we have a congressional election, which also takes place in the same year as the presidential election, usually if it's a new president, they'll go in guns blazing. They'll say, these are the policies that I want. But then they have that pesky Senate. They're in the White House, the House of Representatives, they have that majority, but that pesky Senate still wants to remain in power, and they're giving them a hard time. Why? Because they're filibustering the most extreme parts of the agenda. That's the ideal. Of course, we don't want the Senate to filibuster everything, of course, because that just kind of stalls everything. And, you do want to have the majority being able to govern. But it's about striking that balance. And that goes back to my idea for reform: 41 votes to continue, not 60 votes to end. I'm going to yield once again to the senator from California. For a question after, it doesn't matter. I'm not in the Senate chamber. I'm in a bedroom, so I'm fine. Is there a reason this correction idea wasn't also applied to the judicial branch? Was it considered? So the judicial branch is actually kind of funny. So you have the House, if you have the spectrum of selection on one end. So you have the House, which is completely and newly elected every 2 years. Every member has a non-zero chance of getting flipped to someone else. You have the Senate, which has staggered elections, where only 1/3 of them can change at a time. And then you have the judicial branch. Now, the judicial branch is, very different. But let's take, for example, the Supreme Court. The members of the Supreme Court are appointed by the president. Now, these members of the Supreme Court serve for life. There is also the idea of they can be impeached for bad behavior, or they can retire if they want, but typically they'll serve for life. So that represents the opposite end of the extreme, where so if you want to apply the idea of correction to the judicial branch, that would require timing, because they serve for life. You can only select a new Supreme Court justice if a seat is vacant. And there is some wiggle room for the idea of correction. It can't be fully applied, but there is some wiggle room. Take, for example, the end of President Obama's administration saw a vacancy in the Supreme Court. And the Obama administration wanted to appoint a justice named Merrick Garland. Now, this was filibustered by Republicans long enough to where it went into the next administration. So now, even though that vacancy was created by, even though that vacancy came about during the Obama administration, they couldn't do it. And instead, now Trump had the power to fill that Supreme Court vacancy. And of course, Democrats filibustered that. They felt that that seat had been stolen from them by Republicans filibustering. And then you have that whole situation where Mitch McConnell killed the filibuster for Supreme Court nominations, and Donald Trump appointed Neil Gorsuch, his conservative judge, and that was the end of that. So it's kind of a coinciding thing, because I'm gonna break it down simpler. Because the Supreme Court is appointed by the president and is subject to timing, the correction of politics, the self-correction of politics, when it comes to the Supreme Court, it's pretty much correlated with the self-correction of the president. But there's also the factors of, well, what if the Senate still has a sizable enough minority to where they can filibuster? So I think the self-correction of the judicial branch is actually the product of an equation where the variables are the correction of the executive branch and the inertia of the Senate. I think that would be my answer to that question. Okay. See, every time I answer one of these, well, 2 times, every time I deviate from reading out this document, I always have to find my place again. I've been going for, let's see here, it's 2:40. That means 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, going about for 6 hours. So, yeah, I guess doing pretty good. That means I'm actually, if I've been going for 6 hours, then that means I'm actually just past the halfway point. The halfway point would have been 5.5. So yeah, I'm over halfway there. It figures that I'd be over halfway point about the 6-7 hour mark, but I don't know. I don't think I ever got my math right on that one. Anyway, right, the mutual ability in the public councils. Prospect of success. Correct. Okay. So to trace the mischievous effects of a mutual government would fill a volume. I will hint a few only, each of which will be perceived to be a source of innumerable others. In the first place, it forfeits the respect and confidence of other nations and all the advantages connected with national character. An individual who is observed to be inconstant to his plans, or perhaps to carry on his affairs without any plan at all, is marked at once by all prudent people as a speedy victim to his own unsteadiness and folly. I already read this paragraph. The internal effects of a mutual policy are still more calamitous. It poisons the blessings of liberty itself. It will be of little avail to the people that the laws are made by men of their own choice. If the laws be so voluminous that they cannot be read, or so incoherent that they cannot be understood, if they are repealed or revised before they are promulged, or undergo such incessant changes that no man who knows what the law is today can guess what it will be tomorrow. Law is defined to be a rule of action, but how can that be a rule, which is little known and less fixed? Another effect of public instability is the unreasonable advantage it gives to the sagacious, the enterprising, and the moneyed few over the industrious and uninformed mass of the people. Every new regulation concerning the commerce or revenue, or in any manner affecting the value of the different species of property, presents a new harvest to themselves, but by the tolls and cares of the great body of their fellow citizens. This is a state of things in which it may be said with some truth that laws are made for the few, not for the many. Amen. I said amen just because I thought it was cool, but I genuinely sometimes forget what I'm reading, which is not a good thing. Similar to how sometimes, we don't pay attention to the things we read. Rand Paul spoke out against sometimes, and we see this in the Federalist Paper number 62, that we cannot allow the laws to be so voluminous to where we don't read them in their entirety, but they shouldn't also be so dense that they can't be understood. Because if you have these bills that contain so much and they're so long, then senators and representatives, they might read the bill only to a certain extent and then vote on it. Or they might vote on it without even reading the bill at all. They'll just go off vibes. They'll say, well, if my party wants it, sure, I'll go for it, with no regard as to their own personal judgment on the content of the bill. Very, very dangerous. And that's why it's very dangerous as well that I read through the Federalist Paper without understanding quite what it says. There. Another effect of public instability is the unreasonable advantage it gives to the sagacious. That I already read that. Okay. In another point of view, great inquiry In another point of view, great injury results from an unstable government. The want of confidence in the public councils damps every useful undertaking, the success and profit of which may depend on a continuance of existing arrangements. What prudent merchant will hazard his fortunes in any new branch of commerce, when he knows not but that his plans may be rendered unlawful before they can be executed? What farmer or manufacturer will lay himself out for the encouragement given to any particular cultivation or establishment, when he can have no assurance that his preparatory labors and advances will not render him a victim to an inconstant government? In a word, no great improvement or laudable enterprise can go forward which requires the auspices of a steady system of national policy. But the most deplorable effect of all is that the diminution of attachment and reverence which steals into the hearts of the people towards a political system which betrays so many marks of infirmity and disappoints so many of their flattering hopes. No government, any more than an individual, will long be respected, without being truly respectable, nor be truly respectable without possessing a certain portion of order and stability. That's number 62, Publius. Right. So that last paragraph, order and stability, that is the name of the game in the United States Senate. Mari Sasanayan Gafante. Appreciate that. That's the senior senator from California giving me some words of encouragement there. That's number 62. Order and stability compared to the House, which is plagued by the will of the people. And not that the will of the people is inherently a bad thing, just as democracy is not inherently a good thing. It's about finding the balance and understanding that there are benefits and drawbacks to any form of government, and any nuances of government will have their own benefits and drawbacks. Federalist number 63 is a direct continuation of 62. Madison further outlines the operations of the United States Senate. And so before I go further with my commentary, although I might have already delivered some of it, make sure I read the rest of this before I go all out. So obviously Federalist number 63 was also written by James Madison. It was published not long after. And all of these papers that I've been reading have all been published under the pen name Publius. There have been other ones like Brutus, but of course, I guess Publius must have been cooking here. All right. Federalist number 63. This will actually be the last of the Federalist papers that I am going to read over the course of this. Afterwards, I might have to rely on other things that are less dense, perhaps. The Federalist number 63, March 1st, 1788. By James Madison. To the people of the state of New York, a fifth desideratum illustrating the utility of a Senate is the want of a due sense of national character. Without a select and stable member of the government, the esteem of foreign powers will not only be forfeited by an unenlightened and variable policy proceeding from the causes already mentioned, but the national councils will not possess that sensibility to the opinion of the world, which is perhaps not less necessary in order to merit than it is to obtain its respect and confidence. And attention to the judgment of other nations is important to every government for two reasons. The one is that independently of the merits of any particular plan or measure, it is desirable on various accounts that it should appear to other nations as the offspring of a wise and honorable policy. The second is that in doubtful cases, particularly where the national councils may be warped by some strong passion or momentary interest, the presumed or known opinion of the impartial world may be the best guide that can be followed. What has not America lost by her want of character with foreign nations? And how many errors and follies would she not have avoided if the justice and propriety of her measures had in every instance been previously tried by the light in which they would probably appear to the unbiased part of mankind? Is it white to move? Yeah. Check, king takes rook. Very terrible game to be sure. Anyway, white pawn continues, king goes to defend. White pawn continues, king takes. White pawn continues, black advances, en passant. Black takes. White advances, black advances, white takes. And I'll leave it there. Yet, however requisite a sense of national character may be, it is evident that it can never be sufficiently possessed by a numerous and changeable body. It can only be found in a number so small that a sensible degree of the praise and blame of public measures may be the portion of each individual, or in an assembly so durably invested with public trust that the pride and consequence of its members may be sensibly incorporated with the reputation and prosperity of the community. The half-yearly representatives of Rhode Island would probably have been little affected in their deliberations on the iniquitous measures of that state. By arguments drawn from the light in which such measures would be viewed by foreign nations, or even by the sister states, whilst it can scarcely be doubted that if the concurrence of a select and stable body had been necessary, a regard to national character alone would have prevented the calamities under which that misguided people is now laboring. Pardon. I add, as a sixth defect, the want in some important cases of a due responsibility in the government to the people, arising from that frequency of elections which in other cases produces disresponsibility. This remark will perhaps appear not only new, but paradoxical. It must nevertheless be acknowledged when explained to be as undeniable as it is important. Responsibility, in order to be reasonable, must be limited to objects within the power of the responsible party, and in order to be effectual, must relate to to operations of that power, of which a ready and proper judgment can be formed by the constituents. The objects of government may be divided into two general classes, the one depending on measures which have singly an immediate and sensible operation, the other depending on a succession of well-chosen and well-connected measures, which have a gradual and perhaps unobserved operation. The importance of the latter description to the collective and permanent welfare of every country needs no explanation, and yet it is evident that an assembly elected for so short a term as to be unable to provide more than one or two links in a chain of measures on which the general welfare may essentially depend, ought not to be answerable for the final result, any more than a steward or tenant engaged for 1 year, could be justly made to answer for places or improvements, which could not be accomplished in less than a half dozen years. Nor is it possible for the people to estimate the share of influence which their annual assemblies may respectively have on events resulting from the mixed transactions of several years. It is sufficiently difficult, at any rate, to preserve a personal responsibility in the members of a numerous body for such acts of the body as have an immediate, detached, and palpable operation on its constituents. The proper remedy for this defect must be an additional body in the legislative department, which, having sufficient permanency to provide for such objects as require a continued attention and a train of measures, may be justly and effectually answerable for the attainment of those objects. Thus far, I have considered the circumstances which point out the necessity of a well-constructed Senate, only as they relate to the representatives of the people. To a people as little blinded by prejudice or corrupted by flattery as those whom I address, I shall not scruple to add that such an institution may be sometimes necessary as a defense to the people against their own temporary errors and delusions. Again, this is what I said about the protection against overcorrection. You have inertia. 6 hours so far. Yep, that's 6-7 hours. That's the status. Right. So to the people, as the cool and deliberate sense of the community ought in all governments, and actually will in all free governments, ultimately prevail over the views of its rulers, so there are particular moments in public affairs when the people, stimulated by some irregular passion, or some illicit advantage, or misled by the artful misrepresentations of interested men, may call for measures which they themselves will afterwards be the most ready to lament and condemn. In these critical moments, how salutary will be the inference of some temperate and respectable body of citizens, in order to check the misguided career, and to suspend the blow meditated by the people against themselves, until reason, justice, and truth can regain their authority over the public mind. What bitter anguish would not the people of Athens have often escaped, if their government had contained so provident a safeguard against the tyranny of their own passions? Popular liberty might then have escaped the indelible reproach of decreeing to the same citizens the hemlock on one day and statues on the next. It may be suggested that a people spread over an extensive region cannot, like the crowded inhabitants of a small district, be subject to the infection of violent passions, or to the danger of combining in the pursuit of unjust measures. I am far from denying that this is a distinction of peculiar importance. I have, on the contrary, endeavored in a former paper to shew that this is one of the principal recommendations of a confederated republic. At the same time, this advantage ought not to be considered as superseding the republic. At the same time, as superseding the use of auxiliary precautions. It may even be remarked that the same extended situation, which will exempt the people of America from some of the dangers incident to lesser republics, will expose them to the inconveniency of remaining for a longer time, under the influence of those misrepresentations which the combined industry of interested men may succeed in distributing among them. It adds no small weight to all these considerations to recollect that history informs us of no long-lived republic which had not a senate. Sparta, Rome, and Carthage are in fact the only states to whom that character can be applied. In each of the two, first there was a senate for life, The constitution of the Senate in the last is less known. Circumstantial evidence makes it probable that it was not different in this particular from the two others. Evidence makes it probable that it was not different in this. It is at least certain that it had some quality or other which rendered it as an anchor against popular fluctuations, and that a smaller council drawn out of the Senate was appointed not only for life, but filled up vacancies itself. These examples, though as unfit for the imitation as they are repugnant to the genius of America, are notwithstanding, when compared with the fugitive and turbulent existence of other ancient republics, very instructive proofs of the necessity of some institution that will blend stability with liberty. I am not unaware of the circumstances which distinguish the American from the other popular governments, as well as ancient as modern, and which render extreme circumspection necessary in reasoning from the one case to the other. But after allowing due weight to this consideration, it may still be maintained that there are many points of similitude which render these examples not unworthy of our attention. Many of the defects, as we have seen, which can only be supplied by a senatorial institution, are common to a numerous assembly frequently elected by the people, and to the people themselves. There are others peculiar to the former, which require the control of such an institution. The people can never willfully betray their own interests, but they may possibly be betrayed by the representatives of the people, and the danger will be evidently greater where the whole legislative trust is lodged in the hands of one body of men than where the concurrence of separate and dissimilar bodies is required in every public act. So once again, it's the separation of powers. Bicameral legislature. The power of the Congress must be divided. Keep reiterating those points. The difference most relied on between the American and other republics consists in the principle of representation, which is the pivot on which the former move, and which is supposed to have been unknown to the latter, or at least to the ancient part of them. The use which has been made of this difference in reasonings contained in former papers, which will have shewn that I am disposed neither to deny its existence nor to undervalue its importance. I feel the less restraint, therefore, in observing that the position concerning the ignorance of the ancient government on the subject of representation is by no means precisely true in the latitude commonly given to it. Without entering into a disquisition, which here would be misplaced, I will refer to a few known facts in support of what I advance. In the most pure democracies of Greece, many of the executive functions were performed not by the people themselves, but by officers elected by the people and representing the people in their executive capacity. Prior to the reform of Solon, Athens was governed by 9 archons, annually elected by the people at large. The degree of power delegated to them seems to be left in great obscurity. Subsequent to that period, we find an assembly first of 4 and afterwards of 600 members, annually elected by the people, and partially representing them in their legislative capacity, since they were not only associated with the people and the function of making laws, but had the exclusive right of originating legislative propositions to the people. The Senate of Carthage also, whatever might be its power or the duration of its appointment, appears to have been elective by the suffrages of the people. Similar instances might be traced in most, if not all, the popular governments of antiquity. Lastly, in Sparta, we meet with the ephori, and in Rome, with the tribunes. Goodness. It's very windy outside. I'm glad I'm indoors the whole time. And in Rome with the tribunes, two bodies, small indeed in number, but annually elected by the whole body of the people and considered as the representatives of the people, almost annually elected by the whole body of the people and considered as the representatives of the people, almost in their plenipotentiary capacity. The Cosmi of Crete were also annually elected by the people, and have been considered by some authors as an institution analogous to those of Sparta and Rome, with this difference only that in the election of that representative body, the right of suffrage was communicated to a part only of the people. From these facts, to which many others might be added, it is clear that the principle of representation was neither unknown to the ancients nor wholly overlooked in their political constitutions. The true distinction between these and the American governments lies in the total exclusion of the people in their collective capacity, for many share in the latter, and not in the total exclusion of representatives of the people from the administration of the former. The distinction, however, thus qualified, must be admitted to leave a most advantageous superiority in the favor of the United States. But to ensure to this advantage its full effect, we must be careful not to separate it from the other advantage of an extensive territory, for it cannot be believed that any form of representative government could have succeeded within the narrow limits occupied by the democracies of Greece. In answer to all of these arguments, suggested by reason, illustrated by examples, and enforced by our own experience, the jealous adversary of the Constitution will probably content himself with repeating that a Senate appointed not immediately by the people and for the term of 6 years must gradually acquire a dangerous preeminence in the government and finally transform it into a tyrannical aristocracy. Funny they should say that, because we do have the critics of the Senate anyway. To this general answer, the general reply ought to be sufficient, that liberty may be endangered by the abuses of liberty, as well as by the abuses of power, that there are numerous instances of the former as well as of the latter, and that the former rather than the latter is apparently most to be apprehended by the United States. But a more particular reply may be given. Before such a revolution can be effected, the Senate, it is to be observed, must in the first place corrupt itself, must next corrupt the state legislature, must then corrupt the House of Representatives, and must finally corrupt the people at large. It is evident that the Senate must be the first corrupted, before it can attempt an establishment of tyranny. Without corrupting the state legislature, it cannot prosecute the attempt, because the periodical change of members would otherwise regenerate the whole body. Without exerting the means of corruption, with equal succession, the House of Representatives, the opposition of that co-equal branch of the government would inevitably defeat the attempt, and without corrupting the people themselves, a succession of new representatives would speedily restore all things to their pristine order. Is there any man who can seriously persuade himself that the proposed Senate can, by any possible means within the compass of human address, arrive at the object of a lawless ambition through all these obstructions? I'll clean that up. So it's interesting that this point be brought up, because I'm going to read this later, but in the original text of the Constitution, it actually states that the senators are not elected directly by the people, but by the state legislatures of the respective states. So it was actually even less democratic originally, the Senate, that you would elect members of the state legislature, but then those legislatures themselves would elect senators, not the people. It was only until the 17th Amendment that we changed it so that senators are elected at large by the state. And so, and in the way Madison thought of it was that that would be a protection against the whims of the people. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the 17th Amendment. I think, if you're trying to make things more democratic, fine, go ahead. Ultimately, they still have staggered elections, so it still acts as a protection against overcorrection, and it still is a force for policy inertia. If reason condemns the suspicion, the same sentence is pronounced by experience. The Constitution of Maryland furnishes the most apposite example. The Senate of that state is elected, as the federal Senate will be, indirectly by the people, and for a term less by 1 year only than the federal Senate. It is distinguished also by the remarkable prerogative of filling up its own vacancies within the term of its appointment, and at the same time is not under the control of any such rotation as is provided for the federal Senate. There are some lesser distinctions which would expose the former to colorable objections that do not lie against the latter. If the federal Senate, therefore, really contained the danger which has been so loudly proclaimed, some symptoms at least of the same description with those who view with terror the correspondent part of the federal Constitution have been gradually extinguished by the progress of the experiment, and the Maryland Constitution is daily deriving from the salutary operations of this part of it a reputation in which it will probably not be rivaled by that of any state in the Union. But if anything could silence the jealousies on this subject, it ought to be the British example. The Senate there, instead of being elected for a term of 6 years, and of being unconfined to particular families or fortunes, is a hereditary assembly of opulent nobles. The House of Representatives, instead of being elected for 2 years, and by the whole body of the people, is elected for 7 years, and a very great proportion, by a very small proportion of the people. Here unquestionably ought to be seen in full display the aristocratic usurpations and tyranny which are at some future period to be exemplified in the United States. Unfortunately, however, for the anti-federal argument, the British history informs us that this hereditary assembly has not even been able to defend itself against the continual encroachments of the House of Representatives, and that it no sooner lost the support of the monarch than it was actually crushed by the weight of the popular branch. As far as antiquity can instruct us on this subject, its example supports the reasoning which we have employed. In Sparta, the Ephori, the annual representatives of the people, were found an overmatch for the Senate for life, continually gained on its authority, and finally drew all power into their own hands. The tribunes of Rome, who were the representatives of the people, prevailed. It is well known, in almost every contest with the Senate for life, and in the end gained the most complete triumph over it. This fact is the more remarkable, and unanimity was required in every act of the tribunes, even after their number was augmented to 10. It proves the irresistible force possessed by that branch of a free government, which has the people on its side. To these examples might be added that of Carthage, whose Senate, according to the testimony of Polybius, instead of drawing all power into its vortex, had at the commencement of the Second Punic War lost almost the whole of its original portion. Besides the conclusive evidence resulting from this assemblage of facts, that the federal Senate will never be able to transform itself by gradual usurpations into an independent and aristocratic body. We are warranted in believing that if such a revolution should ever happen, from causes which the foresight of man cannot guard against, the House of Representatives, with the people on their side, will at times be able to bring back the Constitution to its primitive form and principles. Against the force of the immediate authority of the Senate, but such a display of enlightened policy and attachment to the public good as will divide with that branch of the legislature the affections and support of the entire body of the people themselves. Publius. And so read Federalist number 63. So read 62 and 63. So read the Senate. Very good. Very good. I cannot understate how much of a relief the orange provides. Your throat begins to hurt. Your mouth begins to dry up when you speak. I think the throat pain is actually the worst part of it, but the orange gets rid of all of those problems almost immediately. It's amazing. It's very good. You can kind of think of the filibuster in the way that you think of the orange, because what you have here is you have the throat of democracy, and you have the two ends of the rope being pulled aside. You have the left side and the right side, and what's happening is they're drifting further and further apart, slowly choking the apparatus of government, and that begins to become painful. And therein lies the filibuster that says, wait, no, 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 we cannot have that. You take a bite of the orange, you slow down the pain of the throat, you stop the end of the ropes from being pulled away, and you breathe more. You live to breathe another day, I suppose I should say. But I really do believe that the filibuster is that orange in a sense, because I believe it was James Lankford, the Republican from Oklahoma, who said it best, that it is the filibuster that forces us to come together, that it's a good thing for America. Because what it does is that it punishes bipartisanship. Because at the end of the day, with how polarized the Senate is getting, we're at a 50-50 junction that completely destroys the function. It's a malfunction. It really is. And when you have that lock, that preventative measure, no matter how distant the two parties may be, there will always be something that forces them to come together, which is the filibuster. The filibuster turns an evenly divided Senate into a place where two opposing ideas must reconcile somehow. And if they don't reconcile, then the conversation drags on and on, and eventually you result in something like, I don't know, a government shutdown, which is exactly what happened earlier this year. Neither side, well, the majority refused to negotiate, and the minority refused to yield. I'm trying to be unbiased, but I want it to be known that the Democrats did show up to try to negotiate, and Republicans were not putting into motion any kind of attempt at negotiation. But I suppose that's just how the nature of polarization, right? The further away you are, the less likely it is that negotiation happens. And the filibuster is a punishment for that situation. I have some talking points here that I already went over about the self-correction, about one day. And I want to go back to this quote from Senator Rand Paul, that one day in a democracy, you could elect someone who is very evil, and that's not an accusation against the current president or any member of the Congress. It's a point to be made historically that occasionally even a democracy gets it wrong. That was a quote from his, I believe, his 2013 filibuster, right? And then he said a very similar thing in 2015 when he spoke for 10 hours and 30 minutes, 10 and a half hours, against certain programs in the Patriot Act. We said that if you are not concerned that democracy could produce bad people, I don't think you're really thinking this through too much. And I know it might sound bad of me to say that, or hold on, it might sound very biased and partisan of me to say that, considering we have considering that we are under. I've been speaking for a while. I stutter. Look, the point is, right now we're under a Republican administration. Many years from now, that will be different. We might be under a Democrat administration, or it'll be a different Republican. But frankly, whoever it is, they both have the potential to act in bad faith. We've seen it time and time again. So we need to be concerned about procedural protections, the way laws are passed, the way the executive branch is able to exercise its power. There's something called congressional oversight, which is this notion of how the legislative branch oversees the way in which the executive branch is carrying out policy. So, for example, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, right? So Congress passes laws to enforce immigration law, Congress passes immigration laws, right? The bills originate in Congress. They're passed by both houses. They get sent to the president where they get signed. And then it is up to the executive branch to go and enforce those laws, right? So the Congress creates immigration laws, and the executive branch, in this case, President Trump, has a certain vision for how ICE should operate. And some view that as particularly negative because of the seemingly anonymous nature of all the officers. They got their faces covered. And, oftentimes we don't even know the names of them. You have cases like when Derek Chauvin knelt on the neck of George Floyd in front of many witnesses. There he was, his face, his badge, his name, that was all out there very, very quickly. And so when you have a bad faith policeman, that's very immediate, right? And not that, I know some people on my side of the aisle like to say ACAB, but let's, just for the sake of fair discussion, we acknowledge that most policemen are just trying to do a good job, do right by the people, to protect and serve, right? the law is there and set in place for the exception to the rule, right? We need those protections for cases where the policemen are not good, where instead it's a bad faith policeman, right? And so again, many on my side would say the only good ICE agent is a dead one, right? But let's assume for the sake of fair discussion that most ICE agents are trying to do their job correctly, whatever that may be, and they're just trying to enforce a law that was passed by Congress. Unlike standard policemen who have their faces uncovered, a lot of these ICE agents cannot be held accountable by Congress. There is no congressional oversight over how the executive branch chooses to enforce laws. Because remember, the president may be the most powerful person in the government. And yes, it is the responsibility and the power and the privilege of the executive branch to enforce laws. But where did those laws come from? They came from Congress, and they passed the House of Representatives, and they passed the Senate. And if the Senate chooses, they can filibuster it, they can cool it down to pass a majority of both the people, the House, and the states, the Senate. If you have these two separate houses, what you'll find is that when there is productive discussion going on in both houses, ideally you should have laws that are quite well. But if these laws are enforced very poorly, then it is on Congress to go and check the executive to see how these laws that they came up with are being carried out. I also want to make a point to nominations, right? So the Constitution says, and I'll continue to read this, that originally judicial appointments to the Supreme Court are passed through the Senate. The Senate is responsible for deliberating on judicial appointments, right? It's not a formality. It's not a rubber stamp. The Senate is there to deliberate and decide if this Supreme Court nominee that the president selected is fit for office, is qualified for office. It's not just, oh, if the Senate and the president are a part of the same party, then whoever the president chooses, yeah, we'll just go ahead and go through. Sir, yes, sir. Yes, go ahead and tell us what to do, Mr. President. That's not what it is supposed to be. They're a separate branch with separate responsibilities, right? The president wants to enforce laws in a certain way, and so they will choose their own certain nominees. But Congress, the Senate, armed with the power of political inertia, will review this nominee and they will make their decision. And if the president has chosen someone who is so abhorrent, then and only then should the minority in the Senate engage in a filibuster, which is to say they block cloture and they delay and delay, right? Because we're talking about the silent filibuster, how it was so easy, how you don't even need to show up on the Senate floor to be able to block things, right? So whether it's a Republican minority or Democratic minority, we've seen how both parties have chosen to engage with this issue. When Democrats filibustered against Neil Gorsuch and Republicans filibustered against Merrick Garland, they were overusing the privilege that they had been given as members of the Senate. So what I'm trying to say is that the only good way to reform the filibuster as I said, 41 votes to continue instead of 60 votes to end. But that can only really be fully accomplished if you want to make it so that the Senate is the world's greatest deliberative body. Make sure we have congressional oversight. If we don't have congressional oversight, then the Senate reforms are only half-baked. Because if Congress is not exercising its check on the executive branch, then what's the point of the filibuster? Even if we're blocking laws that could be enforced by the president, then the laws that already exist can still be overexerted by the president, right? It's not like when a new president is elected, they're working from scratch. No, there were previous presidents from their party who oversaw the passage of certain laws. And so if you're the president, perhaps you don't need new laws. You just need to enforce the ones that already exist. And the way in which those laws are being enforced ought to be overseen by Congress. And so that's the last of the Federalist Papers that I wanted to read, right? But these Federalist Papers, remember what the purpose of these were. The Federalist Papers were meant to promote the ratification of the Constitution. So now that we've seen the rationale behind all of these Federalist thinkers, well, Madison and Hamilton, just those two, now that we've seen the rationale behind the Constitution, I think we ought to take a look at what that document says itself. So now that we've gone over very dense text like the Federalist Papers, I think we ought to just go over the Constitution of the United States. Right? I think it's only fair, you know? I mean, how are you going to read something that inspired a document and not read the document itself? And I should read it because I've been referencing a lot of aspects of the Constitution a lot. Right. I have a certain number of articles that I wanted to go over. And I'm not going to read the Constitution in its entirety. I only wanted to go over the parts of it that I thought were relevant to the discussion of the filibuster. 333. So once it hits 340, once it hits 340, it'll be the 7-hour mark, after which I have 4 hours left. So I have 4 hours and some change left in this speech. So anyway, you know, there's a scene in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington during Senator Jefferson Smith's 23 and some hours filibuster, where Clarissa Saunders, she's in the gallery, and she sends over a copy of the Constitution for Senator Smith to read. And in that copy of the Constitution, there's a little note. And but anyway, Senator Smith, he's like, "All right, guys, the Constitution of the United States," and then the entire Senate chamber is like, "Oh my God," because yeah, it's a sign that we're doing some more reading. But anyway, there are certain parts of the Constitution that are relevant to this. And now that we've understood the Federalist Papers, which advocate for the design of the Constitution, let's go ahead and look at the Constitution itself. And we'll start off. Might as well start with the preamble, right? 1 to 3. So we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution, for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. Now, this is important. All legislative powers herein shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among several states which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. I wonder who those other persons were in that 3/5. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have sole power of impeachment. Section 3. Now, this is important. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each legislature shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the second year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every second year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro tempore, in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments when sitting for that purpose. They shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. That was section 3. I want to skip forward a bit to the amendments because the 17th Amendment was actually a change to the rule of section 3 of Article 1. It stated that senators are to be chosen by the state legislatures. But as we know today, that is not the case. It's actually the people who elect the senators. So here goes the 17th Amendment. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislatures. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, the executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies, provided that the legislature of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election as the legislatures may direct. This amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution. So that's the 17th Amendment. So we're going to continue on with Section 5. We're going to skip over Section 4. We're going to go on with Article 1, Section 5 of the United States Constitution. Yeah, it's 578. Each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business, but a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide. Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may be in their judgment require secrecy. The yeas and the nays of members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither house, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any place that in which the 2 houses shall be sitting. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it, with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal and proceed to reconsider it. Where am I? If, after such reconsideration, 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent together with the objections to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered. And if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. But in all such cases, the votes of both Houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each House respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and the House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and the House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitation prescribed in the case of a bill. Section 7, and up next is Section 8. Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states with the Indian tribes, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States, to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and foreign coin, to fix the standard of weights and measures, to provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States, to establish post offices and post roads, to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. Oh, that's where copyright comes from. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court, to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations, to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. So the captures on land and water and the power to declare war, that's a power of Congress. Just so we're clear. You know, it's a power of Congress, not of others, like the executive. To raise money and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. To provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to provide for calling forth a militia, to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may, by cession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state, in which the same shall be for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. This is where Washington, D.C. comes from. And to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof. Yeah, see, necessary and proper. That's where that the Supreme Court case came from. That's Section 8. We move on to Article 2, Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states. When called into the actual service of the United States, he may require in the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. So as we can see, again, we're very clear on this, that the legislative branch has the power to make laws and the executive branch has the power to enforce laws. We're very, very clear on that. And so we have this correlation of that. The Congress has power to declare war. They're the ones who make war. And then and only then, when we have gone to war, the president can make of that war what he intends, right? Because the president is the commander in chief of the military. And because the president is the commander in chief, that means that the president enforces that war, but the Congress makes war. Capiche? He shall have power, the president shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. And he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law, but the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper, in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. So it looks like there are some options. The Constitution actually does give Congress some power to relinquish its own power and say that, well, we have some non-consequential appointments that the president alone can make, which, sure, yeah. The president shall have the power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. That's the end of section 2, Article 2, section 2. And that is the last of the U.S. Constitution that I intended to read. So we're going to go ahead and close out on that. That's pretty important, all that. All this Constitution, the Federalist Papers, outlining what it means, the difference between a democracy and a republic, how we ought to control the effects. It's pretty important, all that. It's just the blood, bone, and sinew of this republic that some great men handed down to the human race, that's all. Sorry. I wanted to quote Mr. Smith Goes to Washington at least once in my own form. And I was going to be more dramatic with it, but I don't have a good table. And so that's that bit of a foundational history. We've gone over a good bit of, really the fundamentals of how this government really came to be. Well, with the Federalist Papers and why the Constitution frames our system of government the way it does. And I believe, whose move is it? This is a magnet. I seem to forget whose movement it is. I forget if it's black to move. I think we did. Is it a pawn take? I'm actually not sure, because I do see this rook here that could threaten the pawn. And so the pawn's going to go here, and the rook has to take. And so we advance, and king goes to check. White king moves. Black responds, check, move further along. We go here. White pawn advances. King goes back. Black pawn advances. White pawn takes and it advances. Rook advances. The king messes up, and so the white pawn can continue to advance. Now the king is over here, and we have a pawn which reaches the end and gets promoted to a queen. Now this queen is going to put the king in check, so the going to have to go here. The queen is going to go over here, and it's going to have to reveal that. Queen attacks the rook. The king attacks. Maybe I want to leave that. Perhaps the king, perhaps the black king actually moves away. And we're going to leave it there for now. I want to leave it there for now. Currently there's only the black king there, but we have the white king and the white queen. That's where I'm going to leave it. So I understand that the Federalist Papers, my reading of it was very, very absent-minded, very dense, and even with the reading of the Constitution, might have been very dense. In my attempt to string together a coherent narrative. But I think the best way we can go about this is to enjoy something perhaps a bit easier to digest. And in a nod to what a senator from Texas did, I'm going to go ahead and bring in something very light, something easy. Something that you can chill with, relax, very, very easily comprehensible. It's a book that was saved from being thrown away or donated. The actual book is in very bad shape. I found it over in a room down there. But I saw it and I figured I just have to keep this book because there's something about it. There's something about it that really speaks to the nature of this nation, of the Senate, of the filibuster, and the rights of the minority, the rights of any single member of Congress, any single senator to make their case in front of all of us. Which is why I brought forward this great American work, Dr. Seuss, One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. To close out my substantial talking points, we have come finally to the tail end. I'm surprised I made it this far. I guess it's only necessary that I shall begin. Of course, this is a great work, just as any other, and it deserves the same respect. A spot on the whiteboard. Because frankly, every member of the Senate has a right to be heard. And any member and any book has the right to be read. Any book has a right to be recognized as a work of literature. It's very important. So we're going to go ahead and begin. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Black fish, blue fish, old fish, new fish. This one has a little star. This one has a little car. Say, what a lot of fish there are. Yes, some are red, and some are blue. Some are old, and some are new. Some are sad, and some are glad, and some are very, very bad. Why are they sad and glad and bad? I do not know. Go ask your dad. Some are thin, and some are fat. The fat one has a yellow hat. From there to here, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. Here are some who like to run. They run for fun in the hot, hot sun. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my, what a lot of funny things go by. Some have 2 feet, and some have 4. Some have 6 feet, and some have more. Where do they come from? I can't say, but I bet they have come a long, long way. We see them come, we see them go. Some are fast, and some are slow. Some are high, and some are low. Not one of them is like another. Don't ask us why. Go ask your mother. Say, look at his fingers. 1, 2, 3. How many fingers do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has 11. 11. This is something new. I wish I had 11 too. Bump, bump, bump. Did you ever ride a wump? We have a wump with just one hump. But we know a man called Mr. Gump. Mr. Gump has a 7-hump wump. So, if you like to go bump, bump, just jump on the hump of the wump of Gump. Who am I? My name is Ned. I do not like my little bed. This is no good. This is not right. My feet stick out of bed all night. And when I pull them in, oh dear, my head sticks out of bed up here. We like our bike. It is made for 3. Our Mike sits up in back, you see. We like our Mike, and this is why. Mike does all the work when the hills get high. Hello there, Ned. How do you do? Tell me, what is new? How are things in your little bed? What is new? Please tell me, Ned. I do not like this bed at all. A lot of things have come to call. A cow, a dog, a cat, a mouse. Oh, what a bed! Oh, what a house! Oh dear, I cannot hear. Will you please come over near? Will you please look in my ear? There must be something there, I fear. Say, look, a bird was in your ear, but he is out, so have no fear. Again your ear can hear, my dear. My hat is old, my teeth are gold. I have a bird I like to hold. My shoe is off, my shoe is cold. My shoe is off, my foot is cold. I have a bird I like to hold. My hat is old, my teeth are gold, and now my story is all told. We took a look, we saw a nook. On his head he had a hook. On his hook he had a book. On his book was how to cook. We saw him sit and try to cook. He took a look at the book on the hook. But a nook can't read, so a nook can't cook. So, what good to a nook is a hook cookbook? The moon was out, and we saw some sheep. We saw some sheep take a walk in their sleep. By the light of the moon, by the light of a star, they walked all night from near to far. I would never walk. I would take a car. I do not like this one so well. All he does is yell, yell, yell. I will not have this one about. When he comes in, I put him out. This one is as quiet as a mouse. I like to have him in the house. At our house we open cans. We have to open many cans, and that is why we have a Zans. A Zans for cans is very good. Have you a Zans for cans? You should. I like to box. How I like to box. So every day I box a gox. In yellow socks I box my gox. I box in yellow gox box socks. It is fun to sing if you sing with a ying. My ying can sing like anything. I sing high and my ying sings low. And we are not too bad, you know. This one, I think, is called a yink. He likes to wink. He likes to drink. He likes to drink and drink and drink. The thing he likes to drink is ink. The ink he likes to drink is pink. He likes to wink and drink pink ink. So, if you have a lot of ink, then you should get a yink, I think. Hop, hop, hop. I am a yop. All I like to do is hop, from finger top to finger top. I hop from left, I hop to right, and then hop, hop. I hop right back again. I like to hop all day and night, from right to left and left to right. Why do I like to hop, hop, hop? I do not know. Go ask your pop. Brush, 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 brush. Comb, 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 comb. Blue hair is fun to brush and comb. All girls who like to brush and comb should have a pet like this at home. Who is this pet? Say, he is wet. You never yet met a pet, I bet, as wet as they let this wet pet get. Did you ever fly a kite in bed? Did you ever walk with 10 cats on your head? Did you ever milk this kind of cow? Well, we can do it. We know how. If you never did, you should. These things are fun, and fun is good. Hello, hello, are you there? Hello, I called you up to say hello. I said hello. Can you hear me, Joe? Oh no, I cannot hear your call. I cannot hear your call at all. This is not good, and I know why. A mouse has cut the wire. Goodbye. From near to far, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. These yellow pets are called the Zeds. They have one hair up on their heads. Their hair grows fast, so fast they say. They need a haircut every day. Who am I? My name is Ish. On my hand I have a dish. I have this wish to help me wish. When I wish to make a wish, I wave my hand with a big swish swish. Then I say I wish for fish, and I get fish right on my dish. So, if you wish to wish a wish, you may swish for fish with my ish wish dish. At our house, we play out back. We play a game called Ring the Gack. Would you like to play this game? Come down. We have the only gack in town. Look at what we found in the park, in the dark. We will take him home. We will call him Clark. He will live at our house. He will grow and grow. Will our mother like this? We don't know. And now, good night. It is time to sleep. So we will sleep with our pet Zeep. Today is gone. Today was fun. Tomorrow is another one. Every day, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. Very beautiful. Probably one of the greatest novels I've ever read, that I've had the pleasure of reading in my life. But the reason I chose this, it was no coincidence. I think that this particular book does a great job highlighting the diversity that exists, not just in the American system, but in any system, in the Canadian system, in the Mexican system, in the Guatemalan system, in the Salvadorian system, in the Nicaraguan system, in the Belizean system, in the Peruvian system, in the Costa Rican system, in the Panamanian system, in the Brazilian system, in the Venezuelan system, in the Colombian system, in the Guyanese system, in the Surinamese system, in the Argentine system, in the Chilean system, in the Paraguayan system, in the Uruguayan system, in the Ecuadorian system, in the Portuguese system. Did I say the Bolivian system? In the Spanish system, in the Andorran system, in the French system, in the British system, in the Irish system, in the Norwegian system, in the Swedish system, and the Finnish system, and the Russian system, and the Danish system, and the Belgian system, and the Dutch system, and the Luxembourgish system, in the German system, in the Polish system, in the Belarusian system, in the Ukrainian system, in the Italian system, in the Monaco system, in the Czech system, in the Austrian system, in the Swiss system, in the Slovakian system, in the Liechtensteiner system, in the Slovenian system, in the Croatian system, in the Serbian system, in the Bosnian system, in the Albanian system, in the Greek system, in the North Macedonian system, in the Cypriot system, in the Maltese system, in the Kazakh system, in the Armenian system, in the Azeri system, in the Georgian system, in the Turkish system, in the Bulgarian system, in the Kosovar system, in the Jordanian system, in the Israeli system, in the Palestinian system, in the Iraqi system, in the Syrian system, in perhaps the Saudi system, in the Kuwaiti system, in the Yemeni system, in the Omani system, in the United Arab Emirati system, in the Bahrainian system, in the Qatarian system, in the Kyrgyz system, in the Uzbekistan system, in the Turkmenistan system, in the Chinese system, in the Mongolian system, in the Japanese system, in the Indian system, in the Pakistani system, and the Nepalese system, in the Bhutani system, in the Malay system, in the Singaporean system, and there's a lot of systems. There's the Indonesian system, the Bruneian system, the Bengali system, the Bangladeshi system, the the Afghan system. There's also the Filipino system, the Taiwanese system, and there's also the Australian system, and the Timorian system, Timor-Leste, in the Kiwi system, in the Vietnamese system, in the Laosian system, in the Cambodian system, in the Thai system, in the Burmese system, in the Micronesian system, in the Kiribatian system, in the Tongan system, in the Palauan system. There is diversity in the Algerian system, in the Moroccan system, in the Sahrawi system, in the Libyan system, in the Tunisian system, in the Egyptian system, in the Sudanese system, in the South Sudanese system, in the Central African system, in the Nigerian system, and the Nigerian system, and the Gabonese system, and the Gambian system, and the Senegalese system, and the Sierra Leone system, and the Ghanaian system, in the Somalian system, in the Djiboutian system, in the Angolan system, in the Congolese system, both Kinshasa and Brazzaville, in the Eritrean system, in the Ethiopian system, in the Mozambican system, in the Madagascarian system, in the South African system, in the Burundi system, in the Lesothoan system, in the Malawian system, in the where else is there diversity? I believe there is also diversity in the Zimbabwean system, in the Zambian system. There's diversity all over the world. And I deeply apologize that I could not mention all the nations off the top of my head, but I'm under a lot of pressure to remain coherent. But look, the point is that in all of these systems of government that exist all across the world, no matter what country, the United States is no different. The American system has a diversity that is also seen in the Cuban system, in the Haitian system, in the Dominican system, the Republic and the Island of Dominica, the Bahamian system, the Antigua and Barbudan system, the Antiguan system, the Grenada system. Okay, look, the point is there's a lot of diversity, right? And so we see that this is more than just a novel. This is more than just a book of rhymes. We actually see a collection of a diverse set of creatures, a diverse set of characters and people. We have Mike, we have Ned, we have the Yink, we have the ones who can't hear, we have the ones with the hat, we have the Nook cookbook, we have the ones that yell who we may not like, we have the Zans who are good, and we'll have the Goks and the Yings. We have so many of these different personalities and characters and interests, and yet here they all are together, wrapped up in one world, one book. This is the perfect descriptor for how a federal government ought to work, to reconcile all the different forms of characters and diversity and different interests and different cultures of people have to work together, getting them from all walks of life, get together and see what makes different people tick the way they do. And so when you look at the United States Senate, which forces every state to look at each other face to face, you have the interests of Colorado, of Alaska, of Texas, of New Mexico, Arizona, California, Washington, Oregon. I'm not going to name every state, but look, you have all of these different nations of people, essentially. And all of these people who are unified by a nation called the United States. But they are unified despite all of their differences. And despite how violently their interests may clash together, here they are all together, these wacky cast of characters coming together in a more perfect union. Therein lies the genius of the United States Senate And therein lies the genius of the filibuster. The fact that any one of these characters, even if we don't like the one who yells, even if we love the Zans with the cans, or the Gox that you can box with their yellow Gox box socks, it doesn't matter who you love and who you hate, because we are all unified in the Senate with one simple rule: love thy neighbor. And the rules of the Senate would not be so credible if behind them there wasn't at least a little bit of plain and ordinary human kindness, right? So that is why every single day we have to pursue a more perfect Senate. If we want the Senate to be the world's greatest deliberative body, we must preserve the filibuster as it is, but also work with it to reform it. Because we have this great tool for the minority, for any individual senator to make their case heard. That's a talking filibuster, sure. But if we're trying to ensure the rights of the weak, the rights of the minority, then we are going to need the filibuster to protect their interests and to not be so quick to count them out. But instead of having a system where they can silently filibuster just by rejecting the 60 votes in favor, perhaps they could instead be subject to a rule where 41 senators are required to continue debate rather than the majority having the burden of producing 60 votes to end debate. Because what happens is, under this new system where 41 votes are required, the minority must come out of hiding and they must stand before the high chamber of the Senate and make their case to the people, make their case to Congress, to everybody who is there to listen. We're in the age of the information revolution. Anything you say, with the right amount of luck, can be sent out to as many people as you want. And that goes doubly so for politicians. Anytime a politician says something that is noteworthy, you're going to see it all over the place. And so if you're going to have a system where a filibuster actually encourages people to go and show up to the Senate and perhaps even make their case, that will go very, very far. The interests of the Ying, the interest of the Gox, the interest of Ned, they will all be represented. They will all be seen and heard from in a Senate that requires 41 votes to continue rather than 60 votes to end. But to abolish the ability of the silent filibuster to persist just by leaving everything, to abolish the filibuster would be to end every character's story before it even began. If a democracy was perfect, we would have stopped at one fish. But we have more than that. We have one fish. We have two fish. We have a red fish. And we have a blue fish. And you cannot apply the same line of thinking for all of these fish. You must keep in mind the differences. And if you want those differences to be reconciled appropriately, you must be in favor of a reformed filibuster within a Senate according to the Constitution. And that I believe, that I so deeply believe. When you have diversity, you cannot rush that. You know, my obsession with the filibuster, I kind of want to go ahead and start talking about that now. I don't have any talking points left. Currently the time is 4:25. In 20 minutes, we will reach a point where there are only 3 hours remaining on the clock. So there's about 3 hours and 20 minutes left of time that I have to continue speaking. I think I've made some pretty good progress. Of course, I wasn't expecting all of my talking points to carry me through all 11 hours, but it did definitely carry me through a very sizable chunk of it. So I'm going to go ahead and just start speaking from personal experience. Because right now, I didn't just come here to begin to speak my piece and set the record straight on the filibuster. That was my primary mission. I also came here to bid farewell to the filibuster, to say goodbye to something that dominated my mind for at least a year. So, as I previously mentioned, the first time I ever heard of what a filibuster was with the talking filibuster. This idea of a senator taking the floor and speaking for as long as he could possibly do it. That test of endurance was so fascinating to me, especially as a distance runner or someone who runs at least casually but somewhat competitively. Not actually just competitive against myself, but I digress. I viewed clips of, Ted Cruz reading Green Eggs and Ham for no particular reason. He just kind of did that during his 21-hour speech against Obamacare. But anyway, I came to love the filibuster closer towards college. So in my first semester of college, I took a class. It was a Polls 207, I believe. It was about state and local government, where we were going over sources of inefficiency. You had, and one of those sources of inefficiencies was chubbing, loggerung, and the filibuster was one of them. And I was reminded of the filibuster at that point. I was like, oh yeah, there is that one thing about a senator taking the floor and speaking. But that was mainly in the context of a state level government. Because in the Texas State Senate, the mechanism of a silent filibuster or a procedural filibuster doesn't exist. There is no cloture 60 vote requirement in order to be able to proceed to a final vote. It is very much a majoritarian institution. But because it is still a body that calls itself a Senate, the Texas Senate does still have unlimited speaking time, which means that if a senator chooses to, they could do a talking filibuster. And that's where you have people like Wendy Davis and Carol Alvarado, and of course, Bill Meyer. So after I was reminded of the filibuster, I really wanted to do a deep dive into the logistics of a filibuster and what these politicians subjected themselves to when they take the floor and speak for an extended period of time. I was going to look into Strom Thurmond's, because when you Google what is the longest filibuster in history, the answer will typically be, oh, well, it was Strom Thurmond in 1957, spoke for just over 24 hours. And that's certainly an impressive accomplishment. But as I was looking up sources to try to find, okay, is there a transcript? Is there an audio recording? Is there interviews? I came across a fascinating YouTube video that says, at 43 hours, Bill Meyer set the filibuster record in 1977. I saw that number, 43 hours, and I went, that cannot be true. And so I began exploring that. So then I started reading up a bit more, and it turns out that Bill Meyer, in 1977, this senator in the Texas State Senate, very much got up and spoke continuously for 43 hours, holding the floor, stalling a bill that he believed would do away with the work he had previously done in the Senate. And so that became the subject of what would be my first video that I made on the filibuster. It's the 43-hour speech, longest filibuster in history, a breakdown. At that point, that was probably the most laborious project I had ever worked on. Because what this entailed was I tried very hard to find sources that would allow me to make a good documentary on this, because what I noticed was that there were very, very few sources talking about this accomplishment, at least the ones from today. And I figured, well, if somebody got up and spoke for 43 hours and it far exceeded the length of Strom Thurmond's filibuster, someone who got a lot more attention by media, heck, I'll be the one to do it. I should be the one to tell people about how insane this Bill Meyer filibuster was. And so I was able to track down through the Texas digital archives and the legislative library a collection of all the portraits and the Senate membership of the legislature at the time. And I was able to find some audio recordings of the full speech. And so I listened to each and every tape, annotating them, time-stamping key moments. It became a very, very long slug, and I didn't think I'd ever see the end of the project, but eventually I did finish it after several months. And, well, you know, some people saw it, which is great. That's more than zero. But my obsession with the filibuster didn't stop there, because in doing research for this video, I also wanted to see, well, what is the greater conversation about the filibuster? And so I started to be more and more informed about the systems where other countries can filibuster. And so that led to my video that I did on Jaime Naranjo in what was called the Naranjazo, which was a 15-hour speech that a Chilean politician gave in the Chilean Chamber of Deputies. And that was a shorter video because it was a shorter endeavor, but it was still fun to research Chilean politics, you know, really just immerse myself in an area that I had no prior concept of. And then came another project. I would try to rank all 100 senators of the 119th Congress. I would do a tier list of each and every one, but I meant it as a joke. You know, I wanted to do like a high effort joke where I would advertise it as a definitive ranking of all the senators is going to be nonpartisan. But in truth, it was actually just ranking every senator based on their position on the filibuster. And so that would be kind of like the punchline. And I thought it would be nice and quick because it was just all of their stances on one issue. But it turned out that I was very wrong. My entire conception of the filibuster was completely and utterly wrong. See, back when I uploaded the video of the Chilean Naranjazo, I still spoke about the filibuster like it was just a talkathon, where you just get up and talk and talk and talk, and that was the only way to delay a bill, and that's why I had no problem with it. But as I was doing the research for this, that's when I came to know and understand that the procedural filibuster, often called the silent filibuster, was blocking bills with very little effort, and the senators did not need to hold the floor. And frankly, I was disgusted, not only by the state of affairs, but also the fact that I was so confidently in favor of preserving the filibuster when I didn't even understand fully what I was defending. And so part of the reasoning for this live stream was to correct that mistake. Well, part of the ranking video was to correct that mistake. But now that I have corrected that mistake, that I've laid out all of my arguments in favor of reforming the filibuster and why the Senate is useful, I think I've said all I wanted to say with regards to the filibuster. And that's why this live stream is also my final goodbye, my final hand wash, that I'm going to wash my hands of the filibuster, and I swear never again to discuss it after this speech is over, after we hit the 11th hour. I'm very much looking forward to the 11th hour, when I no longer will ever speak of the filibuster again on this channel. I am still going to be talking about politics, because obviously I'm studying political science. But I want to stop talking about the filibuster once this is all done and over with, because it's not something that eventually you hit a point where you said all you wanted to say, and the only thing that's left is what? Am I just going to look up more talking filibusters? Am I going to go to, Michaela Cavanaugh, who, spoke for weeks and weeks? Because I don't know if it was Nebraska or something, where it's a unicameral legislature, and they have like 8-hour sessions where they adjourn for the day, and she held the floor every day, 8 hours at a time, speaking and speaking, delaying action. And so the legislature couldn't pass a single bill because she was so opposed to legislation that she believed would harm transgender folks. So that was quite and it didn't make, it was somewhat recent, but I never caught wind of it until several years later. So that's why, it's kind of unfortunate, these types of fights happen in state legislatures, whether it be up there or here in Texas. You get a lot of very fierce battles that don't often make national headlines. But anyway, yeah, I really don't want to continue doing it. And it's also a question of what I'm going to do in the future. Because now that I'm done with the filibuster, I'll probably just continue doing videos on politics, maybe some general history, maybe some sports, maybe some more video games. But of course, video games in the context of politics, and how I can use a video game to explain certain aspects of politics. That's kind of one of my favorite ways to do so. That's why I did it with the Wizard City video, when I analyzed Wizard City using the Fragile States Index. But yeah. So anyway, during that time, and now that I understand fully what had happened, I want to go back previously to my second semester of college, I believe. Or was it my first? Yeah, my second semester of college. I took another, as part of my major, it's called Polls 209. It's an introduction to political science research. And at the time, that was the only political science class that I was taking in that semester. And so if I ever had an inquiry on politics, that professor of that class would be the one to talk to. In truth, I could have talked to anyone that I wanted, but he was just the most convenient one. And so I went to him. And I think, okay, let's move the white queen to do check. Black king sidesteps. The white king moves, the white queen moves forward, and black takes. And now there are only two kings left on the board. So as I was saying, I went up to this professor of mine, and I talked to him about how the filibuster was one of my favorite, the things that I was most interested when it came to politics. And he talked to me about like, oh, how do you like the filibuster or legislative political obstructionism in general? And I was asking him where I could find some research on the filibuster because this was a political science research class. And so I wanted to find some kind of causal study to see what were the causes of the rising trend of filibusters, because it is an objective fact that cloture motions have increased historically since the start of the 21st century, how the number of cloture motions has begun to increase. And I figured, well, if we're getting more polarized, or perhaps if the margins in the Senate are getting thinner and thinner, or if the margins in Congress are getting a lot thinner, then perhaps that is a potential cause of filibusters or obstructionism. That, the greater the majority of one party in the Senate, the less likely it is that a filibuster will occur because less senators from the minority need to be convinced. And that's certainly true. We saw that in Senator Jian Shaheen's essay, where we had a smaller number, where it seemed that for a moment the decrease in the size of the majority was correlated with an increase in the number of cloture motions that had to be, the number of cloture votes that had to be held, that had to be invoked. And so I was telling him about, the general causal mechanism of how this gridlock and how this filibustering could have been caused by those margins. And he recommended me to check out some of the work and the research done by this political scientist named Sarah Binder, a colleague of his named Sarah Binder. And she did some work on legislative gridlock back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. And so he recommended me the paper that I want, that Sarah Binder had wrote. He recommended me this paper to study how even as early as the early 2000s and the late 90s, how polarization had gridlocked the Senate to such an extent that they really just couldn't do anything. Let's see, what time is it? 4:44. I missed my water time. And so if we think the polarization was bad then, imagine what they think of it now. And so I went back home to my apartment and I tried to look for that research paper that he recommended to me. My legs hurt. My legs really do hurt. a little bit. So I went ahead and I tried to access that research paper that he recommended to me, but I couldn't read it because I wasn't on the university Wi-Fi, which is required for you to be able to access those academic papers. But I was able to access a book. You don't need to be on university Wi-Fi to go on the digital library that the university had. And so I went ahead and tried to find anything by Sarah Binder that was related to the topic, and I did. So you'll notice that I've been playing with the chessboard this whole time. And the reason I've been playing with the chessboard the whole time is it leads up to a certain concept. See that? There are only two kings left on this board. There's the black king and the white king. If they approach each other, that is not a legal move. They are forced to continue moving around with no action happening. This is a paralyzed battlefield. In the chess rules, they call this stalemate. This position is called stalemate. And stalemate also happens to be the name of this book. Stalemate: Causes and Consequences of Legislative Gridlock by Sarah A. Binder. My professor indirectly recommended this book to me because he didn't mention this book by name, but this book was written by Sarah Binder and it was based on the research she had previously done. So this book is actually an expansion on the work that she had already done on legislative gridlock. And so I decided to ask for it as a gift. And I finally have it. And I was intending on reading this on my own time, but I figured that, well, with all this conversation about the filibuster and obstruction and the blockage of bills and this rising polarization and obstructionism, gridlock. If you'll remember, Jian Shaheen had a certain essay with that name, Gridlock Rules. Now this book, Stalemate, I actually did intend this as my last failsafe. I knew from the beginning that my talking points were not going to fill in all 11 hours. And so I have here my last resort. Right now, the time is 4:48, which means I have just under 3 hours left to make it to 7:41 p.m. Central Standard Time to speak for all the 11 hours. And I do intend to read this book. This is my last failsafe to fill in the rest of the time. I would have loved to be able to say more and to make more arguments and to speak more on my experiences. But the fact is, the content of this book is very much still relevant. There is actually a section on this that discusses the filibuster, and perhaps I very much should skip to that. Consequences of stalemate. Let's see here. So there's a lot of things here. Institutional and electoral sources of stalemate. That's actually chapter 4 of this book that discusses the filibuster. And so I am going to go ahead and skip forward to chapter 4 of stalemate. But before I can do that, I of course need to mark it on the whiteboard. Stalemate by Sarah Binder. Because whether you're talking about the filibuster or something else, the question has always been on the inability of the legislature to conduct business as it should, to pass laws that matter to the people. So I'm going to go ahead and skip to chapter 4. That's 3. And I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to 4. Institutional and electoral sources of stalemate. So begins this part of the speech. I'm going to grab one more orange. It's a good thing I cut as many as I did, because I'm working through these like crazy. But anyway, here's chapter 4 of stalemate. I think we can learn a lot from this. When the 105th Congress adjourned in 1998, it could only point to a slim record of achievement. To its credit, it enacted a landmark package to balance the budget, streamlined federal procedures for moving new drugs and medical devices to market, and bolstered federal adoption laws. The Senate also ratified treaties to reduce chemical weapons and expand the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO. But on numerous high-profile issues, Congress balked, deadlocking on campaign finance reform, overhaul of the financial services industry, regulatory reform, product liability, education reform, juvenile crime, missile defense systems, and other policy challenges. Journalists, reflecting on the pileup of legislative roadkill, largely stressed legislators' difficulty producing policy results under divided government during an election year. The approaching midterm congressional elections, according to the conventional account, lessened the party's incentives to negotiate and bargain seriously to resolve major policy and political differences. As the Washington Post's veteran Congress reporter concluded, Republicans needed to fire up their conservative base with issues such as tax cuts, abortion curbs, and tax breaks for private schools for what was otherwise likely to be a low turnout election. Democrats needed broader issues such as curbing teenage smoking, protecting managed care patients, and hiring more teachers to give voters a reason to turn to them. There was little common ground here, and many on both sides believed there was more to be gained politically by losing defiantly than by cutting a deal. Legislators were seeking an issue rather than a bill, a classic strategy in an election year. This electoral logic deserves a closer look, as it is often invoked to explain legislative gridlock. And I'm going to do a sound check. All right. This electoral logic deserves a closer look, as it is often invoked to explain legislative gridlock. There are at least 2 foundations to the electoral logic. The first involves legislators' concerns about their long-term careers in the institution. The second, their long-term policy objectives. If legislators place a high value on re-election to Congress, then their behavior in office likely reflects their assessment of how they can maximize their chances of earning re-election. Maintaining the support of their partisan base probably influences legislators' calculations of how best to ensure re-election. As such, the electoral logic would refer to legislators' tendencies to champion issues that rally the base, even if such issues are left on the agenda at the close of a Congress. Legislators' long-term policy goals might also well be served by holding on to issues, rather than seeking compromise to enact the relevant bills into law. In this case, the electoral logic refers to legislators' decisions to hold off acting on measures if they think the number of like-minded legislators will increase in the next Congress, or if they expect a change in the party controlling the White House. In this scenario, legislators seek issues rather than bills, not because of their party's immediate electoral need to distinguish itself from the opposition, but because of their party's long-term policy objectives. Both aspects of the electoral logic lead us to expect similar behavior and outcomes. I listened to Senator John Hoeven, Republican from North Dakota, speak, and I think that's where I started saying, or I started accenting the O. He complained about only Democrat votes or whatever. The question is whether electoral considerations will always produce an incentive for the parties to deadlock. Is an issue, rather than a bill, always preferred by legislators in the run up to presidential and congressional elections? Many suggest so, arguing that the party's desire to define their differences for the voters makes legislative compromise impossible as an election nears. As explained by one Republican senator, as every week counts down to the election, the partisan divisions are deepening, and both sides are trying to capture the issues for partisan gains. We put the other guy on the defensive, force him into a corner, and don't give anything we don't have to give. The result, according to this account, is an increased chance of stalemate as fall campaigns approach. The temptation to play politics with popular issues, rather than putting them into law, is too great to resist. The electoral logic, roughly sketched, holds some promise if we confine our view to the 105th and 106th Congresses, which deadlocked over a raft of salient issues with the approach of fall elections. But a look back to the 104th Congress in 1996 complicates this explanation. In that presidential election year, both parties ultimately sought bills, not issues. The result was a handsome record of legislative victories for both parties, including an increase in the minimum wage, a major overhaul of federal welfare programs, and a renewed drinking water law. The extreme gridlock in 1995 during the first year of Republican rule gave way to substantial and successful negotiation on salient legislative issues. Why? Pundits and journalists again pointed to the approaching elections, this time reversing the logic. Both parties wanted a record to run on rather than a plate of issues to trumpet. That trend toward compromise in 1996, however, does not hold up more generally over the past half century. Based on the measure of gridlock generated in Chapter 3, deadlock increases only marginally in the Congresses leading up to presidential elections since 1946. Why do approaching elections sometimes bring deadlock and other times invite bargaining and compromise? The presence or absence of divided government fails to account for the differences. All three, the Republican Congresses of the 1990s, just noted, faced a Democratic president. Nor does another often indicated culprit for gridlock, tough fiscal times, help explain Congress's uneven performance. True, in the 102nd Congress, when deadlock reached close to its nadir for the post-war period, the federal deficit relative to outlays reached its worst level, reaching 20% of outlays. Legislative performance does seem to run loosely in tandem with sunnier fiscal times. But excess resources alone do not wipe out gridlock. Despite the appearance of the first budget surplus in nearly 30 years, stalemate over how to spend the surplus in the 106th Congress seemed as prevalent as the deadlock was over how to create it. Neither was the razor-thin Republican majority likely the central cause of deadlock in the 106th, as many observers suggested at the time. During the past half-century, the size of the House majority party seems unrelated to the frequency of gridlock. My challenge in this chapter is to show the limits of analyzing legislative performance solely based on electoral dynamics. Instead, I will show that institutional arrangements interacting with elections account for the uneven performance of Congress during the past half century. Using the measure of gridlock developed in Chapter 3, I explore aggregate changes in the frequency of stalemate as a function of the institutional and electoral forces outlined in Chapter 2. Congressional structures, perhaps more so than electoral results, play a pivotal role in shaping the lawmaking capacity and promise of Congress. Constructing an empirical test. Scholars and observers of Congress have long held that divided party control of government is the central obstacle to swift policy compromise on Capitol Hill. Political parties in this view facilitate the bridging of inevitable differences that emerge across constitutionally separated executive and legislative branches. Without shared policy and electoral interests, Congress and the President are unlikely to have sufficient incentive to seek compromise that suits their different electoral constituencies. Publication of David Mayhew's finding in 1991 that divided government failed to account for differences in Congress's legislative record in the post-World War II period, not surprisingly rattled students of Congress and the presidency, who had long targeted divided government as the central barrier to legislative action. In the years since Mayhew published Divided We Govern, numerous scholars have tackled the questions raised by Mayhew, with many of them seeking alternative empirical ways to test his key conjecture about the null effects of divided party control. The limited impact of divided government on legislative performance can be seen in a simple bivariate test in Table 4.1. The models in Table 4.1 estimate the frequency of legislative stalemate as a function of party control, whether Congress and the White House were controlled by the same or different political parties. I use the measure of stalemate developed in Chapter 3, which taps the frequency with which issues on the agenda fail to be enacted into law. Because issues vary in salience and significance, we want to know how divided government affects legislative performance across different levels of salience. Thus, the gridlock scores used in each of the columns of Table 4.1 are calculated over different sets of issues, ranging from the broadest to strictest definition of issue salience. Divided government registers only a limited effect on the frequency of legislative gridlock, and alone fails to explain much of the variance in deadlock observed in the post-war period. Only for the broadest definition of the congressional agenda does the frequency of gridlock seem higher under divided government than under unified control. Once we narrow our focus to more salient issues, I find no evidence that divided government drives up the frequency of stalemate. We can perform similar bivariate tests to determine whether other electoral dynamics systematically affect the incidence of stalemate. I find that approaching presidential elections have only a limited impact on policy stalemate. With a presidential election on the horizon, the frequency of gridlock is just a couple of points higher than during the 2 years after a presidential election. Neither is Congress more prone to stalemate when presidential elections approach during periods of divided control, precisely when legislators might hold off acting on measures in anticipation of possibly gaining the White House. Considered jointly, these several electoral forces explain little of the variation in the frequency of deadlock during the post-war period. Legislative performance is indistinguishable across these electoral contexts. Such limited empirical evidence lends slim support for traditional motions about the impact of elections on legislative performance. The bivariate relationships suggested by those who argue that divided party control generates gridlock do not prove strong. Bivariate relationships, however, can be misleading. We need to consider the effects of each suspected factor, controlling for the influence of other factors and the joint effect of the several factors underpinning differences between unified and divided regimes. Next, I construct such multivariate tests, considering the effects of institutional structures and the joint effects of institutions and elections on legislative performance. Explanatory variables. In Chapter 2 are argued that institutional developments after the founders of Congress altered the work ways of Congress in at least two ways. First, bicameralism took on a new cast with the emergence of a proactive Senate. Second, the introduction of political parties altered the politics of constructing policy coalitions within Congress and between the branches. As a result, I expect policy differences between the chambers and partisan alignments within each chamber to affect a legislative performance in predictable ways. In this section, my challenge is to devise a way to operationalize these institutional and electoral forces and to determine their impact on legislative outcomes. So, just a quick definition here. When we say operationalize, operationalization is the process where you turn a certain phenomena into a variable. So, if you want to say that the economic performance causes the incumbent president to win or lose an election, right? So you can operationalize economic performance. So if you say economic performance, you can measure that by, well, you can say inflation, unemployment, GDP, GDP per capita, those other things. And so basically it's just turning an idea into an actual variable that you can measure. And once you're able to measure things, that's when you can actually test things and do research. So, right. Bicameral differences. As explored in Chapter 2, we would expect legislators to more frequently encounter gridlock on major issues the greater the policy differences between the two chambers. In Appendix B, I note that we might measure bicameral differences in a number of ways. For example, in a previous study of legislative stalemate, I used ideological scores derived from legislators' roll call records to array House and Senate legislators on a single policy continuum, and then summarize differences in the policy dispositions of the two chamber medians. As explained in detail in Appendix B, the problem with this approach is that the House and Senate roll call records are composed of different sets of votes. Even when the two chambers vote on similar issues, the questions they vote on are framed in different ways. The implication is that we cannot easily compare the House and Senate voting records to detect the degree of policy differences between the chambers. The solution is to isolate the set of policy issues on which both the House and Senate cast identical votes at roughly the same time. Up or down votes on conference reports provide precisely this set of votes. Thus I assemble goodness, excuse me. Thus I assemble a database of every conference report brought to the floor of the House and Senate chambers between 1947 and 2000, and calculate the percentage of each chamber voting yea on each conference report. I can then measure the difference in policy views of the House and Senate median members by calculating the absolute difference between the two chambers' percentage approval for each report and averaging over all reports for each Congress to produce a mean disagreement score by Congress. On average, in the post-war period, the two chambers differed by 7 percentage points. Bicameral differences were the smallest in the 84th Congress, 1955 to 56, with the two chambers differing on average by only 2%. Bicameral differences were the greatest in the 95th, 1997 to 78, 1977 to 78, 96, which is 1979 to 80, and the 103rd, 1993 to 1994. Those Congresses when the two chambers differed on average by 11%. Divided government. Assessing the impact of party control of government is more straightforward. I use a dummy variable to distinguish between periods of divided and unified control. Sorry, I'm allergic to political science research concepts that I no longer understand. I used to know what a dummy variable meant when I took the class, but I think I forgot at this point. Of the 27 Congresses between 1947 and 2000, 10 were periods of unified party control of Congress and the presidency, while 17 featured split party control of Congress and the White House. I explore the impact of other specifications for divided government in Appendix C. Party polarization. To assess partisan polarization, or its opposite, partisan moderation, we need a way of gauging ideological differences among legislators and between the two parties. I begin by assuming that we can align legislators along a single liberal conservative ideological dimension within each chamber. We can then use ideological scores derived from legislators' voting records to place each legislator spatially along the left-right spectrum. We can think of legislators as moderate or not moderate, defining moderates as those legislators who are closer ideologically to the middle of the chamber than to their own party medians. We can represent the difference between moderates and non-moderates geographically or graphically as in the two panels of figure 4.1. Here, M is the ideological midpoint of the chamber, also the floor median's ideal point. The Democratic Party median lies at PD and the Republican Party median at PR. The dotted lines on each side fall halfway between the party median and the ideological midpoint of the chamber. Moderates are thus those legislators whose ideal points place them between two dotted lines closer to the chamber median than to their party median. Having distinguished the chamber median, or having distinguished between moderates and non-moderates, I count up the number of legislators in each party and chamber who are ideological moderates along the left-right spectrum. In practice, this amounts to a count of the number of conservative Democrats to the right of their party median, and liberal Republicans, or Republicans to the left of their party median, in each chamber in Congress. And this is the graph that they show there. So the black dots represent Democrats, and the white dots represent Republicans. And we have PD, which is the Democrat median, and you have PR, which is the Republican median. And you have, obviously, if we can see, that we have more black dots on the left and more white dots on the right, as is to be expected with these Republicans and Democrats. But we do see that there are some who are in the middle. Do you see those Republicans who are closer to the absolute middle? You have some Democrats who are in the absolute middle. So pretty interesting stuff there. but most of the time they will be closer to their respective party medians. The number or percentage of moderates, however, does not necessarily tell us how polarized the two parties are. If we compare the two panels of figure 4.1, we would expect the bottom panel to represent the more moderate chamber, as legislators are distributed over a narrower and more central range of the ideological spectrum. In contrast, the top panel intuitively represents a more polarized chamber, as legislators and their party medians are further apart, and a good share of legislators are located at the extremes of the left-right dimension. If we calculate the percentage of moderates in each panel as discussed above, however, we would call the top panel more moderate. 5 out of 12 legislators are moderates in the top panel, compared with 2 out of 12 in the bottom panel. A better measure of partisan polarization would take account of the number of moderates relative to the distance between the two party medians. To gauge polarization in each Congress, I thus divide the number of moderates in each chamber by the distance between the two party medians. Because the House and Senate series are so highly correlated, I average the two series to produce a polarization score for each Congress. A word on interpreting the scores is in order. High scores mean low levels of polarization, and low scores mean high levels of polarization. Thus, it makes more sense intuitively to think of the measure as tapping the level of partisan moderation in each Congress. The historical trajectory of partisan moderation appears in Figure 4.2, showing separate histories for the House and Senate. 3 patterns are striking. The close alignment of the House and Senate series, duration of a sizable political center from the late 1950s well into the 1970s, and the precipitous deadline, some say, or the precipitous decline, some say disappearance of the political center since the 1980s. The quantitative portrait offered by the measure comports well with the conventional wisdom that the political center at the end of the 1990s had all but disappeared, as moderation ranged from a high score of 55 in the 92nd Congress to a low score below 10 in the 105th. For the percentage of moderates, similar differences emerged between the early 1970s and the late 1990s. In the 92nd Congress, moderates composed 32% of the chambers. In the 105th, just 11%. The measure of partisan moderation thus nicely captures the received wisdom that today's parties are highly polarized, with a wide ideological gulf separating the two parties and few moderate legislators left in between. Party mandate. To tap variation in the timing of major electoral change, I calculate the length of time a new congressional majority has been out of power. In practice, this means that I count the number of Congresses a new majority party, controlling both chambers, spent in the minority before gaining the majority, averaging the experiences of the House and Senate series. When the new Republican majority took control in 1995, for example, Senate Republicans had been in the minority for 4 Congresses and House Republicans for 20. This yields a mean time out of power of 12 Congresses. Policy context. We can tap the effect of the policy environment on legislative change in the following ways. First, I use Mayhew's approach for measuring the health of the budgetary climate, using the size of the federal budget surplus or deficit as a percentage of the federal government's outlays. Second, to tap the national mood, I use an annual measure of domestic policy mood that James Stimson has derived from public opinion survey data. Higher values reflect stronger preferences for a more activist federal government. As others have done, I lag the public mood variable by one Congress to capture the idea that recent changes in public opinion are then registered in subsequent legislative deliberation. As Stimson argued, and colleagues have pointed out, this cannot rule out the possibility that opinion responds to policy, but it definitively precludes the possibility of opinion responding to current policy. Dependent variable. The dependent variable in the analysis that follows is the measure of gridlock introduced in Chapter 3. The percentage of agenda items that end in stalemate at the close of each Congress, because the salience of an agenda issue may affect the politics of its treatment in Congress. I create 5 versions of the gridlock measure, each tapping the frequency of stalemate over a different level of issue salience. The broadcast measure includes all legislative issues and treaties discussed by the New York Times during a Congress. By this measure, Congress encountered stalemate on average on just over half its agenda, with a frequency of deadlock ranging from 35% to 65%. The measure encompassing the most salient issues includes only issues receiving 5 or more editorials during a Congress. By this measure, gridlock occurred, on average, on 40% of the agenda. The frequency of stalemate on those most salient issues was lowest in the 88th Congress in 1963 and 1964, occurring on only a fifth of the agenda. Stalemate reached its peak of 70% in the 106th Congress, 1998 to 2000, Clinton's last years in office. Explaining the patterns. With a measure of gridlock in hand, we can now estimate the joint impact of the explanatory variables on the frequency of stalemate. In Table 4.2, I show the results for each of the 5 models. Overall, the models perform well, explaining from 38% to 64% the variance in the frequency of stalemate during the latter half of the 20th century. Moreover, we can safely reject the null hypothesis that all the coefficients together are equal to 0, increasing confidence in the overall strength of the statistical model. These statistical results provide a firm foundation from which to interpret the impact of electoral and institutional forces on the frequency of deadlock. Electoral factors. A look at the impact of electoral forces shows some support for the idea that periods of divided government are likely to yield more frequent bouts of stalemate. In each of the models, deadlock is significantly higher in periods of divided party control than in periods of unified control. Mayhew convincingly showed that divided and unified governments did not differ in the quantity of landmark laws enacted. But divided government does seem to affect the broader ability of the political system to address serious public problems. Once we incorporate a denominator measuring the overall issue agenda, our perspective on the impact of divided government changes. Split party control increases the likelihood that more issues on the agenda will end in stalemate. We can think of divided government as a force that erects another barrier in the legislative process. It traps bills that might have been enacted had control of government been unified in a single political party. In this sense, the party government school that advocated responsible parties is vindicated. As Woodrow Wilson, V.O. Key, E.E. Schatzsnyder, James Sundquist, and many other party scholars argued during the past century, legislative deadlock grows more likely when the two major parties split control of the government. Santiago Santi. I appreciate the words of support from the senator from Texas. Elections thus affect legislative performance when they allocate procedural control of the executive and legislative branches to opposing parties. But elections also matter by shaping the array of policy views with and between the two parties. The most striking is the impact of polarized parties in 4 of the 5 models. Rising levels of moderation, that is, decreasing polarization, make stalemate less likely. In the 5th model, the impact of polarization misses statistical significance by just a little, suggesting overall that policy moderation yields legislative dividends for Congress. This result is striking because it runs directly counter to the expectations of the party government school. Despite the faith of responsible party advocates in cohesive political parties, the results suggest that policy change is actually less likely as the parties become more polarized. Although single party control of the branches may help to break deadlock, there are clearly limits to the power of political parties to smooth the way for legislative agreement. Intense polarization, in fact, seems counterproductive to fostering major policy change. Finally, there is only limited evidence that a party's electoral mandate matters. Only for the most salient issues does the time the new majority has been out of power seem to affect the incidence of deadlock. Potentially, this influence reflects new majorities' efforts to prove their governing capacity on showcase items placed high on the agenda. The substantive effect of these electoral forces can be seen by simulating the affected frequency of gridlock, given the specified changes in the values of the explanatory variables. The ranges of the independent variables appear in Table 3, Column 2, and the associated changes in gridlock appear in Column 3. If we use the past half-century as our guide, we can expect divided control of government to increase the frequency of stalemate by roughly 11%. Given on average 55 issues on the agenda each Congress, the arrival of unified government should allow legislators to reach agreement on roughly 6 additional issues. Declines in polarization show similar effects, lowering the incidence of deadlock by roughly 9%, over an additional 5 issues. Such issues confirm the claim that partisan polarization limits the legislative capacity of Congress. The incredible shrinking middle, as Senator John Breaux called it in 1995, seems to substantially hamper the ability of Congress and the President to reach agreement on the issues before them. Institutional effects. The bicameral context matters greatly. In all 5 of the models, the coefficient for bicameral differences is statistically significant. Substantively, this means that even after accounting for the impact of elections through party control and partisan alignments, party differences between the House and Senate still matter. Congress finds it tougher to reach final agreement on pressing policy issues as policy differences between the chambers grow more frequent. Bicameral differences have the greatest substantive impact on the frequency of deadlock. When the frequency of policy disagreement between the chambers doubles, the incidence of stalemate increases by 12%. This is probably why students of Congress have been overly optimistic about the prospects for governance under unified government in the 103rd Congress, 1993 to 1994. Policy disagreement, as measured through the House and Senate differences on final conference reports, reached 11% in the 103rd, the highest level since the last period of unified control under the Democrats in the late 1970s. Given the high level of bicameral disagreement and the intensely polarized parties, it is no wonder that seasoned observers concluded at the close of the 103rd Congress. The only good news as this mud fight finally winds down is that it's hard to imagine much worse. If only they knew. If only they knew how much worse it was going to get after this time. In contrast, I find no support for the idea that the policy environment affects the ability of legislators to secure major policy change. Improved fiscal discipline does not seem to make it easier to reach agreement on policy disputes, nor does the liberalness of public opinion seem to matter as the public's preferences for activist government increases. We see little systematic response in Congress's legislative performance. Additional possibilities. How robust are the effects of these institutional and electoral factors? Water. One way to determine our confidence in the models is to consider the impact of other potential forces, while controlling for the effects of the explanatory variables already considered. For example, several legislative scholars have recently suggested that the Senate's supermajority requirements imposed under its Rule 22 may help to shape legislative performance. Given the hurdle imposed by the need to garner 60 votes to cut off debate under Senate rules, we might expect legislative deadlock to increase as the threat of the filibuster increases. Finally, we reach the word filibuster in this book. The stronger the ideological disagreement between a filibustering senator and a Senate majority, the greater the threat posed by the filibuster. The obstructing senator is less likely to give way under such conditions as she stands to gain more in policy by withholding her consent. Still, it is possible that the obstructive impact of filibustering senators is washed away, as not every filibuster is motivated on ideological grounds, and not every filibustering senator seeks to completely derail her legislative target. There is no simple way to measure the threat of the filibuster. One way to roughly capture the frequency and severity of the threat is to count the number of filibusters that occurred in each Congress and then weight that number by the ideological distance between the pivotal 60th and 51st senators. The 60th senator is that senator who, along a left-right dimension, is the legislator whose vote is theoretically required to invoke cloture. When an issue falls along the left-right spectrum, measured this way, the threat of the filibuster was lowest in the 82nd and 84th Congress, 1951 to 52 and 55 to 56 respectively, as there were no recorded filibusters in those Congresses. The filibuster threat peaked in the 102nd Congress, 91 to 92, when Republicans filibustered numerous issues the Democratic Congress sought to pass. Regressing the frequency of deadlock on the threat of filibuster yields a significant impact of the Senate's rules on legislative performance. As the severity of the threat goes up, the incidence of deadlock increases. However, when we control the impact of our other explanatory variables, accounting for the filibuster threat does not appreciably alter the earlier results. The coefficients for divided government and partisan polarization remain statistically significant at conventional levels. Only the significance of the parameter estimate for bicameral differences slips, suggesting a weaker effect of bicameral differences once we account for senators' exploitation of their chamber's rules. Although Senate filibustering considered alone does appear to drive up deadlock, there does not seem to be any broader connection between the two. The impact of supermajority rules appears to be challenged by other sources of variation in the legislative arena. I want to point attention to the fact that this book was published in 2003. So this actually precedes that first conversation during the Bush administration in 2005 when the Republican Senate Majority Leader was trying to get rid of the filibuster uh, for judicial nominations, and they had to have that whole gang of 14, which means there was still a bipartisan effort to save the filibuster. But after this, the number of filibusters would only continue to increase. So I'm actually very curious to see what it would look like if a similar work to this was released today. And there probably is a work that was released today that goes over gridlock, not only gridlock and polarization, but also how the filibuster has become perhaps a one component of that, one aspect of that. So this really is a piece of its time, but I think some of the words here still hold up. The impact of divided government also bears further scrutiny. To test whether control of the two branches by a single party significantly improves legislative performance, the conventional approach is to use a dummy variable denoting whether or not control of the branches is unified under a single party or divided between two. As shown, when we estimate the impact of divided government in this way, deadlock appears to rise significantly in periods of divided control. But a dummy variable distinguishing between periods of unified and divided control might also be demarking other factors that vary significantly under the two regimes of party control. One prominent alternative is that distinguishing between the two regimes may serve as a proxy for ideological differences between Congress and the President. If we assume that policy views are more distant in periods of divided control and closer under unified control, then using a dummy variable to demark the two regimes potentially masks the impact of ideological differences. If gridlock does rise as the two branches diverge ideologically, then our conclusions about the relevance of party control would be misplaced. Variation in party control would simply be a poorly measured proxy for ideological disagreement between the branches. Moreover, we might find that when we use a more direct measure of interbranch disagreement, interchamber disagreement no longer helps to account for the frequency of deadlock. Friction between the branches might be a stronger predictor of legislative gridlock than conflict between the chambers. See, I told you I was allergic to concepts I forgot. There she goes, talking about dummy variables again. And I forget what that means because it's been a while since I've been in that class. I'm an entire semester removed from it. Controlling the interbranch disagreement, however, does not shake our confidence in the earlier results. For almost every level of issue salience, divided government remains a strong predictor of increased deadlock, as do increasing polarization and rising differences between the two chambers. This suggests that it is more than just differences over policy that are at stake and leading Congress and the president to deadlock. Ideological differences between the branches are insufficient on their own to make deadlock more likely. Instead, partisan control of the two branches matters a lot. Presidents who lack control over the agenda of the House and Senate during periods of divided government face an uphill battle securing the passage of favored legislation. Once greater control of the agenda is secured during periods of unified government, the chances of stalemate decline. Party control alone, however, is insufficient for securing major policy change. Bicameral differences and polarized parties make policy compromise hard, even in periods of unified control. We also need to consider whether the results are simply artifacts of time span and measurement of critical variables. David Mayhew, for example, found strong evidence that Congresses during the activist era, from the early 1960s through the mid 1970s, systematically produced greater numbers of landmark laws. It is worth re-estimating the models to see whether marking the activist era rather than accounting for the liberalness of the public mood produces substantively different results, including a dummy variable to mark the era instead of using the measure of policy mood has the added advantage of allowing me to estimate the deadlock model reaching back to the 80th Congress, which started in 1947. I find no evidence, however, that changing the time span or measures alters the previous findings. Why then did Mayhew find such an impact of the activist era on legislative performance while I find none? One strong possibility is that activist era Congresses were so prolific legislatively because of the contours of partisan conflict at the time. Most noticeable was the strength of the political center during the activist era, a period with little of the partisan polarization that we see today. Remembering that the most polarized Congresses are those with the lowest scores on the polarization variable, the activist era Congresses were far more moderate than the other Congresses. Activist era Congresses scored an average polarization score of 45, meaning they were moderate, while all other Congresses scored 23 on average, meaning they were quite polarized. We think of the activist era Congresses as highly productive, most likely because the parties were moderate, a condition shown highly conducive to breaking deadlock. We also need to consider more fine-grained measures to capture the politics of divided government. In the preceding analysis, I treated all types of divided government the same, regardless of whether control of Congress was unified or divided. We might consider whether periods when the president's party controls at least one chamber are less prone to deadlock than periods of entirely divided control. I evaluate this possibility by demarking periods of quasi-divided control, when Republicans controlled both the White House and the Senate from 1981 through 1986, but not the House, and pure divided control, Congresses in which the parties controlled the White House, House, and Senate. When I replace the divided government variable with these two dummy variables in the earlier models, periods of pure divided party control of government show significantly more frequent bouts of deadlock than periods of unified or quasi-divided control. In contrast, frequency of stalemate during periods of quasi-divided control is indistinguishable from its frequency in other periods. The consistency in the results across each of these alternative specifications should increase our confidence in the original results. Institutional factors rival the electoral environment and shaping legislative performance. The array of party preferences and control and the range of policy views between the chambers jointly affect the chances that Congress and the President will be able to compromise and thus produce major episodes of policy change. 45. 2 hours left. 2 hours left. I got this. I have not moved from this spot. I have stayed here in this frame. I'm going to make it. Budget gridlock, an additional test. If elections and institutions together affect Congress's capacity to legislate, we should also see their effects on other aspects of the legislative process. One potential arena for a further test of the gridlock model is the world of budgetary politics. Given the centrality of budget politics in recent decades, we should see familiar patterns recurring in battles over the budget, as we have seen more broadly across the legislative agenda. Delving into budget politics, in other words, allows us to test conjectures about gridlock on an alternative indicator of stalemate. Oh, yeah. According to the Congressional Budget Act enacted in 1974, Congress must pass a budget resolution every year that sets forth a fiscal framework for the coming fiscal year. Although the President lacks a formal role in the process of creating the resolution, does not go to the President for his signature or veto, the incentives for presidential involvement are clear. First, presidents generally want budget resolutions to reflect the priorities set out in the version of the budget the President submits to Congress. Second, the resolution sets the framework for actual budgeting decisions to be made later in the year. The politics of the resolution thus reveals the capacity of Congress and the President to reach important legislative decisions. Budget resolution politics provides what budget expert Alan Schick calls a barometer of budgetary conflict. Because the law sets an annual deadline for passage of the congressional budget resolution, Congress's record in meeting the deadline is a marker for its performance in reaching tax and spending decisions. For each fiscal year since the 1974 Budget Act was put into place, we can determine how late Congress was in passing the required resolution. The budget law now calls for adoption of the resolution by April 15th, but the data in Table 4 to 6 suggests that Congress often misses the deadline by weeks or months. Between the first budget resolution for fiscal year 1976, adopted in 75, and the resolution for fiscal year 2001, adopted in 2000, Congress managed only 4 times to pass the resolution on time. On average, the resolution has been 41 days late, although there is a lot of variation around that mean. That's embarrassing. How well do electoral and institutional factors account for variation in budget delay? If the new wisdom on divided government is correct, patterns of party control should have no effect on adoption of the annual budget resolution. Neither Mayhew nor Craybill, for example, would expect to find much difference in budget delays across periods of unified and divided control. In contrast, if my alternative model of gridlock rings true, we should expect Congress to take longer to pass a budget resolution under divided government, all else equal. An initial survey of the data suggests that party control may strongly shape the timing of budget decisions. During the 3 periods of unified party control since the 1970s, Congress missed the budget deadline by just 11 days on average. During the 10 episodes of divided control since 1976, Congress was on average almost 2 months late. That's even more embarrassing. Does divided government contribute to the budgetary slowdown once we control for the several other factors that are likely to affect budget politics? After all, since presidents do not sign congressional budget resolutions, interbranch conflict might be incidental to debates within Congress over the scope of the federal budget. Unfortunately, with such cases, it was difficult to conduct a multivariate test. As an alternative, I show the results of several bivariate tests, testing for the effect of each variable alone. As seen in Table 4.7, Column 1, when Congress and the White House are controlled by different parties, Congress is especially prone to miss the budget deadline by a significant margin, taking roughly 40 days longer to reach agreement during periods of divided government. The lack of a formal role for the president and formulating the congressional lack of a formal role the lack of a formal role for the president in formulating the congressional budget blueprint does not preclude his involvement and influence in molding budgetary priorities, even controlling for the budgetary situation. Contrary to prominent political science models, unified party control of Congress and the White House does seem to facilitate agreement between the branches. Certainly, the sharing of policy preferences within the party helps account for the speed of reconciling budgetary differences. But the electoral incentive shared by the congressional majority and the White House to show their party's capacity to budget and hence govern may be equally important. We can see the influence of the array of policy views by examining whether partisan polarization affects the speed of budget negotiations. As shown in column 2, more moderate Congresses take a shorter time to negotiate agreements. Although sunnier fiscal times also speed up completion of budget resolutions, the model does not, however, detect a significant impact of bicameral differences on budget delay. In sum, an additional test of the gridlock model serves its purpose well, as it suggests the broader fit of the models for other indicators of legislative delay. The distribution of policy views within the parties and the allocation of party control between the branches significantly affect the deadlock, a trend detectable even in the limited period inaugurated by the passage of a new federal budget law in 1974. This alternative test also sheds some light on the consequences of the 1974 law itself. It is typically argued that the Budget Act was originally enacted to address recurring interbranch conflict over budget priorities. It was seen as a solution to Congress's frequent battles with President Richard M. Nixon over his authority to impound federal monies appropriated by Congress for federal programs. Interbranch conflict over the budget has not disappeared, as the evidence showing a significant slowdown in the budgetary process during divided government illustrates. By institutionalizing a congressional role and formulating a budget, however, the budget law also encourages intra-Congress conflict to affect the character and timing of budget politics. Most likely, this is an unintended consequence of a budget law written by Democrats eyeing an aggressive Republican president across town. Yeah, they would be across town because the Capitol and the White House and the Supreme Court are all in the same city, and you can have there's a little pattern there of you've got. I wonder if the Capitol dome is visible from the White House, or if the White House is visible from the Capitol. Well, the Capitol dome is a lot taller, so maybe might be able to climb up there and see the White House from it, but who knows? Authors of the law no doubt failed to fully anticipate the source Authors of the law no doubt failed to fully anticipate the sorts of budget politics that could now arise, such as the failure of the House and Senate to pass a budget resolution in 1998 and 2002. With bicameral differences over tax cuts and discretionary spending precluding compromise between House and Senate Republican leaders in 1998, appropriations simply went ahead on their own without a budget guideline and crafted their annual bills. The budget process, in short, has created a venue for intra-branch disputes to color the shape and timing of the budget blueprint, regardless of the original intentions of the legislative authors of the act. Institutions and elections revisited. Unified party control of government cannot guarantee the compromise necessary for breaking deadlock in American politics. As David Mayhew has argued, looking solely at the structural component of the American political system, the separation of powers between Congress and the President, tends to obscure the important dynamics in American lawmaking. As the analysis suggests, it is the pluralist component that deserves our more focused attention. This, the distributions of policy views within and across the two major political parties have predictable and important effects on the legislative performance of Congress and the President. The timing of party politics also matters. Long frustrated congressional minorities often capitalize successfully on electoral mandates when their party gains unified control of Congress. Intra-branch politics, it seems, may be as important as the usual culprit of conflict between the branches. So why did Mayhew and his critics reach such divergent conclusions about divided government? Although Mayhew found no effect of divided government on the production of important legislation, divided government clearly dampens the legislative performance of Congress and the President. A greater percentage of the agenda is killed under divided than under unified government. Focusing solely on what gets enacted rather than on the agenda of problems facing Congress risks understating the effects of divided government. George Edwards and his colleagues suggested as much in their analysis of the effect of divided government on the passage of legislation opposed by presidential administrations. Still, as Edwards and his colleagues said, but did not pursue further, divided government is only one of many obstacles that legislation faces on the path to enactment. Mayhew, of course, reaches precisely the same conclusion after finding no unique effect for divided government. The effects of divided government are challenged by other realities of American politics. Two of these other factors shaping Congress's policy performance command attention: the impact of parties and the consequences of bicameralism. First, consider party effects. My findings suggest that it is premature to reject the idea that political parties influence patterns of legislative outcomes. To be sure, the configuration of party control helps explain just a small portion of deadlock in contemporary politics. But as noted in earlier chapters, elections do more to divide control of the two major branches. Elections also determine the mix of ideologies within within each major party. Such ideological divisions within the parties were decried in the 1950s by the party government school, whose adherents believed that internal party divisions made it nearly impossible for the major parties to assemble and enact party agendas once they took office. Good sip. What is striking about the impact of parties in the latter half of the 20th century is how strongly that impact differs from the expectations of the party government school. As the American Political Science Association's Committee on Political Parties argued in its often cited 1950 report, cohesive political parties that offered distinctive choices to the electorate were critical for ensuring responsive and accountable government. The consequences of weak parties were steep. The very heartbeat of democracy, the committee warned, was threatened by the state of the political parties. Democracy was contingent on organizing and responding to majorities, and cohesive parties were deemed the only viable instruments for doing so. That is very, very true. I'm glad they brought that point up. There are certain benefits and drawbacks to unified parties. I like to call them strong parties. Basically, the stronger the party, the less likely it is that a member of that party who holds an office will be able to deviate from that party. And of course, there are exceptions, like very strong individual members. But for example, during much of the Biden administration, Chuck Schumer liked to point out how his party was very unified. He had a unified caucus, the only exceptions being Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who later left the party to become independents. But basically, the idea is that you, as a Senate Majority Leader, if you can say that, my party is strong, my party is unified. If I tell my party to do something, I can expect them all to vote a certain way, and we can get the agenda passed. But what that can also sometimes do is that the will of the party will sometimes overstep the will of the individual politician, and thereby overstepping the will of those who are represented by that politician. So, for example, what's the point in electing one congressperson or another if you are only going to expect them to vote with whatever their party wants them to vote for? So, and that can be a good or a bad thing. If you support the agenda that your party is supporting, then yeah, you should be delighted that your congressperson is voting that way. And it's also a matter of, is the congressperson representing you productive? Do they read the bills? Do they propose their own bills? Do they work hard? That's another thing to consider. But there's also a good case study for a party that is perhaps not doing so strongly unified. Is people look at the beginning of the current Congress, the 119th Congress, when Republicans had to elect the Speaker of the House, as is custom at the beginning of every Congress. Republicans in the House made it a point not to elect Mike Johnson in the first round, right? So Democrats all got behind Hakeem Jeffries, of course, as a show of like, oh yeah, this is our guy. This is the House Minority Leader. But Republicans made it a point to have it so that Mike Johnson would have to personally talk to those people who voted for somebody else as the Speaker of the House, right? We wanted to make sure that Mike Johnson understood that just because someone is the party leader in a chamber does not mean they get unchecked power over all members of the caucus. So, and you also have people in the Senate. For example, in the Democrat and Republican parties, I think a good example for Democrats is John Fetterman, who is more of a moderate, more of a centrist Democrat. He often breaks party lines. And on the Republican side, you have someone like Rand Paul, who is a huge budget hawk. He's kind of a libertarian, and as such, he tends to break party lines, but more so for his own reasons. Sometimes you'll have other people like Susan Collins from Maine, who is a more of a moderate Republican, and so she will sometimes break party lines. And so I kind of consider Susan Collins and John Fetterman perhaps a good equivalent of each other in the sense that they can sometimes break party lines. And so and so it is important to consider the dynamics of how these parties operate, whether they act as a unified mass or if perhaps there are some maverick members who don't like to be pushed around. And Rand Paul, I mean, that guy gets a lot of grief out of everybody. I mean, Rand Paul gets criticized by Trump a lot. In fact, recently, I believe there was that war powers resolution limitation that made it through the Senate with every Democrat voted in favor of it, and a few Republicans voted in favor of it. Among those, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, I think Todd Young, maybe Tom Tillis, I don't remember. But Rand Paul was also one of them. And Donald Trump took to social media and said, each of those Republicans who voted in favor of that ought to be removed from office. Well, frankly, that's not the first time he's called out bipartisan Republicans, and it's definitely not the first time he's called out Rand Paul. As the two parties have polarized and the political center has stretched thin over the recent past, little evidence indicates that legislative performance has risen in lockstep, paradoxically, far from ensuring that voters will be given meaningful choices between competing party programs. The polarization of the parties seems to encourage deadlock. Why should polarization have this effect? One prominent scholar of Congress and electoral politics observes that legislators' desire to be responsive to active constituencies affects the incentive to compromise. I do not think that one must be overcome by nostalgia, notes Morris P. Fiorina, to imagine that Everett Dirksen, Mike Mansfield, John McCormack, and Gerald Ford, who were the House and Senate party leaders in the 1960s and 70s, would have found some common ground and acted. Sounding like a senator. Appreciate that. Would have found some common ground and acted. Many of today's leaders, however, would rather have issues to use in the upcoming election than accomplishments to point to. There may be a personal element to these temporal differences in leadership styles, but more likely the differences reflect changes in the makeup and activities of contemporary parties, as party organizations are increasingly defined by issue activists, constituency groups, and large-scale financial contributors with pointed policy and ideological agendas. With limited electoral ties to the mass and moderate middle, legislators have only limited and occasional incentive to craft moderate policy compromises to public problems. The statistical evidence presented in this chapter backs up this impression. The larger the political center and the less polarized the Congress, the greater the prospects for measurable policy compromise and change. Parties do affect Congress's capacity to legislate, but not strictly according to whether their control is unified or divided. Bicameralism is perhaps the most critical structural factor shaping the politics of gridlock. Bicameralism, rather than the separation of power between executive and legislative branches, seems most relevant in explaining stalemate in the post-war period. To be sure, both the separation of powers and bicameralism were central to the framers' late 18th century beliefs about the proper construction of political institutions. Still, with important recent exceptions, the policy consequences of divided government, not bicameralism, feature prominently in theoretical and empirical treatments of legislative gridlock. I need an orange again. Very good. Very good. Bicameral differences arise, of course, because structural differences between House and Senate elections ensure that policy views will not be distributed and aggregated identically in the two chambers. Even when both chambers are controlled by the same party, we cannot assume that the two chambers desire the same policy outcomes. The impact of bicameral differences can be seen clearly in the fate of a patient's Bill of Rights measure in the 106th Congress, 1999 to 2000. Although both chambers passed a version of the bill with the support of the Republicans' majorities, no final agreement emerged from conference negotiations that took place over several months in mid to late 2000. As one House Republican observed in trying to explain the bicameral impasse, just appreciate the fact that Republicans in the House and Senate sometimes have a gulf as large, if not larger, than some Republicans and Democrats. The looming presence of a Democratic president ready to veto a bill deemed too responsive to the health insurance industry certainly influenced the Republicans' negotiating strategy, as they probably preferred no bill to the more moderate House bill that the president would have signed. But ideological differences between the two chambers also precluded policy compromise, no matter the views of the president. Given median Senate Republican preferences, Senate Republicans had little incentive to compromise with House. Goodness, excuse me. Given median Senate Republican preferences, Senate Republicans had little incentive to compromise with House Republicans in pursuit of a moderate agreement. Some speculated that the chief Senate Republican negotiator, Don Nichols of Oklahoma, would move closer to the more moderate House bill if vulnerable Republican senators seeking re-election in 2000 could convince Nichols of the electoral imperative to compromise with the House and pass a bill. Despite some senators' efforts to persuade Nichols, no such compromise toward the House bill occurred. As it turned out, this mattered little to the Democrats, as bicameral negotiations were taking place in the run-up to the rigidly contested 2000 presidential election. For us, it's a win-win, explained Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle, Democrat from South Dakota. We win if we don't get a bill, politically. We win politically and legislatively if we do get a bill. Not only did bicameral differences limit the feasibility of reaching a conference agreement, the polarization of the parties and the electoral rewards of doing nothing limited the incentive to compromise. One could say they were literally playing politics. The persistence of bicameral effects across the post-war period also sheds some light on the impact of divided and unified government on legislative performance. Spurred by Mayhew's unconventional finding about the limited impact of divided government, recent studies have re-examined unified gridlock, stalemate, that occurs when a single party controls both chambers of Congress and the White House. Most often fingered as the potential causes of unified gridlock are supermajority institutions that limit the policymaking capacity of political parties, procedural rules that require 3/5 majorities to limit debate in the Senate in the face of a filibuster, and constitutional rules that require a 2/3 majority to override a presidential veto. Because presidential vetoes are rare under unified government, I focus on the impact of the Senate filibuster. A recent and compelling argument is that because a supermajority is needed to pass major policy change in the Senate, the majority party's ability to secure policy outcomes favored by its party median is limited. Thus, one cannot predict major policy change based on the policy views of the median legislator of the chamber and the majority party. Instead, the views of the 60th senator, the senator whose assent is required to invoke cloture and break a filibuster, are pivotal. Now Sarah Bender's speaking my language. She knows the filibuster was going to cause problems. However, the severity of the filibuster threat showed little effect on the frequency of deadlock once bicameral differences and party polarization and control were taken into account. Okay, I'll give you that one. But still, the way in which the filibuster became such a big issue now compared to back then, I think it would have made it different. But I do think that these bicameral differences certainly do play a large role as well. Are interchamber differences a more proximate cause of stalemate than supermajority Senate constraints? It is possible that senators are less likely to exploit their procedural rights to filibuster if they anticipate that House-Senate differences will be sufficient to kill major policy change. That's true. Or the threat of the filibuster, and thus the constraining effect of supermajority rules, might not be as uniform over time or issues as recent studies of gridlock suggest. Since the 1970s, Senate majority leaders have clearly had to contend with the strong possibility that any controversial issue might be filibustered, given senators' increasing willingness to exploit their procedural rights. But even in recent years, senators are not always wishing to push their floor rights to the extreme. Numerous factors raise the cost of excessive use of the filibuster. Unrestrained filibustering may provoke the chamber to reform its rules, encourage other senators to retaliate against the filibustering senator at a later time, or may simply not be worth the time and energy involved. Senate leaders' recent efforts, starting in the early 1980s, to pack major policy issues into budget reconciliation bills likely also diminish the impact of filibusters, as filibusters are prohibited on reconciliation bills. That's right, budget reconciliation. Oh, that's so much better. My throat was actually hurting so much. Gridlock under unified government may have had more to do with differences between the majority party's House and Senate contingents than with supermajority constraints imposed by Senate rules. Still, such conclusions based on Congress's performance over such a time span leave open the possibility that supermajority constraints affect legislative progress on certain issues at certain times. By treating bicameral bodies as if they were unicameral, we underestimate how conflict between the House and Senate shapes the prospect for major policy change. That's the end of chapter 4. That was the main chapter that I wanted to read in order to be able to understand better this particular issue. There's about 1 hour and 20 minutes left. My throat's been hurting. My legs are hurting. They're aching. My palms are sweaty. Knees weak. Arms are heavy. Ugh. Dude, okay. This might actually be a problem. My throat really does hurt. And this mucus is not helping from all the sneezing and the allergies. So chapter 5 is what drives legislative action. So we can go over this chapter perhaps. All right. Chapter 5. What drives legislative action? Evaluating Congress's capacity during the past half-century to reach policy consensus is one approach to unraveling the politics of legislative stalemate. This approach gives us a comparative feel for legislative performance over time and a general understanding of the forces that contribute to the frequency of gridlock in the modern Congress. Still, because the analysis is conducted at the aggregate level of Congress, it says little about the politics that propel individual bills toward enactment during a single Congress. In this chapter, I narrow my focus to a smaller set of agenda issues in a few recent Congresses, with an eye to explaining how institutions and electoral outcomes together shape the likelihood that bills will be enacted into law. Methodological challenges. One would think that explanations of bill passage would be a staple of legislative studies. Strangely enough, few published works have systematically explored why bills pass or fail. Numerous case studies examine the legislative journeys of prominent bills, but rarely offer broader conclusions about the legislative process. Moreover, legislative scholars have often studied institutional arrangements and legislative behavior rather than the endeavor of making law. There are a host of reasons for this scarcity, all of which are essentially methodological in nature. Most problematic, perhaps, is capturing how contingency may move a bill toward passage. Had the Exxon Valdez not run aground off the Alaskan shore in 1989, would Congress have enacted major oil spill liability legislation the following year? Perhaps a crisis is necessary for generating the compromise necessary to drive legislative success. Of course, predicting which issues will be the subject of a crisis is impossible. Nor do crises always create opportunities that legislators take advantage of successfully. The shooting rampage at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado, in 1999, for example, did not facilitate passage of salient gun control measures in the 106th Congress, contrary to the expectations of many seasoned political observers. And believe me, it hasn't just been Columbine. It's been so many others that just won't get passed. So many school shootings. Even the aftermath of the horrific attacks on Washington and New York on September 11, 2001, shows the limits of crisis for spurring legislative action. Although Congress responded swiftly to the president's requests for recovery funds, aviation security, and anti-terrorism legal tools. The further the president's requests strayed from the war on terror and recovery efforts, the stronger was Congress's tendency to resist. More broadly, we might say that timing and sequence are immeasurably important in explaining legislative outcomes. As Richard Fenno has argued, if we are to explain outcomes, who decides when may be as important to know as who decides what. In a case study, it is certainly possible to explore how timing and sequence affect legislative choices and outcomes, as several legislative studies have shown. Still, beyond the outcomes, beyond the individual case study, it quickly becomes very difficult to capture the consequences of timing in a systematic and theoretically relevant way. Consequences of timing in a systematically what? Context and contingency are extremely important, two concepts highly resistant to systematic measurement. Asking which bills are more likely to end in stalemate, rather than which bills, also raises methodological obstacles. First, not all issues become subjects of introduced bills. If our analysis uses introduced bills as a vehicle for measuring characteristics of competing issues, then we automatically introduce selection bias into the analysis by limiting our attention to issues that attract the attention of legislative entrepreneurs. Second, even when issues attract legislators' attention, several bills are often introduced, and only one usually becomes the vehicle for legislative action. Third, even when the major bill can be identified, for example, the Shays-Meehan bill on campaign finance, considered in both the 106th and 107th Congress, it is difficult to know just how to treat a major competing legislative bill. In the case of Shays-Meehan, a competing bill endorsed by the Republican leadership and introduced by Robert Ney, Republican from Ohio, would have had equal footing on the House floor had the chamber not moved to strike the bill from the House floor consideration during the initial consideration of the bill in the summer of 2001. Such methodological challenges had not entirely deterred scholars from attempting to build multivariate models of legislative action. Barbara Sinclair, for example, has shown how bill passage is shaped by committee and floor politics. Sinclair, studying legislative outcomes for selected Congresses between 1961 and 1998, finds that partisanship at the committee level significantly reduces a major bill's chance of enacting during periods of divided government. Bills also face rubber shedding when they encounter filibuster problems in the Senate. Sinclair's approach is innovative because it tackles legislative outcomes for major bills, offering a detailed sense of why some bills tend towards stalemate and others sail more easily toward enactment. Preliminary expectations and evidence. Can a simple empirical model help explain the fate of issues on the legislative agenda? Here, I test whether and how electoral and institutional forces matter in driving the lawmaking process. In Chapter 4, the analysis showed that legislative stalemate was less frequent in periods of low bicameral conflict and low partisan polarization. Now I look at the fate of individual issues on the agenda, trying to determine how partisanship and bicameral differences affect their likelihood of enactment. Divided government. It's time for water. As shown in Chapter 4, electoral dynamics are often overcredited with shaping legislative outcomes. Although I find a stronger impact of divided party control on legislative performance than do others, such as David Mayhew, my results suggest that divided government is just one of several factors affecting the incidence of a deadlock. If party control is less important than might be expected, we should find that split party control has just a small impact on whether or not Congress and the President successfully enact legislation related to pending issues. I concentrate on the fate of legislative agenda items between 1993 and 1996. A cursory glance at the most salient legislative issues casts some doubt on the thesis that divided government significantly curtails legislative action. Under a unified control in 1993 and 1994, efforts to enact lobbying reform and a congressional gift ban were stymied by a Senate filibuster. Under divided control in the following Congress, the reforms passed immediately as part of a House Republicans' contract with America. Healthcare reform experienced a similar fate. The Clinton administration's effort to enact major health reform foundered in the 103rd Congress under unified control. But a more limited version providing for the portability of health insurance between jobs was enacted during the divided 104th Congress. This raises the more general question: when we look more broadly at the agendas of the two Congresses, does divided government make a difference in explaining which bills move toward enactment? Such is the question. Partisan polarization. Everyone's favorite topic. As shown in Chapter 4, polarized political parties are counterproductive in the making of major policy change. Instead, partisan moderation appears to pay off, as more moderate Congresses encounter stalemate less frequently. Far from promoting legislative action, polarization of the parties seems to stem the tide of forward motion. We might expect then that polarized relations between the parties directly affect the fate of issues pending before Congress. As attitudes about an issue become more polarized, the chances that Congress will enact the bill addressing that issue should decline. But polarized views are not necessarily counterproductive to legislative motion. The more cohesive and ideologically extreme a majority coalition, the harder it might fight to pass favored measures. Polarization might then be helpful for pushing important measures through the passage. This is certainly an account that seems to ring true for the House, where bills with strong partisan support from within the majority party seem to routinely encounter smooth sailing on the floor Consideration of President George W. Bush's tax cut and education bills upon taking office in 2001, for example, proceeded exceptionally fast in the House compared with the multi-week amendathon that characterized the Senate's consideration of the same bills. Because the House Majority Party leadership can use its dominance of the Rules Committee to structure floor voting procedures to its advantage, strong, cohesive parties, no matter how strongly opposed by the minority, can usually work their way in the House. The impact of cohesive parties can also be seen in the fate of a few issues for which internal divisions plagued House majority parties. Fearing it would be defeated by a bipartisan coalition in favor of expanding patients' rights, the House leadership in 2001 refused to bring a bill to the floor until the leadership would secure sufficient votes for a purely Republican alternative. Similarly, House Republicans deferred consideration in 2001 of a measure to extend federal aid to faith-based charities when it became clear that a group of moderates would split off to defeat the Republicans' preferred bill. Had Republicans been assured of passage of a purely partisan alternative on both issues, both bills would surely have gone to the floor and been passed with little amendment or delay. House leaders, lacking a cohesive partisan coalition, preferred inaction. Thus, conceivably, higher levels of partisan behavior on both bills in the House helped propel issues to final passage. Is such a dynamic likely in the Senate? No. Given the requirement that controversial bills today attract 60 votes to overcome filibusters, actual or threatened, majority parties rarely have sufficient votes within their ranks to force through to passage those bills with a partisan cast. As partisanship on an issue grows in the Senate, we might expect chances of enacting a related bill to decline. Only when bills are crafted in the Senate with an eye to securing bipartisan support should we expect to see a higher likelihood of final passage. 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go, yeah. What time is it? 6:38. Yeah, pretty much 1 hour left. Presidential support. Are presidents able to affect the fate of individual bills in Congress? Presidential support for a measure may spur Congress to act favorably. Up against the president's command of the bully pulpit, congressional opposition might fold in face of presidential attention. President Bush's full court press in favor of fast-track trade negotiating powers in the summer of 2002, for example, helped to spur the two chambers to reach a conference agreement on a long stalemated measure. His call for action on a sweeping corporate accountability measure that week also yielded bicameral agreement. Still, most studies show only a limited effect of the president on congressional outcomes, finding that presidential influence is exercised at the margins of the legislative arena. Indeed, an alternative account of why the fast-track logjam was broken after 8 years is that congressional Republicans felt the heat to act on measures enhancing economic security and thus caved in to Democrats' demands that the trade measure should include a $12 billion expansion of benefits for trade displaced workers. Presidential pressure in this account had little independent impact on Congress's decision to compromise. The president simply rode the wave of legislative action spurred by the summer spike in economic instability and erosion of consumer confidence. I need to be careful not to walk out of the frame. People might start to doubt me. Most of what we know about presidential effects on lawmaking, however, is based on studies conducted at the aggregate level over time. How successful has the president been in securing his policy objectives? Is presidential pressure necessary or sufficient to sway legislators to support particular measures? When the question is posed in this fashion, we might expect to find some evidence of presidential influence under certain conditions. During periods of unified control, if we assume that presidents and congressional leaders share a common agenda, then presidential attention is unlikely to have an independent impact on Congress's legislative record. But under divided control, we might find a presidential effect when the president favors legislative action. By calling on Congress to address issues at the top of the president's agenda, the president raises the stakes for the opposition party leaders who might prefer to focus on their own agendas. Facing a Congress controlled by the other party might also give the president an incentive to seek legislative compromises that he would not pursue under unified government. Thus, the desire to shape legislative outcomes, whether for policy or electoral purposes, or both, might be sufficient incentive for the president to use his agenda setting powers to initiate and seriously pursue favorable congressional action on issues of importance. There is at least some anecdotal evidence from the 103rd and 104th Congress to support these conjectures. President Bill Clinton's major legislative push in the 103rd Congress to enact landmark healthcare reform met with concerted opposition and ended in a resounding failure, despite Democratic control of both chambers. Although Democrats lost control of Congress in the 1994 elections, health care remained a presidential priority, with Clinton addressing several health care issues in his 1995 State of the Union address. In the 104th Congress, however, Clinton focused on a much narrower approach to health care reform, an issue known as health care portability. With bipartisan support built by Senators Edward Kennedy, Democrat from Massachusetts, and Nancy Kassebaum, Republican from Kansas, healthcare portability was signed into law by 1996 under divided party control. Although presidential attention may be insufficient under unified control to overcome legislative opposition, such attention during divided government may paradoxically prove more effective. The Senate filibuster. About time. Do filibusters, actual or threatened, systematically derail legislative progress? The evidence is mixed. In Chapter 4, I found only limited support for the idea that the increasingly severe filibuster threats make deadlock more likely. Other factors endemic to the legislative process seem to outweigh or mask the direct impact of filibustering senators when we look broadly at legislative performance during the past half century. Other evidence, however, points to a much stronger effect of the filibuster on the fate of individual issues. Sinclair, for example, finds that when bills encounter filibuster problems on the Senate floor, they are less likely to be enacted into law. For individual issues, then, we might see a much stronger effect of the filibuster on legislative outcomes. Of course, senators do not always aim to kill the bill that is the target of their filibuster. At times, senators take bills hostage in their efforts to secure favorable treatment on tangential issues. Other times, filibusters are intended to force the majority to amend the targeted legislation, and other times, filibusters are simply unsuccessful, and majorities marshal sufficient support to invoke cloture. That couldn't be closer to the truth. That's pretty spot on about the way that it's been used and continue to be used today. Although some would argue that perhaps more recently the filibuster is being used to kill bills. I mean, we've got certain pieces of voting rights legislation that Republicans simply would not budge on. And as for filibusters intended to force the majority to amend the targeted legislation that happened during the shutdown. Democrats said we are going to continue filibustering until you ensure that this resolution is going to include some protections against the rising healthcare premiums. And so that's why it dragged on for so long. And so we see these things happening all across history, all across both sides. Building a model. Given the spate of methodological hurdles to studying bill passage politics with quantitative evidence, no empirical model of the legislative process can fully capture the dynamics of the legislative process. The problem is exacerbated if we want to track the fate of issues on the legislative agenda rather than on the fate of introduced bills. Although it is easy enough to create measures that tap factors such as media or presidential attention to an issue, for example, it is difficult. What? Oh my God, 6:46. We still have like 55 minutes to go. Although it is easy enough to create measures that tap factors such as media or presidential attention to an issue, for example, it is difficult to measure such things as the level of partisanship on an issue. Still, if we can construct a rudimentary model of legislative progress, given myriad measurement constraints, it should offer some preliminary insights into how Congress successfully responds to pressing issues on the public's agenda. My strategy for modeling the politics of the issue passage follows. Dependent variable. The central question is whether or not a bill addressing a particular issue on the legislative agenda will be enacted into law. Thus, I start with the list of agenda items generated by the editorials written in the New York Times during the 103rd and 104th Congresses. For each issue, a code, whether it was successfully addressed in enacted legislation during the Congress in which it appeared in the Times. Issues that were not successfully addressed in legislation are coded 0. Considering the data in this way allows us to ask what factors shape the likelihood that a bill is successfully enacted into law, and to determine the relative importance of each factor in shaping the fate of issues on the national agenda. Divided government. To assess the impact of party control and government, I use a dummy variable. Where am I? I use a dummy variable to mark whether an issue appeared on the legislative agenda on the 103rd Congress. Agenda issues during the 104th Congress are coded 10 otherwise. Partisan polarization. Measuring partisan polarization on an issue is perhaps the most vexing challenge in constructing an empirical model. One option might be to measure the extent of opinion polarization along party lines through the use of public opinion polling, given that the legislative agendas generated by the Times each Congress include more than 100 issues. If we lack polling data detailed enough to measure the extent of party differences on each issue, pollsters simply do not ask questions about every issue that makes it onto the New York Times radar, no matter how pressing the issue might be to well-informed, avid observers in Washington. Nor is it possible to measure legislative polarization on such an extensive list of issues, as legislators rarely reveal their preferences until an issue garners attention during the legislative process. Given these limitations, a reasonable proxy for issue partisanship can be built on the characteristics of bills introduced in response to issues on the legislative agenda. In other words, I identify for each issue on the agenda what seems to be the major legislative vehicle for addressing it, and then devise a measure that taps the extent of partisanship on the bill. As suggested earlier, this approach does have its drawbacks. Not all issues generate a bill. Some issues attract many bills, and some issues are folded into other legislative vehicles late in the legislative process, making it difficult to determine the extent of partisanship on the policy issue of interest. Such limitations, however, are unavoidable. Matching issues and introduced bills during the 103rd and 104th Congresses generates a rough sense of the costs of using bills as proxies for issues. Bills are certainly not generated on all issues. Bills were introduced in the House roughly 40% of the 213 issues on the legislative agenda during the 104th, 103rd, and 104th Congresses. And senators introduced bills on just over 30% of the issues that attracted the attention of the New York Times in the same period. Not surprisingly, however, the issues most often incorporated into legislative bills tended to be the most salient issues. Nearly 80% of the most salient legislative issues were introduced as bills in the Senate, and 97% were the subject of bills introduced in the House during the 103rd and 104th Congresses. Thus, the cost of using bills as proxies for issues might not be as steep as typically assumed. Partisanship might be measured at any number of stages of a bill's introduction or consideration. Because not all bills come to the floor for a vote, and not all are even afforded committee consideration, my measure of issue partisanship taps the first indication of partisan sentiment, the balance of co-sponsors attracted to each bill. For each issue on which a bill with co-sponsors is introduced in the House and the Senate, I code bill partisanship as follows. First, I tally up the number of Democratic co-sponsors and divide by the total number of co-sponsors for each House or Senate bill. Second, since perfect bipartisanship would be represented by a bill whose co-sponsors were 50% Democratic and 50% Republican, I take the absolute value of the percentage Democratic co-sponsors minus 50%. The distance from 50 thus represents the degree of partisanship on each bill. Purely partisan bills receive a score of 50. Completely bipartisan bills score 0. Thus, the Democrats' major campaign finance bill in the 103rd Congress and the Republicans' term limits resolution from the Contract with America in the 104th Congress both receive a purely partisan score of 50. A bill in the 103rd Congress that would have required Congress to comply with federal laws, in contrast, is scored 0, reflecting the bipartisan support given to the bill. On the legislative, partisanship scores are calculated separately for House and Senate bills on the legislative agendas of the two Congresses. I have to say, very interesting conversation going on here. But we're going towards the methodology of the research here. So It's going to get a bit more technical at this point. Speaking of which, it is currently 6:55. We're getting there. So, Chambers. What's it? Presidential attention? Fortunately, partisan scores. Okay. Unfortunately, of the 185 legislative issues on the agendas of the two Congresses, there were only 43 issues for which partisanship scores could be calculated for bills in both chambers. I calculate an overall level of issue partisanship as the mean partisanship score of the House and Senate bills introduced on the issue. Presidential attention. Good Lord, my throat is burning. We can make it though. We can make it. It's Crossing Places wants a survey. They're not getting it. Presidential attention. To measure the salience of an issue to the president, I code whether or not the president mentioned the issue in a State of the Union address during Congress in which the issue was discussed in the New York Times. Issues appearing in the State of the Union address are coded 1, 0 otherwise. President Bill Clinton mentioned a fifth of the 185 issues on the legislative agenda between 1993 and 1996. And just under half of the 35 most salient issues on the agenda. To indicate whether or not a bill attracted presidential attention during divided government, I interact the measure tapping divided government with the presidential attention dummy variable. Filibuster problem. Each issue is coded for the presence of a filibuster problem, meaning either that an issue attracted a filibuster on the Senate floor or the threat of a filibuster was apparent to Senate leaders. Evidence on the presence of a filibuster threat or actual filibuster is drawn from Congressional Quarterly's Almanac's treatment of each issue. Just under 20% of all legislative agenda items attracted a filibuster problem in the 103rd and 104th Congress, with filibuster problems registered on nearly 40% of the most salient agenda items. Salience. As noted in Chapter 3, the editorial method produces a long list of agenda items. Some of which never attract legislators' attention. Issues receiving just a single mention by the Times over the course of a Congress most often fall into this category of minor issues. To weed out these issues, I control for issue salience. Because some major issues on occasion attract just a single editorial, I measure salience as a function of the attention given to any issue by both the Times and network evening news broadcasts. Any issue receiving more than one Times editorial and at least one mention on a network news broadcast is coded 1, meaning salient, 0 otherwise. 30% of the 185 legislative agenda items merit consideration as salient. If we limit the analysis to the 43 issues for which partisanship scores can be calculated, 65% of the issues count as salient. Impact of electoral dynamics. The variables used in the analysis are summarized in Table 5.1. Although I have partisanship scores for 43 issues/bills, the number of cases in the analysis is 38 because of missing data on a few other variables. Of these 38 cases, just under half were enacted into law. By limiting the analysis to these 38 cases, my sample of bills is weighted towards more salient bills, including issues more likely to have appeared in State of the Union addresses and issues attracting filibuster problems. Partisanship varies considerably over the issues. In the House, the balance is stacked heavily in favor of polarization, with nearly 40% of the issues attracting a purely partisan set of co-sponsors. Although 37% of the relevant Senate bills attract a completely partisan set of co-sponsors, the distribution of bill partisanship is not so heavily skewed in a partisan direction. The median Senate bills sports a partisanship score of 37, while the median House bill registers 44. We still got a ways to go. 40 minutes. 40 minutes. We got this. How important are electoral, partisan, and institutional factors in explaining the fortunes of legislative issues? A quick glance at the entire legislative agenda provides a few clues. First, 41% of the 78 issues discussed during the Unified 103rd Congress were enacted into law. While 40% of the 107 issues arising during the divided 104th Congress were enacted. This insignificant difference comports with the relatively minor effect we saw for the impact of divided government on gridlock more generally when assessed over time. My orange fell over. That's very disheartening. I wasn't done with it. On gridlock more generally when assessed over time. Although legislative issues seem to fare worse during periods of divided control, the difference is not significant. Second, the data are suggestive that the partisan balance of an issue coalition strongly affects the likelihood of Senate passage of the bill, but not House passage. Highly polarized coalitions in the Senate fared much worse in securing chamber passage of their bills than did more bipartisan coalitions. The difference is significant and striking. The parties were nearly twice as polarized on the issues that gridlocked in the Senate compared with the partisanship on issues that did pass in the Senate. Polarization of issue coalitions in the House, in contrast, seems to matter less, as the partisan balance of co-sponsors is indistinguishable for bills that pass the House and bills that do not. Finally, there is some limited evidence that filibuster problems may pose insurmountable barriers to enactment. When issues attract filibusterers, 40% are eventually enacted into law. In contrast, 45% are enacted into law if no filibuster problem arises. Filibuster, hardly know her. How do these trends hold up when subjected to multivariate controls? Table 5.2 presents results from two models, each exploring the effects of presidential, institutional, and electoral factors on the eventual fate of issues pending on the legislative agenda. The first model explores the general effect of polarized parties on legislative outcomes, averaging the partisan balance of House and Senate issue coalitions into a single measure of issue polarization. As expected, the higher the level of partisan polarization, the less likely issues are to be enacted into law. The impact of a polarized coalition is stark. The probability that most partisan issue will be enacted is 37%, while the least partisan issue has a 77% chance of enactment. God. Divided party control of Congress and the presidency, in contrast, has little effect on an issue state, at best marginally decreasing the likelihood that an issue will be successfully addressed by legislation. Assuming moderate partisanship, the arrival of unified government increases the chances of enactments 7%. Presidential attention also seems to have little independent effect on outcomes, and filibuster activity registers a minimal impact on the eventual fate of legislative issues. In contrast, issue salience does seem to matter, with more visible issues more likely to secure passage than ones of marginal media and elite salience. A final relationship is striking. The president appears to win more favorable legislative outcomes when he focuses on an issue during divided government in comparison with his success under unified control. How might we explain this presidential impact? Perhaps presidents, confronted by an opposition Congress during divided government, scale back their priorities to make legislative success more likely. Presidents' strategic anticipation of legislative preferences, in short, might account for Congress's seemingly higher responsiveness to presidents and their agendas during periods of divided control. Glancing at the issues that President Clinton favored under unified control, but did not see enacted into law until after Democrats lost control of Congress in 1994, lends some support for this interpretation. Broad-scale healthcare and welfare reform proposals were trumpeted by Clinton in the 103rd Congress, but neither passed until the divided 104th. When healthcare legislation passed in 1996, it was a much more bipartisan and limited proposal that focused on the rights of individuals to health insurance when they lose or change their jobs. When welfare reform passed in 1996, it was indelibly marked by a Republican handprint, as evidenced by the defection of a handful of liberal Democrats when the bill came up for a final vote on the Senate floor. It may also be that the congressional opposition strategically alters its position on presidential initiatives after episodes of unified control, seeking to claim credit for resolving issue stalemate when it captures control of Congress. This would help account for the failure of lobbying reform in the unified 103rd Congress, but its passage under the divided 104th, notwithstanding Clinton's attention to the issue in both Congresses. A closer look at bicameral effects. In Table 5.2, Column 2, I take a closer look at the impact of bicameral differences on legislative outcomes. I evaluate separately the impact of partisan polarization in each chamber. Perhaps most striking is the different impact of issue partisanship in the two chambers. As suggested in the bivariate results just discussed, the greater the partisan skew of an issue coalition in the Senate, the less likely the issue will be enacted into law. Partisan skew in the House, in contrast, seems to have little effect on legislative outcomes. In fact, if anything, issues that attract highly polarized coalitions seem to fare better in the House, all else equal. A different impact of partisanship in the two chambers should not be surprising, as it comports in many ways with the received wisdom about legislative dynamics in the two chambers. In the House, majority party leaders have procedural tools that can grant them great advantage in structuring the floor agenda. These advantages include control of the Rules Committee, as the majority party heavily stacks it in favor of their party. and the potential to set the floor agenda. With these procedural advantages available, House Majority Party leaders are reluctant to bring bills to the floor unless they have the support of a cohesive coalition, which usually means a coalition formed within the majority party. House leaders' initial reluctance to allow a bipartisan Patients' Bill of Rights measure to come to the floor in summer of 2001 until sufficient votes had been secured to pass a preferred Republican version illustrates why more partisan bills in the House may fare more successfully in the legislative process. Using their control of the House schedule, House Majority Party leaders delayed consideration of a bipartisan version of the bill, the so called Dingell Norwood Gansky bill, until President Bush had persuaded Representative Charlie Norwood, Republican from Georgia, to endorse a version of the bill more palatable to Bush and to salient Republican constituencies. Once Bush locked up Norwood's support, House leaders scheduled the bipartisan version for floor consideration and secured passage of the Norwood Amendment that embodied the more conservative Bush-Norwood deal. The impact of institutional rules is clear. Given the majority party's procedural advantages here by dominating the Rules Committee, it can structure the floor proceedings in its favor. A preferred partisan measure can be protected from amendment and challenge. Floor rules can be crafted that advantage majority party policy interests. And the floor agenda can be manipulated to delay consideration of measures until a preferred policy outcome is guaranteed. If majority party leaders routinely use their procedural control to secure policy outcomes favored by their caucus, then a pattern should emerge of more partisan bills being approved by the House. In contrast, Senate rules and practices grant the majority party only limited procedural powers that enhance their leverage over the floor agenda. The lack of a rules committee to structure floor amendments to the majority party's advantage, the absence of a germaneness rule to keep unwanted amendments off the floor, and the need to secure a supermajority of 60 votes or unanimous consent to limit debate, each of these procedural aspects of the Senate weakens party leaders' ability to manipulate the floor agenda. As a result, highly polarized issue coalitions face tough sledding in the Senate, as bill sponsors anticipate that chamber passage will require that provisions subject to cohesive partisan oppositions be diluted before passage. This likelihood would lead us to suspect that the more polarized bills in the Senate are less likely to be enacted. Both of these expected House and Senate patterns are consistent with the results in column 2 of table 5.2. So as I understand it, if these results are to be observed, then that would indicate to me that the Senate is actually working exactly as designed. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to be. If the House is successfully passing highly polarized legislation, highly partisan bills, and the Senate sees those highly partisan bills stalled and slowed down, I mean, that was kind of the whole point, wasn't it? That the House of Representatives would be the teapot, and you would pour the hot coffee of partisan goals. And then, in order to deliver it to the people, you would need to serve it upon a cooling saucer. You can't just give them the teapot, they burn their hand. You need to give that cooling saucer. And the Senate is that cooling saucer of democracy, of a republic, I should say. We've gone over that at length. We can estimate the precise impact of partisanship. 30 minutes left. Half an hour left. We can estimate the precise impact of partisanship on Senate outcomes by looking more systematically at the relationship between Senate partisanship and floor outcomes in the 103rd and 104th Congresses. As shown in Table 5.3, Column 1, the likelihood that a bill will be killed on the Senate floor rises significantly with the partisanship on the underlying bill. Bills are also more likely to be killed if they encounter a filibuster problem and when the president's party does not control the chamber. Thus, high levels of partisanship are lethal in the Senate because they limit a bill's probability of making it over to the House or into a bicameral conference. Because filibusters are roughly 30% more likely during periods of divided control, I also assess the simple impact of partisanship. Hopefully that'll be the last sneeze of this. That's the last sneeze of the speech. Because filibusters are roughly 30% more likely during periods of divided control, I also assess the simple impact of partisanship and filibuster problems on the Senate floor action table. The impact of rising partisanship is dramatic, as the least partisan bills have an 11% chance of being killed on the Senate floor, while the most partisan bills face a nearly 65% chance of dying on the Senate floor. Although a filibuster is not necessarily lethal to a bill of moderate partisanship, obstructionist tactics raise the chances of an issue dying on the Senate floor from under 3% to nearly 45%. If highly partisan bills are unlikely to fare well in the Senate, then why does the House Majority Party exploit its influence over floor rules to push polarizing bills through the chamber? One possibility is that the House, lacking information on likely policy outcomes in the Senate, endeavors to set the agenda with a partisan bill. Thus, under periods of relatively cohesive Republican majorities, we might expect the House to pass bills with a strong conservative flavor and defeat efforts to dilute its provisions. If House leaders lack information on Senate preferences, it makes strong strategic sense for them to send the most conservative bill possible to the Senate or onto conference. On most salient issues, however, the House leadership is probably able to anticipate Senate preferences. Oftentimes, the Senate acts before the House, leaving clear signals about its preferred outcomes. If so, a House preference for a more conservative bill probably reflects strategic calculation by the House leadership. If the House Majority Party anticipates that Senate conferees will prefer to moderate bill provisions passed by the House, it makes sound strategic sense for the party to seek to pass the most conservative bill possible given House preferences, all in an effort to protect its negotiating position in conference with the Senate. Moreover, more conservative bills are more likely to please Republican constituencies, just as more liberal bills would please Democratic constituencies, thus aligning Republican strategic interests with their policy interests. And finally, because the House Rules Committee exercises fairly strong discretion over the floor agenda on behalf of the majority party, it is difficult for alternative coalitions to strip out conservative elements of House bills. Dissenters have little recourse after offering an unsuccessful amendment, meaning that majority party interests will likely prevail unless a sizable cross-party alternative emerges. Congressional consideration of a healthcare portability bill in 1996 illustrates nicely how bicameral differences affect legislative outcomes. After failure of Clinton's mammoth health care reform proposal in the 103rd Congress, Senators Ted Kennedy, Democrat from Massachusetts, and Nancy Kassebaum, Republican from Kansas, teamed up to propose a more targeted health care bill. Their proposal tackled the problem of employees losing their insurance when they lose or leave a job by guaranteeing insurance coverage to workers caught in such situations. The bill, introduced with a near balance of Democrat and Republican co-sponsors, scoring a 9.09 on the issue partisanship index introduced above, was swiftly and unanimously approved in August of 1995 by the Senate Labor and Human Resources Committee, a panel chaired by Kassebaum. Thus, when the House took up its own version of the bill 7 months later, in March of 1996, it had a reasonable sense of the bipartisan character of the Senate's preferences. Where are we at time-wise? 7:21. That means we're 20 minutes out from freedom. The version of the bill approved by Bill Archer's, Republican from Texas, House Ways and Means Committee, however, added controversial and more conservative provisions, including the creation of medical savings accounts. More conservative provisions is not surprising. The MSAs allowed certain individuals to accrue tax-deductible savings to be used for medical expenses, outcomes that critics at the time said would only serve the interest of high-income employees. Other provisions were intended to respond to the concerns of insurers that had arisen from the Kennedy-Kassebaum bill. The House vote was largely on party lines, with the Democratic alternative rejected in a straight party line vote. Fascinating. Showdowns on the House and Senate floors help explain why the two chambers produced such starkly different bills on the same salient issue in the House. The key vote occurred in March 1996 on a substitute amendment offered by John Dingell, Democrat from Michigan. The amendment would have stripped the bill of provisions favored by conservatives, thus bringing the bill in line with the version by Kassebaum's Senate committee. The amendment was rejected by a vote of 192 to 226, with 10 Republicans defecting to join Dingell and 5 Democrats defecting to join Archer and the Republicans. Party defectors were primarily from the wings of their parties. Conservative Democrats voted against the amendment, and moderate Republicans voted in favor. We can examine the politics of the vote systematically by assessing the impact of members' party affiliation on centrist tendencies on their vote choice. As shown in Table 5.4, Model 1, ideological moderation and party affiliation explain much of the variance in the vote. Republicans were markedly less likely to vote for the amendment, while Republican moderates were more likely to vote in favor. Democrats generally voted in favor of the amendment, but Democratic moderates, usually conservative Democrats, were strikingly less likely to vote for the amendment. More generally, the probability that a Republican would vote for the amendment was less than 2%, but the probability that a Republican moderate would vote for the amendment was 37.5%. Ideology also tempered Democrat positions on the amendment. Democrats showed a 99% of voting for the amendment, conservative Democrats 89%. Despite the willingness of Republican moderates to cross party lines in favor of the Dingell amendment, there simply were not enough moderates for the bipartisan alternative to prevail. Seems to me that we're approaching the tail end, the last 15 minutes. And as such, I believe it is necessary to start bringing attention to this fact. I'm going to celebrate the last 15 minutes. I'm going to continue reading for a while, and then I'll give some closing remarks in the amount of time that I have left. Anyway, having failed to bring the House bill in line with expressed Senate preferences, Democrats and Republican moderates had no further procedural recourse for pushing the House to adopt the more moderate and bipartisan alternative. On final passage, all Republicans except one voted in favor, joined by 38 Democrats. When the Senate considered the bill for the next month, they knew full well the range of House preferences on health insurance portability. Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole, Republican from Kansas, seeking to send a more conservative bill to conference to match the House-passed version, introduced an amendment to the Kennedy-Kassebaum bipartisan bill that would have added MSAs and other provisions favored by Republican conservatives. The key vote occurred on a Kassebaum amendment to strip the Dole amendment from the bill, and Dole lost. 5 Republicans voted against Dole's position, yielding a final tally of 52 to 46, all Democrats sticking together to oppose the Dole provisions. Legislators' ideological tendencies again helped to explain votes on the insurance provisions, as Republican moderates were far more likely to vote for the amendment than their colleagues in the Republican conference, Table 5-4, Column 2. Republicans overall had less than a 10% chance of voting against Dole, but Republican centrists had more than a 40% chance of voting against their leader. What do we have? We're getting there. Why was the Senate able to secure a bipartisan outcome when the House had failed? First, the array of policy views in the Senate was sufficient to defeat a more conservative outcome. Second, and perhaps equally important, it was clear that Dole had prevailed. Dole's opponents were ready to filibuster the bill, precluding Dole from proclaiming victory on the issue. The vote by then had become a contest between the Republican presidential nominee Dole, seeking to show his leadership qualities, and incumbent President Clinton, who strongly favored the Kassebaum version of the bill. The threat of exploiting Senate rules was sufficient to help Democrats and more moderate Republicans secure a favorable Senate outcome. Despite the more conservative preferences of the House and the preferences of the Senate Majority Leader, any senator preferring passage of the bill to watching the bill die in a filibuster had an added incentive to vote against Dole's conservative provisions, a sufficient incentive to entice moderate Republicans to break with their leader. Almost there. About 12 minutes. The impact of bicameral policy differences does not stop, however. After the two chambers passed different versions of the bill, the House strategy was clearly to send a more conservative bill to conference, with hopes of securing a final conference agreement more amenable to Republican conservatives. But the House strategy was foiled when Senator Kennedy exploited his procedural rights and successfully moved the final conference outcome closer to his liberal preferences. The conference agreement, in other words, did not simply split the difference between the House and Senate versions of the bill, but hewed close to the original Kennedy-Kassebaum bill. How did this come about? Before going to conference, Republicans Kassebaum and Archer had negotiated a compromise that dropped House provisions favored by the insurance industry on the pooling of insurance and medical malpractice. Okay. I'm going to stop there for now. So there's a lot of very interesting conversation that was brought up in Stalemate. Namely the fact that there were many, many other causes for legislative gridlock besides the filibuster. I had to deliberately look for the issue of the filibuster in that book. So you can't really blame the filibuster for a lot of the gridlock, because oftentimes, as we said, that it was due to bicameral differences. And even when there was the threat of a filibuster, it was almost always accompanied by some other factors at the time. So the filibuster is not something that happens in isolation, but it's something that happens in conjunction with other issues that cause gridlock. And this is very important. It's something that happens a lot in politics. We like to, well, even just human nature. This is something that happens in human nature. We like to blame a lot of the things. Yeah, honey is good for the throat. We tend to blame the filibuster for a lot of issues, a lot of gridlock. But if that was the end of the conversation, then this would be one big long filibuster book. But it's not. We see all kinds of variables, and we actually see that there are other variables that once you control for certain other factors, that the filibuster has very little independent power. That was mainly the case at the time that Sarah Binder wrote this book and the time that it was published in 2003. Since then, the issue of the filibuster has gotten much, much worse, as we previously discussed. I would say that the tendency of major legislation to fail in the Senate can be more reasonably blamed on the filibuster. But it's not just the filibuster itself. It's how you use the filibuster, right? You don't blame the tool. You blame the person who is misusing it and abusing it, right? That's the way we typically look at things. But of course, we all understand the problem with the filibuster. And that's why, in addition to my favoring of the filibuster, I make very careful attention to include advocacy for reform. And so I'm going to restate my thesis that I gave at the very beginning of this, just under 11 hours ago, when I started all of this. My thesis was very straightforward and very simple. The filibuster is being misused and abused. But instead of abolishing the filibuster, as many people seem to advocate for at various points in time, we should instead implement a reform that changes the nature of the filibuster such that 41 votes from the minority are required to continue debate rather than the existing 60 from the majority. Because what this will do is that this will empower, this will encourage members of the minority to show up to the floor of the Senate and probably stand up and speak. Because it will be really awkward if these senators in the minority party just showed up and voted to continue debate, and then they kind of just sat there not doing anything. Like, if you're going to be on the floor of the Senate, you may as well go up and present your arguments for why you're continuing to delay the bill. So you don't need to axe the procedural filibuster in favor of a talking filibuster, because what this reform proposal would do would simply still allow the same number of senators to delay action, but it would actually encourage talking filibusters. I think it's a win-win. It's a win-win for everybody involved, and it would keep the uniqueness of the Senate. It would keep the what makes the Senate unique from the House, which goes through with a simple majority on everything all the time. And again, it keeps the idea of a republic, right? And okay, I got one question from the senator from California. Do you think the other points of gridlock mentioned in the book are more relevant today, or is it just the filibuster that you think has gotten worse in terms of exploitation these days compared to 2003? Well, the filibuster is correlated with polarization, and polarization is just kind of a fact of life at this point. I kind of find it interesting that Sarah Binder talked about political polarization back in 2003. So if we were polarized back then, and we're saying that we're getting more polarized every year, then man, we must really have it bad today, don't we? Such is the prediction. And we see in the book that that bills that are more polarized are more likely to die in the Senate. Far more likely. The chances are multiplied. And so I think it's the filibuster and other points of gridlock that are more relevant today compared to 2003. And there's other technical parts of it that make very little sense. And yeah, so I actually feel very good. I feel very good right now. I feel good physically. Probably because it's the end and I'm getting excited. But I will say my throat was hurting a lot. I'm definitely gonna take some honey, as was suggested by the senator from Nuevo León. And I'm also going to probably lie down, rest my legs, because my legs have been hurting. I would say my calves are fine, knees, somewhat. I would say it's like the side of the legs that have hurt the most. I don't know. I think a big part of this challenge was also to answer my curiosity. Like when someone does stand up and do a talking floor speech, an extended floor speech when they speak for longer than necessary, I was curious about what exactly happens to you when you do that. And now I'm actually figuring out firsthand how it feels. And I, of course, made the right preparations. I've had my cashews, which are good for staving off hunger. I have not felt hungry, and if I did, I ate some cashews. I had my orange slices. Make sure to cut those prior to that. I ended up buying 2 oranges. That was the perfect number. That was the perfect number. So I'm very grateful I didn't cut just one. That would have been horrible. I probably would have quit. I probably would have quit sometime during the middle if I'd only cut 1 orange because I really needed those in the later half. And yeah, my knee's weak. I already did that joke a while back. But in the last 3 minutes that we have, I have to say that this has definitely been a good experience. But I think with the way things have gone, I am prepared to say goodbye to the filibuster. And I have this whole stalemate metaphor here. I'm ready to say goodbye to the filibuster. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I think I've done enough research. I think I've done enough to say that I am able to speak about this off the top of my head with a decent amount of background knowledge. And I want no more part of this. I would like to make videos on literally anything else. I have stuff to do. I got I got to apply for some internships. But if nothing else, I can finally wipe my hands clean of all of this, all of the sources that I've been looking up, all of the rankings for the senators. It's all going to be concluded by the end of this. And this filibuster thing represents only just one part of my entire obsession with politics. Me wanting to major in political science neither began or ended with the filibuster. Now that you did this, what's the longest you think you could go if you had time? Honestly, it's kind of like I probably could have gone more. To quote Rand Paul, senator from Kentucky, I would go for another 12 hours to try to break Strom Thurmond's record, but I've discovered that there are some limits to filibustering, and I'm gonna go have to take care of those in a few minutes here. Um, I'm gonna say this in the least gross way I can. Well, I never had to relieve myself. I have been fine on that measure, but as soon as I sit down, I'm definitely gonna attend to my necessities. But yeah, I am very grateful for the people who showed up. Muchas gracias por estar aquí, por ver el finale de esta misión, hablar por 11 horas, to talk for 11 hours. Quite difficult. Honestly, the most difficult part of this is not the physical part, it's coming up with things to say, planning out talking points. If I had to put a number on it, I could definitely go overnight. Maybe at least 20 hours realistically. I could go 20 hours if I wanted to. But anyway, all I can say is that I'm so happy that you all have been here. And with all of that said, I wipe my hands of the filibuster and I hereby yield the floor. Woo! I thought sitting down would hurt more. I thought this would be more dramatic, but no, I feel very fine actually. 11 hours is nothing. I feel very good. I'm proud of that. Okay. Okay. Well, very good. Very good. Good night. I need to turn on some lights. 7:42. All right, it's all that. It's all that. And now this is gonna, yeah. It's over. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say goodnight. Buenas noches. Gracias por estar aquí. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now because yeah, time to rest, time to pack. You know. All right. See you in the next one. It's gonna be great.